Chapter 1. TJ, look at that. What a hottie. Girl, hey girl, does your mom not need a son-in-law? The girl really was pretty. She paid the trio of gopniks no mind, nor me, sat over in the corner. I was no gopnik. On the contrary, to these three human specimens, I probably looked more like a nerd or a simpleton. But we were entirely in agreement on the girl. She really was a hottie. Or perhaps a doll, whichever term you prefer. Tube top tight, shorts filled out, belly button pierced, a tiny little rucksack on her back that could fit a tube of lipstick at best. I wondered where she was going looking like that, on the suburban commuter line we were all waiting to catch. But what was I so shocked by? It had been a long time since these commuter trains were those old, screechy electric carriages with tired old wooden shack shops. The carriages were comfortable, with Wi-Fi and USB sockets, and attractive stewardesses offering you tea and coffee. There were several rest stops on the way that were more like country clubs than anything. She was probably heading to one of those for some relaxation. The hottie, predictably, didn't even look at me. I was looking pretty ragged and unpresentable, old jeans and a faded t-shirt. I wasn't going anywhere to relax. I was helping my aunt in the countryside to dig up potatoes. At first glance, my aim might have seemed altruistic, but it was actually entirely self-interested. My aunt provided me with a generous helping of produce and pickles for winter, enough not just for me, but for my flatmates in my accommodation, too. That was my lifestyle. I had no parents. They'd crashed the car 3 years ago in the center of our hometown. A tired truck driver fell asleep at the wheel and drifted into oncoming traffic. Now I was studying in the capital, with a scholarship as well, and living all right, generally speaking. My prospects for the future were cloudy, though. Who needs historians these days? Everyone wants people in IT. My knowledge in that sphere, however, was limited to my experience of video games and books like The System Comes to Earth. The hottie walked by, dousing us in the scent of a sweet, expensive perfume, and sat down opposite to a guy in a branded Armani tracksuit, stubbornly buried in his iPhone. The guy was about average height, but kind of doughy. It was immediately obvious that he was no close friend of exercise. When he saw the hottie, he immediately started staring at her knees. The guy's wife, a well-kept brunette of about 30 in the exact same tracksuit, noticed this and started angrily whispering something in his ear. The guy frowned, as if his teeth had started aching. The hottie smiled politely, without taking her eyes off her phone. A meter from them, a senior year student muttered to himself unintelligibly while scrolling on a sizable tablet. Not a cheap-looking gadget. A scraggly-haired clerk of some kind suddenly ran out onto the platform. He was wearing a ragged t-shirt and had such big bags under his eyes that he might not have slept for weeks. He was locked in an argument with someone on a phone that was pinned to his ear by his elbow. Ugh, overtime. For the 3rd week in a row? Urgent deadlines? No way. He shot us a vacant, crazed look. Why don't you take a hike, Andre? Yeah, screw you. You'll get my notice on Monday. He hung up and started swearing, angrily but unintelligibly. Sorry, murmured the schoolboy, as the passing clerk nearly knocked him over. What, dude? He grunted. No, nothing. So shut up. The clerk's eyes looked wild. Guess respecting your elders has gone out of fashion. I said I'm sorry. Go on, dude, get him. The gopniks chuckled. What's he doing running into you like that? Knock him down. Take a couple swings at him. They were real stereotypes, these three. All of them in Abibas-striped trousers, worn trainers of an unknown make, threadbare football shirts, and caps, like they're straight out of some gamer social media page. The one in the middle even had a gold-plated chain round his neck. Yep, the latest from Gopnik's Universal magazine. There were free seats available, but the three of them were squatting, as a matter of principle. "All right, enough. Leave the guy alone," an elderly worker butted in. "He didn't notice you. Happens to all of us." He and his workmate were stood a little way off. Both of them were in blue overalls and orange caps, one a little older and wizened, the other younger, looked like an apprentice. They were on their way to fix or install something. Houses in the suburbs were always bought up as holiday homes, so there was always work out in those parts. "I was just standing there." "Oh, all these gadgets," interrupted an auntie with an unremarkable face. Some kind of librarian or elementary school teacher who'd been reading a book until now. God, a paper book. What a rarity. Everyone around me had been reading tablets, smartphones, or special e-readers of some kind for so long now. But of course, oh, all these gadgets. We're really living in the future these days. "Look, a plane!" the Armani tracksuit woman said suddenly. "So low!" A guy in camouflage, silent until now, jumped to his feet. "That's no plane." His khaki wasn't uniform. It had no badges sewn on. It looked pretty shabby. The kind of thing you'd see hunters or fishermen wearing. His posture, however, and his short, hedgehog hair with a distinct tinge of gray, brought out the soldier in him. Probably retired. The jaded clerk started waving his hands. "No, fuck! It's Superman!" It was all a total cliché, obviously, but sometimes we think in clichés. I watched as a mushroom cloud grew over the roofs of the houses in front, like a slow-mo scene from a film. A moment later, we were all hit with a wave of heat. The clerk's stupid words proved to be his last. "Respected players, we are here to inform you that the game server Planet Earth has been destroyed after being overloaded. All its inhabitants have been transferred onto neighboring servers. We ask you to remain calm." The enormous letters burned before my eyes in the darkness. My body felt no pain. Quite the opposite. Complete relaxation and lightness, like I'd just woken up from a deep sleep. I suddenly discovered that I was sitting in some grass. There was no more station or platform, although there was a fairly large and almost perfect circle of field around me, in the middle of which sat a strange thing made of glistening, silvery metal. It looked either like some sort of terminal or a little tower. Something about it suggested that it was extraterrestrial technology. It had no joins on it, no straight lines. It was as if it was grown in a crystal lab, rather than constructed in any manner. "What the hell?" The hottie tapped away at her iPhone. "There's no signal. This is bullshit. I'm gonna be late." All of my co-travelers appeared to be here too. They were sat in a circle around the mysterious object, looking side to side. "What the hell is this?" the guy in the Armani said. "I'm carrying out some serious business, by the way. Stop these silly games. I'll make a complaint." "There's nobody to complain to," the soldier replied, sitting and unhurriedly picking a blade of grass to grip between his front teeth. "Unless you mean Peter the Apostle." "Respected players," the voice rang out over the field. It didn't sound loud, but it was clear, like the words were appearing somewhere in your head. The thing in the center of the field flickered along with the sound, so the voice appeared to be coming from there. The race, human, did not survive the complete immersion process. The race's status has been lowered to level augmented reality. The level of self-sufficiency for race human has been lowered from freedom of will to system interference. All player achievements are located on the internal interface. This displays ability level, achievements, and current experience. Quick guide instructions on using the interface can be retrieved by directing your gaze to the top right of your field of vision. Everyone immediately started squinting. Some got the hang of it straight away, others took several tries. The soldier and the hottie proved unexpectedly quick-witted. The wife of the man with serious business, however, got angry after a couple of failed attempts and sat there, pouting. I got it on about the 10th try. Small text appeared right in front of my eyes, covering my view of the surrounding world, like I was in a 3D movie screening. I immediately swiped it away because the terminal started talking again. Prepare for interface activation. Attention! Activation may be accompanied by an unpleasant sensation. Unpleasant? My stomach felt like it was being sucked up into my throat. Then I was weightless for a moment. Then the heaviness suddenly fell back into me with a terrifying force. I felt weak, uncomfortable, and tired, like someone had just unloaded a truckload of cement on me. Leo. Level 1 Strength. 1. Agility. 1. Stamina. 1. Intelligence. 1. Wisdom. 1. Charisma. 1. XP. 0/100. Skills. None. Class. None. Profession. None. "What kind of stupid trick is this?" someone shrieked. "Take it away at once. Nick, why aren't you saying anything? Why are you letting it talk to me like that?" I noticed that there was now a name hovering above each person, just like in an online game. Over the Gopniks, TJ, Top Dog, and Hunchback. The workers were Johnson and Junior, and the soldier was declared Major. The hottie got given the odd-sounding but sweet Stace. The senior earned the dashing nickname SWAT, and the clerk Zombie. The businessman became Desk Jockey, while his wife had Piggy emblazoned over her head. The librarian got something even funnier. It looked like her nickname was White Mouse, although she took no offense at it. Respected players, you will now each have a turn to ask the system one question. After this, the game mode will be activated. Piggy jumped out ahead of the others. "How do you get rid of this garbage?" The system gives players names in accordance with the most commonly used terms when referring to them. A total of 72 people referred to you as Piggy 1,378 times in conversation. This nickname was therefore chosen as the most reliable identifier. "How do you change your nickname?" Piggy asked again. The system stayed silent. Piggy's one question was clearly up. "Nick, ask it!" She refused to back down, shoving her husband to continue this idiocy. "How do you change the nickname?" asked the desk jockey, revealing his hen-pecked side. The system replied abruptly, "You can't." "What happened to the children on our planet?" asked the librarian. "Are they alive?" Underaged inhabitants of planet Earth were transferred to a server corresponding to their skills and level of development. "Are we allowed to meet the system's designer?" asked the schoolboy. "No." "Are we just the system's slaves? Are we going to die if we don't follow its orders?" the clerk hissed. "You are free to act as you choose." "Can we kill people here?" asked TJ. Killing other players is permitted in the majority of world locations. The only safe areas are administrative and trading zones. For killing other players, you will receive an increase in XP.
the amount varying depending on the difference in level between killer and killed. The killed player's items will be left entirely in the location of their death. "What about stealing?" asked Top Dog.
Taking ownership of other players' belongings is only possible once you have reached the corresponding skill requirement. The base skills for this are theft and burglary. "And the rape?" Hunchback asked, eyeing up Stace. He was by far the smallest and puniest of the Gopniks. Players' reproductive functions have been temporarily blocked. Other physiological processes have not been altered. "Do our own skills mean anything here?" the Major asked. "Or are we all on equal terms now?" Starting conditions are the same for all players. However, through consistent repetition and correct usage, players can discover new skills, abilities, or professions. This means that the capacities you had in your former life can help determine the most effective route for growth. The Major nodded and immediately got down. His stamina lasted for 10 push-ups before he flattened out on the grass to the cackling of the Gopniks. "How many people are there here overall?" Johnson asked. "Where are all the others?" At this time, 2,185,031,500 people have been transferred from planet Earth to the current server, which already houses 5,283,042,525 individuals from other servers. You find yourself in the starting location, which is temporarily unavailable for other players to access. "How do we leave it?" asked Junior. You will receive access to other locations once more than half of the players, 7 players minimum, have united under a leader. Leaders may fall under one of the following categories: military, economic, religious. Integrating players into the society without first forming an initial group is deemed unsafe. Warning: players in nearby locations may have achieved a higher level of development than you. "And what if I don't want to play this nonsense?" the hottie snorted. "How do I go back?" Planet Earth has ceased existence. Restoring the server has been deemed impractical. Welcome to the new world. There was only my question left. I wanted to make it both original and all-encompassing. The game mechanics I could figure out for myself, especially as they seemed fairly standard. To clarify more details about this new world, I would need to know something about it, so it wasn't obvious what questions were even worth asking. What's the end goal of the game? Absolute domination. It said those words very seriously. It could at least have added a smiley face at the end or something. You have used all available questions. This was said with some malice, as if the system were saying, all bets are in, no more bets. Based on a psychotypical analysis of the players and their current expectations, the system has generated a starting bonus item for each of you. Attention! Your bonus item may give you a significant advantage at the start of the game. Attention! Bonus items are lost after the player's death and may be used by another player. Safe regime will be switched off in 5 minutes. 4:59, 4:58. A quiet thud, and a small box appeared in my hands. It was a neat little thing with a bow on top, like a birthday present. Only it wasn't wrapped. It was just a cube of dark metal, the same material as the terminal, and relatively lightweight. "Whoa, look at that!" I heard a gleeful chuckle. The Gopniks had already opened their boxes. Inside they found a baseball bat, which looked like it could have been fresh out of the shop, just without any symbols or logos, along with a screwdriver and a sledgehammer. They were now twisting them around in their hands, grinning at the others, with a malicious curiosity. The sledgehammer had gone to Hunchback, the puniest among them, and they started laughing at their bro's attempts to swing it. They were, understandably, a little taken aback at the presence of a screwdriver in their hall. "Hey, Top Dog, they calling you the fucking brains here or something?" Hunchback laughed. "Maybe you can fix a door for us." "Guys, what the fuck do you mean?" Top Dog said, embarrassed. It's a shank. Yeah, that's what it is. Bet my life on it. Screwdriver in the liver, and anyone's a goner." Their concerns resolved, the trio restarted their laughter. "Hell yeah!" Swat shouted excitedly. "The divine blade of 1,000 moons! It's just how I imagined it!" He was holding a sword of enormous proportions and a completely wild appearance. Both edges of its blade were peppered with strange divots and spikes, while the handguard had been crafted to resemble unfurling bird wings. But no matter what you made of it, it was a weapon, and a serious one at that. Another thud. The hottie had also got tired of waiting. She inspected a beautiful diadem made of dark metal and bejeweled with dark red stones. She quickly put it on her head like a crown, and her body was surrounded by a silvery sheen. She seemed to grow a little taller, her skin a little softer and smoother, and her eyelashes longer. +5 to charisma, boasted Stace. "That's right, chicken." The last remark, for some reason, was addressed to Desk Jockey's wife, who immediately opened her own box and pulled out a plain fabric shopping bag. "Nick!" she screeched. "See what they're doing to me? Why am I being left out again? Do something! Anything! Be a man for once!" "You heard them, didn't you?" the desk jockey said, ignoring his wife's request. "We need to unite as quickly as possible. I, as a representative of power, will now take control of the situation. I demand that you all name me as your leader as soon as possible, which will give us an advantage over the other groups." "I know you leaders. You just want to drink our blood, you animals," the clerk hissed at him. The clerk, meanwhile, looked over the strange measuring device he'd retrieved from his box. I've never seen an astrolabe, but for some reason that's the word that came to mind. "What power?" TJ spat derisively at his feet. "Your power just blew up with the rest of the entire planet. Whoever's strongest is right." "I'm a retired major," the military man said while standing up. "I have experience commanding in complex conditions." "I know how it's all set up." The SWAT heaved his sword over his head. "I've prepared my whole life for this. Name me Lord of the System, and I will lead you to victory." "Oh, shut up, you clown. There's 3 of us. We need another 4. That'll be a full hand," TJ said, demonstrating a surprising grasp of arithmetic. "Hey, you two." He pointed at Stace and the desk jockey's wife. "We'll take you, no questions asked. We need cadres like that." "Don't laugh at me like that," Piggy cried. "Nick!" "This is barbarity," desk jockey shouted, his voice exploding and giving off a little squeak. "Obey my command!" I could see that they wouldn't be reaching any agreement. These people were clutching at the past, at the time when their society and the law upheld their rights and ambitions. But what now? I watched with interest from the sidelines as events unfolded. For the first time, my love of history seemed kinda handy. It wasn't just words from a textbook. Something was actually unfolding before my eyes, and both my future and the future of everyone here depended on it. The old foundations had crumbled. The social contract that held them together had now burnt up along with the old world. We were hurtling back to primitivism, to a war of all against all. Fucking hell, I didn't work 9 to 5 to end up in some bullshit world with some bullshit system.
I refuse to play your games, do you hear me? Zombie shouted, throwing his bonus item on the floor and stamping on it. He held up a middle finger at the device in the center of the clearing. I won't be a shitty slave. 003, 002, 001. As a result of player actions, safe mode has been forcibly deactivated. Good luck.
The SWAT immediately got up into a picturesque pose before bringing his sword down on the clerk's neck. "I will give your life to the system," he cried. "System, take my sacrifice." The mystical sword took his head off like a ripe melon. The clerk's body crumpled. A bloody puddle crawled out from under him. All of this happened in an instant. After a few seconds, the body turned to dust. There was no trace left of the corpse, just broken bits of his item on the ground. SWAT gave us all a crazed look. "You all laughed at me," he guffawed. "Now you're all just mobs. You're NPCs. You're steps on my path to power." "You bitch. You've gone psycho." Everything was happening so quickly that nobody had even managed to flinch. The trio of Gopniks ran up behind SWAT. The one with the sledgehammer drove home a blow and put him to the floor before he had time to dodge it. TJ came in over him, baseball bat swinging viciously. "Let me finish him off. Get out of the way," Hunchback shouted zealously, lifting the sledgehammer. The situation was no longer normal. We had been in this new world for all of 5 minutes, and 2 of us had already been turned to corpses. Stace sprang to her feet and got behind the Major. He activated his bonus, and a longbow with a quiver of arrows appeared in his hands. The Major and the Hottie spun and ran for the forest, disappearing into the thick foliage. "We'll still find them," TJ said, using his sleeve to wipe drops of blood from his face. SWAT was lying completely still. It was strange that he still hadn't disappeared like the clerk. Perhaps he was still alive? "Nick, let's go!" The desk jockey's wife started to realize the situation. "Svetlana, shut up," he replied stubbornly. "I am the authority here." "This chick's even better," Hunchback said, pointing at Piggy. "She's juicier. There's something to hold on to." Piggy squealed and ran for the forest. Desk jockey ran after her, and all 3 Gopniks gave chase, like a herd of jackals after their prey. That left me, the 2 workers, and White Mouse by the fire. Well, and SWAT, still beaten to an unknown condition. "Hey, buddy, you alive?" The older worker leaned over him. At that moment, SWAT's body dissolved, turned to dust, like zombie. All that was left in the workman's hands was the bizarrely shaped sword. "Didn't turn out so good," Johnson said, scratching the back of his head. "We've got to go and help those guys." He and Junior also disappeared into the overgrowth, and from their conversation, it wasn't entirely clear who exactly they were going to help. "I would recommend you hide," I said to the librarian, "and avoid being found for as long as possible." "You think they're capable of taking offense at an old woman?" she asked, without much hope in her voice. "I think they're capable of taking offense at whoever they want." "I fear you're right." The librarian gave a sad smile. "You wouldn't know how to open this thing, would you?" "I think you just need to wish for it." A book thudded into White Mouse's hands. A substantial tome, bound in thick leather. "Yes, this will be scant defense," said the woman. "Well, at least I can read some for entertainment. Good luck, young man." "And to you," I wished her, genuinely. I turned and set off for the forest. I was just running straight forward, without discerning the path before me, just trying to put as much distance as I could between myself and this field, and this madness. Once I'd made it just 100 meters or so, I opened my bonus item. A potato? Are you kidding me? And as soon as the root vegetable appeared in my hands, I heard a piercing shriek in the distance. Chapter 2. After hearing the shriek, I sped up. Couldn't stay here anymore. Needed to get away, as soon and as far away as possible. Hide somewhere, collect my thoughts, and then decide how to proceed. Hey, that sounded good. Entirely reasonable, even. Although I was primarily being chased forwards by a very understandable fear. I saw the bodies of zombie and SWAT dissolving into thin air before my eyes. If this system did exist, then it had saved us once already. Was there some form of rebirth here? Or, if you died, was it for good? For now, that was unclear, and I had no wish to test it out on myself. The new shriek was masculine, and a lot closer than the last. All thoughts flew from my head, and I made a break straight for the trees. The more bushes, roots, and branches between me and my pursuers, the better. The forest already seemed less well kept and comforting than the little field. It looked evil and antagonistic. Oncoming branches scratched your skin, tore your clothes, and tried to gouge out your eyes. I barged through them, pushing my palms out in front like an icebreaker in the far north. When I ran out of stamina, I just fell to the ground and lay there, pressing myself into the earth like an animal. I had not made friends with the interface, or maybe it had not made friends with me. Depends how you looked at it. Sometimes it jumped up in front of my eyes when I didn't want it to. Sometimes it was the opposite, freezing like an ancient computer on an outdated Windows system, not wanting to show up. This meant that at some moments my feet just gave way and I couldn't move a centimeter. And then it released me, and I kept running. I didn't look much like a hero. A hero would have stayed back there, in the field, next to the terminal. That's who you should write a book about. Lord of the System! It was so pathetic, completely repulsive. But I didn't want to be a lord. I wanted to survive. Your stamina has increased. You have increased stamina by 1 point. Stamina. 2 hit points. 20 over 20. Fuck. The text covered my field of vision and didn't get out of the way in time, sending me flying headfirst into a tree, which cost me 2 hit points. I could feel myself becoming twice as strong. Now you'd need to hit me not twice with the sledgehammer, but 4 times. Given what had been going on, that wasn't so unlikely. The strategic benefits, however, were still clear to see. My chances at a bright future had increased. It was growing dark quickly. I made a mental note. That meant time here moved at roughly the same rate as on Earth. The train we had been waiting for was one of the last scheduled, the 18:30. That would make it 8 or 9 in the evening by now. What time exactly? Who knew? The interface didn't bless us with things as useful as a clock. The shadows became sharper and thicker, while the objects did the opposite, turning flat and distorted. It was that twilight moment, where everything was individually visible, but the brain couldn't put together the whole image. Nyctalopia. I missed my footing without understanding how, and suddenly I was tumbling down. Bam! Bam! Knocking against roots and tree branches took more HP from me. Not much, 1 or 2 points, but it was painful. After a couple of somersaults, I crashed into the bottom of a shallow ravine. The fall slammed the air from my lungs. I inhaled ragged breaths of oxygen. My heart was beating like a revved engine, ready to burst through my rib cage, while hair damp with sweat clung to my forehead. I became conscious of the fact that there was nothing in my hands. My potato! Where it had gone, for God's sake! I scrambled to my feet, trying to feel around me for the child the system gave me. I hadn't had much that was any goddamn use, and now I'd lost what I did have. I got lucky. I found my pride and joy just a touch higher than my own landing spot, between two stones. With my potato returned, I give a belated growl. Anger took the place of relief. What the hell was I supposed to do with a potato anyway? Why did the Gopniks get a bat and a sledgehammer, while I got a damn root crop? Even the mouse's book was cooler than this. I didn't know what was in it, but it was still cooler. What the hell was this, man? I remembered the system's own phrase, based on a psychotypical analysis of the players and their current expectations. Was this because I was going to visit my auntie? Because I had thought I'd be digging potatoes tomorrow? Why did the Earth have to choose precisely that moment to explode? No sword and shield in hand from a historical fencing club, no joyride on a motorcycle. Even if I'd just been in the kitchen, holding a knife and that same potato, the end result would have been way better. I formulated all of my displeasure into one short expression. Fuck. I was already swinging to throw the damn tuber. The realization that I probably shouldn't only came to me at the last moment. Okay, take it easy. Deep, steady breaths. I rapped my knuckles on my forehead to regain some shaken resolve. The system made the rules here. I could, of course, stand here like an angry kid and act out of spite, give the system the finger, and follow the clerk. The system hadn't turned off the safe mode for no reason, after all. Vengeful piece of shit. Or rather, wise and all-seeing. Yes, that had just been a joke. I didn't want it to do anything horrible to me. I was a good boy. If I didn't have the strength to achieve victory, I'd have to get to work on having the brains. There was no way the potato was just a potato. The system had given it to me. That meant it must have had some kind of deeper meaning. It would be catastrophically stupid to throw away something like that. What was I meant to do with a potato? I turned it around in my hand. It was a pretty standard bulb, as my Belarusian auntie would have said. Sat quite comfortably in my hand. Textbook example, straight from a restaurant ad or something. I would love to cook it right now in its jacket and eat it with butter. Or fry it in a sizzling pan. Or mash it up into a puree. I was suddenly reminded that I'd barely eaten anything today. I had a couple of slices of bread for breakfast, then sat through a day of classes and library study. I was relying on a big dinner at my auntie's, the kind of meal where you don't get up from the table, you crawl away, expanded from all the tasty homemade fare. You feel hunger, all characteristics reduced 10%. Eat food quickly to fill your energy meter. It really did feel like hunger, not just hunger. Twisting my insides into a spiral, creeping up my throat, producing a crazy amount of saliva. Eat it and get this over with. There we go. A decision. The system had given me a hint. I'd never eaten a raw potato, but I wanted to dig my teeth right into it, then and there. No, I couldn't eat my potential artifact. I couldn't, and that was that. I remembered Stace describing some kind of charisma boost. That meant she must have felt her bonus item boost her characteristics. Even that hottie was smarter than you, my conscience said to me. It helped. I was growing angrier and more determined. I stared closely at the potato, hoping to detect the same feeling I felt when I tried to work out my own status. To my surprise, I managed it a lot more quickly. On perhaps the 4th try. Name: Mega Potatomus. That made me snort. It felt like the system, like a modern AI chatbot, had already scanned all Earthlings' consciousnesses to produce pearls like that. I continued. Name: Legendary Potato. Eat this potato every day and you'll become a hero. IP copyright, The Great System. The rarest representative of the tuber variety. If eaten, gives temporary buffs. Stamina +2. Strength +2. Wisdom +1. Buff lasts 1 hour. Can be placed in the earth. The last bit was in brackets at the bottom and in small print. No explanation was given for how, why, and for what purpose you would plant it. But instant consumption promised a lot of perks. It gave me what now? If I ate this, would I instantly double my stamina and triple my strength? I could become a mega killer, go out and punch all my enemies. I'd kill them all and be the only one left. Or maybe it wouldn't work like that? Who knows what perks they had over there, with that bat and that sledgehammer. Plus, I needed to work out how stats worked and what they meant. Would the strength and agility increases be multiples of my original levels, or multiplied by some coefficient? You feel hunger. All characteristics reduced by 15%. Quickly eat food to restore your energy meter. More hints from the system. Pure stubbornness made me decide to do the opposite. I didn't like the stuff they put in the small print. They always put all the most important parts in there. Obviously, my potato might just rot in the soil, or mice and moles might gnaw at it. But maybe something legendary would grow from it. A magic tree, even. I wouldn't die of hunger. Any forest, even a systemic one, would have mushrooms or berries. The others were managing to survive somehow, and they didn't have a potato. Or would they all die tonight, of hunger tonight, while I outlived them all, for days and days? That'd be a real fairy tale ending. I shook my head, wiping any nonsense like that from it. The only thing left to do was to find a place for my future potato patch. Along the bottom of the ravine ran a small stream, more like a trickle. I decided to follow it upstream. Plants needed water to function properly. I'd learned that working on my aunt's allotment. Unexpectedly, once it turned dark, I emerged into a small valley. The rays of the setting sun allowed me to make out the cliffs fencing it in on 3 sides, leaving just a relatively tight pathway of a couple of 100 meters. Once it reached the valley, the stream flowed into a small lake with crystal clear water, through which I could see the rocks on its bottom. Hell, if this wasn't the perfect spot, then I didn't know what was. I approached the lake and dipped my wet, tired head into it. The water was surprisingly cool and refreshing. The dirt I kicked up was immediately swept away by the current. I cupped my palms and drank directly from the lake. I didn't have a kettle to boil the water anyway. I had to hope the system had simplified some everyday moments and had not yet invented E. coli. It was invigorating. The interface didn't show any gains yet, but my mood improved like a click of the fingers. I was alive. I hadn't died. What more could you want? Wouldn't mind some food, but no. I already knew what I had to do. I stepped away from the stream, choosing a spot slightly hidden from the forest by a mountain slope, and dug into the earth with my hands. The ground felt loose and pliable. Pointless. I soon realized the error of my ways and walked back to the forest to break off a dry, sturdy branch. Spade stick. That's what they had called them in my archaeology lectures. I remembered how we'd laughed about it back in first year. There you have it. That was the current level of technology. One step above rock bottom. The stick did make it easier. I disturbed the soil and shoveled it out with my palms. I managed to dig a decent seed bed before it went pitch black. I buried the potato in the darkness. It took a dozen laps to the stream and back to carry water in my palms to water the resulting mound. I waited expectantly for an encouraging message from the system. "Well done, comrade. You're on the right track." Not a damn word. Hungry, frustrated, and angry, I fell to the ground next to the buried potato, unable to get up. A wave of fatigue came over me, and I passed out immediately. Not exactly a model day of survivalism, no matter how you looked at it. Hunger woke me. I jerked upright, remembering where and what I was. Your characteristics have been reduced by 65%. My body ached. Sleeping on grass had not brought me any particular comfort. Or perhaps this was all a result of the hunger debuff. A little longer like that and I'd have been a goner. Wouldn't even have woken up. But what surprised me more was the small bush about a meter away from me. A potato bush, for Christ's sakes. And it was entirely ripe already, with yellowed and dried up tops. A spitting image of the bushes that would have been waiting for me at my aunt's. Ripe mega potatomus, ready for picking. Even the system said it was already ripe. What kind of speed was it going at to have grown into this overnight from a single potato? My stomach immediately responded with a lengthy howl at the thought of food. Right. I'd deal with everything in order. I picked up the stick spade and started digging. The soil yielded easily, and soon I was holding 7 huge, juicy root vegetables. God damn, I was good at this. Looked like luck was on my side today. And, as if to back me up, the system flooded me with messages. You have grown a potato mus. Level, epic. You've earned a profession, farmer. You've earned your first profession. Reward, 1 bronze box. New mission available, homestead. Plant at least 5 cultivated plants. Reward, 500 XP. The last line decorated the available missions tab. I mentally poked at it, and a barrage of text hit me. Personal missions, homestead. Universal missions, feed 1 player, 1 bronze box. Kill 1 player, 1 bronze box. Accept 1 player into a group, 1 bronze box. Commit 1 theft, 1 bronze box. Catch 1 fish, 1 bronze box. Create a settlement, 1 silver box. Enslave 1 player, 1 silver box. It was a hefty list, several dozen items, and it was clear that this was only the first stage. There was probably more to come. Commit 5 murders. But it was obvious for now that the system absolutely did not care how you developed. You could be a moral bastard or a healthy human survivalist. It'd follow you in either direction, giving you tasks and rewards. The first path was noticeably simpler, since all you had to do was wreak havoc, death, and destruction. The second was more difficult, but seemed more promising. While almost all of the aggressive quests required a sacrifice or a target in the form of other players, neutral quests could be done alone. I didn't want to meet any of my former traveling companions. Messing about here, getting ready for the bullies to come to me? That sounded more peaceful. If only someone could give me a hint about how to make myself a village. Blam! A bronze box appeared next to me. With the same ribbon, like the ones that contained the bonus items at the start point. The only difference was that those ones were matte black. The box opened with a thud. Title: Bad Bronze Knife. Level: Garbage. Strong, rugged, just what's needed for surviving bare-assed in the jungle. Rambo approves. Characteristics: Agility +1. Strength +2. What a gift! It was a small knife, about 20 centimeters long, with a serrated edge on one side, like something out of a history textbook. Except there they were depicted badly battered and worn, their wooden handles rotted away through millennia of lying in the ground. There was the evolutionary leap, from the stone, or even the wooden age, straight to bronze. The conversion into slavery mission glistened in bright colors. Was there really a slave plantation in store for my future? This knife was very well appreciated. A little strange it wasn't a shovel or a watering can. Apparently the boxes were just a lottery. Anything could pop out. No point in dreaming for now. There was work to do. And by work, I meant potatoes. The bush itself I threw to one side and divided the harvest into 2 parts. 2 potatoes for me, for provisions. The other 5 I'd plant again. I wasn't sure that 2 would be enough to completely remove my hunger, but the prospect of gaining a level was just too tempting. I really didn't want to eat raw potatoes. I remembered something from the lectures I went to on primitive society. It's actually impossible to start a fire by rubbing 2 sticks together. There's a method with a flat board where you twirl an upright stick like a drill. But where was I going to find a flat board? A walk to the nearby cliff was much more promising. There I found a scattering of black stones, very similar to flint. I cut off thin chips with my knife and started pounding them with rocks, hoping to knock out a spark. I felt like a caveman, truly. Success! The fire crackled merrily, sparks went flying. I had a realization, and immediately dug a hole in which the very visible flame could be hidden. The branches were dry, they didn't give off smoke, and the prospect of a quick lunch filled me with optimism and a light dose of what-the-hell-ism. While the fire burned out, creating the coals necessary for cooking, I planted the remaining 5 potatoes. Digging the holes was easier this time. Perhaps it was my new farmer profession. Perhaps I was just getting better at it. Baked potatoes are the best thing mankind has ever invented. That's what I thought, as I sank my teeth into the scalding crop's burnt skin. Mother Almighty, what a beauty! My eyes shut in bliss. I paid no attention to the incoming notification, which didn't even surprise me. You have eaten a baked potatomus stamina, +2 strength, +2 wisdom, +1. Curiously, the potatomus had lost its mega prefix. Its legendary level had turned into just rare, and the stats had decreased. Hopefully it wouldn't degrade any further. It would be better to satisfy hunger and get buffs steadily than to be OP for an hour and then suck your paw. From there, it only got more interesting. You have cooked your first dish. You have earned a profession. Cook. He who does not work, eats. 100 XP gained. You have reached level 2. Points available for leveling characteristics, 5. Next level 0, over 500. The new profession offered its own line of development. Did that mean the system was encouraging us not to follow one monotonous routine? To try to develop in all directions at once instead? New tasks appeared in the Personal Missions window. Cook 5 different dishes. Given my meager stock of ingredients, that one was currently Mission Impossible. That branch, by the way, was called Michelin Star. I laughed. For my second level, they hadn't given me a box, just XP. That was understandable, though. If you had the chance to win a gun for every little triviality, whether you wanted it or not, Every player would be running around with a gun in a couple of days. So that was probably for the best. Slow development gave you more chance to think it through, find the best route. Danger. Your area is under attack. The first thing I did was fall flat to the ground to make myself unnoticeable. If the plantation was under attack, then that person or creature could be a danger to me as well. Luckily, I'd managed to build a fire partway up the mountain, almost at the very slope. Scraping my belly against the ground, I crawled over to the potatoes and looked out from behind the rocks. The potatomuses were already out of the earth, but I didn't notice anyone nearby. The top of the plant looked strange, as if moving. Beetles. Large black beetles were crawling over my potatoes and eating them. New mission available. Save the plantation from the pests. Reward, 100 XP. I'd kill those damn bugs without any reward. I gave up hiding and rushed towards the bushes. They'd already been pretty heavily gnawed on. I plucked a fat beetle with stiff, spiky legs from the top of a plant. Bitch! It bit me. It only took 1 HP, but it pissed me off. I threw it to the ground and tried to stamp on it, but it crawled back to the plants like nothing happened. I had to grab 2 rocks and crush the pests, like with a hammer and anvil. For each one, I gained 1 XP, which felt like a mockery. But over the entire process, I earned as much as 50 points. Once the system informed me that the mission was over, I literally keeled over. Screw it. I'd put all the extra points into strength and stamina. I'd still have time to improve my agility and all the other delights. But if I hadn't had enough stamina here, the beetles would have eaten my entire crop. Danger! Your plantation needs watering urgently. Reward, 100 XP. Rest was a distant dream. I had to dash off to carry water from the spring in my palms. Watering 5 bushes wasn't as easy as watering 1. The rest of the day was taken up by this running. Twice the bugs attacked. 3 times the plants needed watering. No XP for new missions. The carrot was gone. All that was left was the stick. By dusk, I fell down like a dead man and slept until morning without dreaming. The next morning, however, the potatoes greeted me with the message that they were ripe and wanted to be harvested. After digging up the crop, I reached level 3. I put 2 points in stamina, 2 in strength, and 1 in agility. Wisdom, intelligence, and the other abilities seemed less important. I wondered what was in White Mouse's book. Intelligence was probably more useful for her. That was probably how she read it. I didn't know how the characteristics worked, but I couldn't feel any change in myself. I wasn't stronger. I was no less out of breath. I didn't get tired as fast, I guess. But again, it wasn't like I timed it with a clock. This was all by feel. I was also glad to see that Potatomus was still classed as rare and gave me the same buffs. I could continue to plant it without fear of the characteristics dropping off. The next step of the mission, Homestead, required me to plant 50 potato bushes, but the reward was generous. As much as 1,000 XP. I'd need 2,500 XP for level 4, so it was a big boost. But I decided not to bust my ass just yet. I'd barely managed 5 bushes. It was too early for any great feats of labor. 10 potatoes went into the ground, another 5 in the fire, and the remaining 15 I kept in stock. I didn't know how to store them yet. Maybe I'd have to dig a cellar. But nothing would happen to them in the next day. I could decide after that. Welcome to Primeval. I was so surprised that I almost stepped in the fire. The voice was soft, but I was sure it could be heard in every little remote spot. It was also duplicated in the text that popped up before my eyes. You've already tamed your first animal, planted your first cultivated plant, and built a rudimentary dwelling. Current association level, tribe. Tribes include relatives and slaves, 14. Current settlement level, campsite. Campsites must contain a dwelling, a hearth, and a food supply. Current leader level, chief. Chiefs establish their power by brute force. Enjoy the game. Completely opaque, but very intriguing. Cultivated plant. That was definitely about me. I wondered who had tamed the animal, and what kind of animal it was. I hoped it wasn't too big or aggressive. I didn't understand what it was saying about a settlement. Why create it? A player who was just sat in one place was doubly vulnerable. Although, that was exactly what I was doing. I wasn't leaving my potatoes for anything now. You can't carry a plantation in your pocket, so I had to stay here and protect it. If you looked back at ancient history, that's how it worked. Peoples who practiced farming had to sit in one place and build all sorts of fortresses to protect their goods from all sorts of primitive goons, like Hittites, Scythians, and other Cimmerians. Yes, the very same ones Conan the Barbarian came from. But they still robbed the farmers, often killed them. So my historical knowledge was of no practical use to me. It just got me nervous instead. The only thing separating me from the campsite stage right now was my lack of a house. So I'd build one. And then what? What good would it do me? What was it with these explanations that made things more confusing? Fuck! It wasn't helpful to guess in situations like this. I had to try something out. Still buffed from the potatoes I'd eaten, I headed out into the woods to get some building materials. I wouldn't be able to gather anything too substantial with my bare hands, so I'd have to settle for a tent. Surprisingly, it proved relatively simple to construct. What was so hard about it? Gather some suitable enough branches and chop them with a knife if you don't have the strength to break them. I spent several hours collecting materials and taking them to the soon-to-be campsite of ancient man. It took just as long to make thin cables out of twigs, which could somehow tie the branches together. I dug holes, hammered in supporting pillars with a fork on top, put beams between them, which the rest all bound to, forming something like a roof. A similar process with the walls would protect me from the wind. And finally, I covered everything with patches of moss and leaves. I also put some branches inside, making myself a simple bed. I was filthy, wet, and exhausted. But lunch, in the form of a couple of potatoes and some water, returned some of my spent energy. Even while eating, I kept a close eye on my surroundings. Suddenly, I saw movement in the forest. Another moment, and I was completely convinced that I had been found. Someone was sneaking through the bushes. Chapter 3. I covered the fire with a cut piece of turf and hid myself away in my observation post. The spot was slightly away from the fire, and the rocks kept me hidden from view, but I could see the entire section of forest between me and the valley. A human figure was visible in the distance. A gray suit stood out like something foreign amongst the foliage. The individual was walking cautiously, stopping regularly to look around. As they approached, I made out that it was Piggy. The past 2 days had not changed her for the better. She had transformed from a pampered madam with capriciously pursed lips into a frightened creature, constantly looking round. Her soiled clothes were torn by bushes in some places. It added no pathos, though they were stretched quite appealingly over the necessary parts of her body. Piggy walked into the open, ready to rush back into the forest at any moment. Judging by her appearance, she hadn't joined the ranks of the predators, She was currently firmly in the victim category and posed me no immediate danger. It could be a trap, though. If I stuck my neck out, a support group with bats and sledgehammers would jump out of the bushes. That's what I would have done. The pause dragged on. Piggy was walking deeper and deeper into the valley and would soon reach my plantation. This sucked. If she really was alone and she stumbled across my potatoes, she'd be all like, "I found them first," and "They grew on their own." I wasn't quite ready to kill someone to win an argument. Not yet. I wouldn't abandon my potatoes either, though. I hadn't done all that work for nothing. Concealing my knife just in case, I went out to meet her. When she saw me, she relaxed a little. I got a little offended at that. Was I such a good boy in her eyes that I didn't pose a threat? "Hi," Piggy said. "Are you here alone?" "How about you?" "I asked first," she said, pouting her lips childishly. Piggy looked a little strange. Her eyes were tense, her movements jerky, as if she were going through withdrawal. Unfortunately, it was something I'd seen a lot in the student dormitory. Could she be a drug addict? Weird. She looked like a polite girl. A lady, even. "You did. I didn't answer." "Okay, screw you, tough guy," Piggy giggled nervously. "Do you have any food?" I suddenly realized it wasn't drugs. It was hunger. Just the simple desire to eat. I remembered what happened to me the first night, and she'd been wandering through the woods for days. Hence the withdrawal. Yep, don't think of me as any great altruist. I had remembered the mission to feed another player, and the reward it came with, too. Bronze boxes weren't just lying around on the roadside, and I had enough potatoes. I should, of course, give her some of my provisions. For a while, caution fought with greed. Greed won. "Please, please," she asked. "I haven't eaten anything for 3 days." Now that the capricious, bitchy expression had left her face, she seemed much prettier and younger than before. Perhaps a little older than me or Stace. To be on the safe side, I led her the long way round, to the right over by the spring, fearing at every moment that someone would jump out of the forest. But it was all right. Piggy really had come alone. We sat down by the fire. I pulled back the turf and removed a potato from the coals, then handed it to her. Piggy dug into the tuber, scalding herself and giving an ooh, then started devouring it in large chunks. Meanwhile, I asked her what had happened to her. She told me willingly. Maybe she was hoping to evoke sympathy. Or perhaps she just wanted to talk. When the Gopniks had caught up with her and her husband in the forest, that old goat refused to fight for the honor of his wife and ran into the thicket like an Olympic sprinter. The appetizingly squealing prey had seemed more interesting to the Gopniks, so nobody chased after Desk Jockey. "How did you escape?" I asked. "I don't know." Piggy shrugged her shoulders. "I just ran, and they fell behind." Something in her story didn't add up, but I pretended to believe it. After she escaped, Piggy got lost wandering through the woods. She had tried to catch a small animal, like a marmoset or a squirrel. She'd eaten some unknown berries and nearly died of stomach cramps. She even ate some grass before stumbling upon me. "Oh, it's delicious," Piggy drawled, giving her outfit a risque tug over her chest area. "Delicious, but not enough. Be a good boy. Bring a couple more and some water. Something's dried my throat." She looked around like a housewife. "Not a bad setup you've got here. That tent is so cozy. It's cramped is the only thing, although you could sleep by the fire now. The nights are warm." I watched with curiosity as this lady transformed from a modest sweetheart into a controlling mistress. Of course, I'd heard stories of how, after their first night together, girls say that the wallpaper in the bedroom needs changing because it annoys them. But this was the first time I'd ever seen such a thing myself. You have completed the task, feed 1 player. Reward, 1 bronze box. New personal mission available. He who does not work, eats. Feed 5 more hungry people to advance to level 2. Reward for completing, 500 XP. Was the system reading my mind or something? The name of the mission was spot on. Piggy, I said, let's make a deal. I watered these potatoes with my own sweat and blood. If you work on the plantation too, then I'll feed you. That wasn't much of a lie, by the way. Those bugs bit me, right? Right. That meant blood was spilled. I wasn't saying this on the spur of the moment. I'd thought it through. I couldn't run this plantation alone. Sooner or later, someone organized would get to me and harness my modest vegetable garden in their favor. Of all the traveling companions, the only ones I could negotiate with were the workers and the mouse. The rest of them were fucked up. No need to mention the Gopniks. Major, Desk Jockey, and Stace would never take me for an equal. They'd say, "Thanks, boy. Now go out and spread manure on the beds." Come to think of it, I didn't know shit about the ones I was considering normal either. Maybe they were soulful people. Or maybe they'd kill me for a couple of potatoes while I slept. So Piggy was the best candidate to join the team. At least she was weaker than me, and I could keep her under control. Work? Piggy batted her eyelashes at me. I have a better idea. She lifted up her top, and I was hooked. I just couldn't take my eyes off the 2 bouncy, juicy hemispheres that jumped out for freedom. And we'll never know how that story would have ended if it hadn't been for the damn system's message blocking my view. You are forming a group. Group level, tribe. Do you wish to accept player Piggy into your group? As a wife? As a slave? Other. No way. I wasn't ready to get married yet, not even to those enchanting tits. Or rather, to their owner. And she was married too, kind of. I didn't know if the laws of the old world applied here, but it restrained me somehow. On the other hand, slavery would be savage. I couldn't help but think of latex and whips and collars. It was embarrassing to suggest that a grown-up, self-sufficient woman should be my slave. Ridiculous. I mentally poked at other. No other options available at this time. Select the status for player Piggy's entry. Wife. Slave. While I stared dumbfounded at the interface, Piggy decided everything on her own. She jumped up and lunged at me. Whack! Another. What the hell was she sticking in my belly? It turned out the lady was trying to kill me with my own spade stick. She puffed and aimed for my liver, but I was only losing 1 hit point per hit. In a court of law, it would have been qualified as attempted murder by unsuitable means. But that didn't seem like any mitigating factor to me. Are you out of your mind? I tossed Piggy to the side and pulled out my knife. I'm sorry, she shrieked. I didn't mean to. I was out of my mind. Let me go, please. She tried to run away, but I grabbed her leg and threw her to the ground. I couldn't let her go. Not now. Because sooner or later, she would bring someone here. Whether for revenge, to buy her life back, or just for free food. Come on. 1 blow, and that would be that. The body would even melt away humanely, so I wouldn't have to bury her. I'll work day and night! Piggy saw something in my eyes and got really scared. I'll blow the dust off the damn potatoes. Just don't kill me. Choose a status for player Piggy. Wife. Slave. Player Piggy agrees to be your slave. We lay on the grass, breathing heavily, both of us processing what had happened. What does being a slave mean? Piggy asked. I have no idea, I answered honestly. Guess we'll find out. Then suddenly, congratulations, you have fulfilled all conditions to create a settlement. Housing, food supply, at least one inhabitant. Huh? Congratulations, you are the first player to create a settlement in your location. Reward, 1 silver box. What? You've been promoted to class Lord. A new personal mission is available. Increase your settlement to 10 people. I give in to curiosity and immediately go to my statuses in the interface, paying no attention to anything else. Class Lord. Everything the sun touches is yours. Current status Chieftain. Buff Charisma +2 plus 10% to all traits plus 5% to all traits for subordinates. I could barely get my mouth shut. I was still fighting the shock. Just like that? I'd just got a new class, a boost to all stats, and a special boost to charisma as well? I had to check something out for myself. I turned to Piggy, who was stroking her bruised side. Piggy, I asked, have I become more handsome? She squinted, tilted her head to the side, and smacked her lips. No? Well, what had I expected? Stupid question, stupid answer. Although, she said, your eyes seem brighter. They used to be kind of dull, like a dead fish. Now they're kind of nice. She looked away as she said the last words, and a slight blush spread across her cheeks. All I could do was grin. I thought charisma was meant to be useless? No? Well, even if I had thought that, I'd been wrong. It became even clearer how much of a boost Stace had received. Was there even a threshold at which people only looked at you like a freshman in love with the best-looking girl in the school? The new status, of course, brought me some nice irony. I remembered one famous book which had an onion knight. I, meanwhile, had become the Potato Lord. My entire estate consisted of a shambling shack, 5 potato bushes, and a cranky young lady unaccustomed to physical labor. But on the bright side, the day before yesterday, I'd had nothing but 1 potato and an empty stomach, so I couldn't complain about my fate. Meanwhile, a whole line of boxes had lined up in front of me. A bronze one for feeding Piggy, a silver one for forcing the well-fed Piggy into slavery, and another silver one for creating a settlement. All right, time to play roulette. I opened the bronze one first. You received a fragile pot. A small camping pot lay inside. The system's imagination hadn't been too extravagant. Name: Fragile Pot. Who cares if it's crooked? It works. Level: Garbage. No bonuses or buffs for you. Standard cooking utensil. That's what garbage is for. Yeah, that wasn't much to get excited about. On the other hand, even with just 5 bushels of potatoes, I was going crazy running to the stream and back carrying handfuls of water. So the pot would save a lot of nerves and time. Besides, it wasn't clear what constantly drinking unboiled water might do to you. At least now we didn't have to think about any mishaps like that. Piggy, catch! I threw her the pot, which she caught awkwardly, almost dropping it. Go to the stream, get some water. I'll sort out the new status changes. The girl grunted indignantly, but didn't say no. She probably remembered that I had the knife. As she set off, I opened the first silver box. The silver light blinded me for a moment, and then the system beeped. You have received a box of system cider. What? In front of me clinked a carton of 6 small bottles, kind of like the ones that shops sold expensive beer in. Never mind the fact that it wasn't a box. What the fuck did I need this for? Name: System Cider. Level: Silver. This cider isn't just a drink, it's a legend in a bottle. When you drink it, it feels like you know how to do anything. Too bad it only feels like it. Bonuses: Agility +5, Stamina +5, Intelligence -5, Wisdom -5. Lasts for 30 minutes. Raises mood. To be honest, I had expected something more from the silver box. In the current circumstances, even the pot was going to prove more useful. Hopefully I'd get lucky with the third bonus. You have received a survival kit. In my hands appeared a rough cloth shirt, trousers of the same material with a rope instead of a belt, and woven sandals? Seriously? Each piece of clothing granted a characteristic bonus. Name: Survivalist Shirt. Level: Garbage. Your great-grandfather wore one of these and had nothing to complain about. Characteristics: Stamina +1. Name: Survivalist Pants. Level: Garbage. These pants have seen some shit. Characteristics: Agility +1. Name: Survivalist Boots. Level: Garbage. Just right for tramping the field. Characteristics: Wisdom +1. Really? Sandals that give a bonus to wisdom? How the hell did that work? No guide, no instructions, no explanations. Nothing. Put them on, my friend, and wear them with pride, dammit. All right, I was just grumbling. If nothing else, anything that boosts my characteristics was great. The clothes I was wearing were already in bad shape. My t-shirt was torn, you could just rip it to shreds. My jeans weren't much better, and there was a gaping hole in my left trainer. It felt like the local world was trying to get rid of the items that came here with us. Piggy's expensive tracksuit was also gleaming with holes. Oh well, that'd have to do. I quickly changed into my new clothes. The sandals gave me the most trouble. They had to be tied around my feet with ribbons, no laces or anything. Adapt, overcome, improvise. When Piggy came back, I sent her to water the potatoes, explaining in no uncertain terms that if she messed up, her food would be ruined. And mine too, technically. She suspiciously examined my new wardrobe, but didn't say anything. Just snorted thoughtfully. After making sure that she was taking my instructions seriously, I turned my attention to a wooden post that had appeared 10 meters away from the tent. Somehow it looked vaguely like the strange metal object that had been in the clearing when we woke up. There were no symbols, runes, or anything else on it. Just a pole, 20 or 30 centimeters in diameter. As I focused my attention on it, a window popped up. Settlement. No _ Name. Level. Primitive site. Bonuses. +5% defense against wild animals. +5% defense against invaders. +5% damage caused by settlement inhabitants. +5% plant growth rate. +5% pet growth rate. There it was, the most important part of the settlement. If we were attacked, we could hit harder, and we'd take hits better. The numbers weren't that big yet, but as the settlement grew, they'd be bound to increase. And if you added my bonuses as a leader to that, the advantage became even more impressive. I looked at Piggy to assess her value as a combat unit, sighed, and read on. Population: 1 lord, 1 slave. Indexes: economy, 1/100. Politics, 1/100. Culture, 0/100. Army, 0/100. The only thing that was clear so far was the fact that nothing was clear whatsoever. I would have kept studying the parameters and all the information available if it weren't for a rumbling from the direction of the plantation. Piggy had fallen over with the pot, dousing herself with water from head to toe, and now she was sat on her ass, oohing and aahing. What the hell? With a heavy sigh, I headed over to her to speed things up. Besides, it was time to get to work for real on the plantation. 4 hands was already better than just my 2. We managed to plant 5 more bushes. That made a total of 10. I got Piggy to do the planting, letting her grind farmer to level 2. Don't you dare distribute your characteristics without me, I say. 2 points in strength, 3 in agility. Oh, can't I put them in charisma? No. Not even 2? No. Fine, 1. Okay, 1. Piggy jumped up and ran to the lake to look at herself in the water. When she returned, very pleased with herself, we agreed that at each level she could put 1 point in charisma. Piggy sat by the fire and counted something on her fingers, calculating, apparently, how she'd progress her levels. As well as farmer, she probably now had cook, so there were more than enough missions, and now she'd get a serious incentive for growth. I'd learned a lesson of the novice slave owner. The carrot and the stick should be alternated. I wasn't wrong. That evening she made boiled potatoes in the pot, expanding our range of available dishes. I decided to sacrifice a couple of bottles of system cider to bond our primitive collective and celebrate the founding of the settlement. The cider was strong, tangy and tart, with the taste of fresh apples. It instantly hit my brain, removing all worries and doubts. Shit, I was 3 sheets to the wind. I was going to go and kill all the gupniks. I wouldn't even take my knife with me. I'd just kick them. So why didn't you take me as your wife? Piggy asked, in a rather tipsy voice. I saw that there were 2 options. Did you not like me? What a setup. Thank you, dear system. I hadn't expected that from you. Would you have married me just like that? I found that thought terribly funny for some reason. Why not? Piggy gave me a critical look. I probably wouldn't have looked at you right away. But you've already sorted yourself out. You've got a house and you're all set up. Women like a guy like that. You have a husband, I replied, not overly kindly. She had her eyes on my homestead then, ready-made. That doesn't count here, Piggy said breezily. There are no passports or registry offices here. And what kind of a husband wanders off into the woods without a care for his wife? What's with this weird division anyway? Just wife and slave. Why are there no other options? That's what it was like in ancient times, I explained, glad to evade the slippery subject. Only relatives lived in the tribe. Brothers, sisters, grandfathers, grandmothers, everyone was related to someone. And if a stranger came into the tribe, they were either killed or turned into a slave. They lived the same way, together with everyone else, even slept in the same house and ate at the same table, but they weren't considered a relative. You can't marry relatives. Piggy shone with erudition. Therefore, wives were taken from other tribes, most often just stolen. Oh, how romantic, Piggy said, unexpectedly. So there wasn't anyone other than wives and relatives. What if a man comes? She giggled. What do you suppose you can do with him? That question took me off guard as well. I didn't think any of the other players would agree to be my slaves. It sounded a bit degrading for a modern man.
And the second option is even more dubious.
Perhaps they'll offer themselves up for adoption, I thought aloud. There were boyar children like that in the old days. They weren't born into boyar families. They just served the boyars.
Oh, I can't, Piggy laughed. Desk jockey's gonna come over and say, "Daddy, Daddy, give me some potatoes?" Or that laborer, Johnson, him too. I couldn't help it. I started laughing too. The cider really had cheered me up. Life seemed beautiful and carefree. It didn't matter that our home planet was dead, that we were in the middle of nowhere playing some game, the rules of which we didn't entirely understand. We were having fun. "Here, my lord," Piggy said playfully, handing me the empty, upside-down pot. "Do you have an ear for music? No bear stepped on your ear when you were a kid?" "I think I do," I replied. "Then here, play this rhythm." She tapped something out, and when she was sure I could repeat it, she started spinning around in front of me. There was something wild and exciting about it. A tender rhythm that pulsed with the beating of my heart. The crackle of the fire and the girl dancing in its light. Piggy threw off her blouse to reveal a lace bodice and started a belly dance. It was beautiful. She evidently knew what she was doing. "Oh, my sovereign lord," she purred. "You've resisted seduction." Once again, the system had prevented me from looking at Piggy's tits. Was it jealous? Will plus 1 abstention. It was real. It wasn't just the fantasy of some pimply-faced anime fans and great cultivators. It had a purpose. Piggy saw my satisfied smile and moved more vigorously. Yeah, keep going. I like it," I encouraged her. "Your will has been increased by 1 point. Will plus 1. Oh yeah, watching and grinding levels, I thought, as I sipped my system cider. What a life. The morning is wiser than the evening. I have no idea who said that, but I couldn't disagree more. Problems don't solve themselves. Nor will enemies kill each other without your direct intervention, even though you wish they would. You've resisted seduction. Will plus 1. And a good fucking morning to you too, great system. When I opened my eyes, I had the pleasure of seeing Piggy's sexy figure, her leg thrown over my stomach. The same seductress pressed her breasts, ready to jump out of her bra, against my shoulder. Not only that, she was burning my left ear with her breath. You've resisted seduction. Will plus 1. Would that thing shut the hell up? Did I mention I hated Mondays? Somehow I was sure today was a Monday. How did that song go? Always look on the bright side of life? After finding yesterday's pot near the campfire and taking some water from the spring, I returned to the tent and generously cooled my warm body. Then I admired Piggy's wide eyes and squeal as she sprang into action. The sun is already high, I pointed. Why aren't we working? Having delegated her to work on the potato beds, I engaged myself in more serious business. Rumination. After all, what is the strength of agricultural peoples? It's that they have plenty to eat. If all the hunters and gatherers had to search all day long just to avoid starving to death, then farmers like us only needed 1 piggy to feed 10 warriors who could swing all day long. So we'd have a division of labor. She could work, and I could guard her. Seemed fair to me. Besides, I couldn't help thinking that in the forest, my competitors could already have gained a lot of levels just by grinding various mobs. What had I killed? Beetles? It was time to make my own foray and gain some XP. Only then would I have a chance to survive a direct confrontation with other players. They had numbers on their side, and all I had left was my level. It was far from certain that they would be on lower levels than me anyway.
Maybe it was just Piggy who hadn't had a chance to level up, and the Gopniks were already running around the forest, killing wild animals and players, gaining levels by the dozen. Phew. Stay calm. Inhale, exhale. Grinding was a matter of the mind. There's a reason I played MMOs in my spare time. I still had an undeniable advantage: the settlement. More specifically, the Great Potatomus. The first night had demonstrated that without food, you're practically nothing. Your stats drop, you lose all your characteristics, and you can't engage in a full-fledged fight. That's why each player would have to worry about food, and shelter too. Sleeping on the bare ground wasn't a great option. It was easier for me because I had the legendary Potatomus. If Piggy could work on the plantation, I'd have all the time in the world to go and grind out levels. And that would be hours saved, if not whole days. I laughed involuntarily, imagining our future encounter with the Gopniks. How did you get to that level? You should have been playing MMOs, not working out so much, you idiot. Next on the agenda was the creation of a proper survival weapon. The knife was great, of course, but against a bat or a sledgehammer, my chances were almost nil. I didn't have the agility to dodge a coordinated attack from those three, and only a complete moron would fight one-on-one. Neither I, nor, I suspect, the Gopniks were that stupid. So I needed a spear. Sturdy, long, and handy. To keep the enemy at bay. There's a reason why spears were used by almost every ancient army in the world. In search of a shaft for my weapon, I went to the forest, where I cut a fairly long and straight stick. It was about as long as I was tall, so it was easy to handle. After creating a slit on one side of the stick with the blade of my knife, I pulled the two halves apart slightly and inserted the knife handle. Then I tried tying it with thin rods or flexible tree bark, but this construction failed its first test. Fortunately, there were some pieces of old clothing, which I tore into strips, and used them to fasten the tip to the shaft. I had hardly finished my work and started looking for someone to try my new weapon on, when a message popped up in front of my eyes. Attention! Your plantation has been attacked. 2 potato bushes have been damaged. What the hell? I ran headlong towards the camp. The thought of losing my vegetable garden drove all fear from my mind. I was going to rip those bastards to shreds with my bare teeth. Imagine my surprise when the first thing I saw as I arrived was a half-naked girl snoozing sweetly in a hut, while the plantation itself was attacked by some floppy, big-eared creatures. Not quite rabbits, not quite hares. For God's sake. Ooh, baby. There was definitely a big, hearty stew on the menu tonight. Chapter 4. The big-eared beasts were nibbling all over the growing potatoes. It'd be all right if it was just the tops, but these bastards had dug up the ground with their furry paws and pulled out the actual potatoes, then immediately started eating them, gnawing at them with their huge teeth. Their little furry faces were filled with bliss. My potatomuses! I wouldn't allow it. Feeling fury burning everything in my chest, I rushed at full speed toward the plantation. The first hare didn't even notice, as the point of my spear dug into its torso. I was going to go grind in the forest, but the grind had come to me. All the better. The first blood had been spilt. My first drops of XP. The furry scavengers died in one hit. That was good news. The bad news was that there were too many of them, and they were very agile. The beasts knew something was wrong right away. They gave nasty little shrieks, regrouped, and attacked. These animals already thought the potatoes were theirs. Before I knew it, the first paw hit me in the leg. -4 hit points? Holy shit! 1/10 of my health. Just like that. All that just from a paw? What the hell? Are these rodents from a Shaolin monastery? Did they get training from Jackie Chan? Distracted, I almost missed the furball that leapt at me, intent on digging its sharp teeth into my arm. At the very last moment, I managed to put the shaft of my spear under its jaws. The teeth clenched around it, leaving deep marks in the wood. I wished they were boiling in a pot. What kind of dentist did these wretches go to? I'd go there too. 2 more came for me, realizing their meal was over. There were more of these things than I had first thought. 20 in total. If I'd met them somewhere else, I'd have tried to escape by now. But this was a matter of survival. I took 2 steps back and held my spear forward. I'd made it just in time, no doubt. I wouldn't have survived this situation with just a knife. But it wasn't very convenient to handle. The enemies were too small and skittish. One hair slipped through on the left-hand side, where I had an open flank. A little further, and it would have been able to claw at my flesh. I dodged it, but its teeth yanked my trouser leg, and I fell to the ground. One of the creatures was running at me, aiming for my throat. Bam! A rock suddenly flew over and smacked the hair straight off me. It fell to the ground and twitched its legs, seemingly stunned. I poked the bastard right away to stop it getting up. I didn't work that hard to have a walking coat lining ruin everything, Piggy screamed, launching a new rock. She was standing by the cliff face, picking up projectiles right out from under her feet. This one missed. Bam! Another miss. Piggy was throwing the rocks with gusto, but not too successfully. Not enough agility either, I realized. I'd have to rethink my approach to agility in the future. "Eat a potato!" I shouted. "What?" She went wide-eyed, obviously not understanding my advice. It was clear that she had never played online games, and did not understand what a characteristics buff was. "Eat a potato, you idiot!" I yelled. "You'll be better at throwing." Meanwhile, I was attacking another hare. Already aware of their speed, I made a fake lunge, and then thrusted my spear in the direction of the second one as it tried to attack me from behind. Success! A bloody trickle appeared on the animal's body, and then it collapsed to the ground. The third one was ready. I was lucky that these things didn't attack me straight away, that they tried to eat my bushes first. Otherwise, they'd have come at me in droves and chewed me up. But this way, they could be fought off more easily, although I kept getting notifications of another bush dying. Whack! Hair down. A satisfied Piggy danced with potato in hand, taking a bite out of it as she went. I immediately finished off the wounded animal and, taking advantage of the artillery support, went on the offensive. "For potatoes and garden!" I poked them with my spear at point-blank range. When there were only a dozen of them left, they scattered and hid in the bushes. The plantation was ruined. I looked at the torn bushes, the holes in the ground, and the gnawed potatoes in horror. Small, white, unripe tubers, which, most likely, were now useless as food and would not bring a harvest. Among them lay fluffy hare carcasses. Surprisingly, they hadn't disappeared after death. They could be collected, I guess. They're mobs. I touched one carcass. It disappeared, and in my hands appeared a hide and a piece of meat. It was neat, like it had come from the shop. You have gained a profession. Hunter. New mission available. The early bird catches the worm. XP 100. Next stage. Hunt and carve 5 different types of prey. Those floppy-eared creatures. I would find and personally sacrifice each and every one of them. The hares were my enemies now, and my vengeance would be terrible. I slowly turned around to see another of my prey. Upon seeing my face, Piggy shrank back and started to justify herself. "I was helping you, throwing stones." "Where were you supposed to be?" I boiled over. "Why were you sleeping instead of working in the field?" "I was so tired yesterday." Piggy lowered her gaze. "I won't do it again." "You're being punished," I said. "You won't be having dinner tonight. All your potatoes will go towards new bushes. You'll have to lose weight." "What? Am I fat?" Leaving Piggy to collect the rest of the rabbit carcasses and grind some housekeeping skills, I began to calculate the losses. Of the 10 potato bushes, 2 survived. All the others had been dug out of the ground, and their tubers were classified as spoilt potatomuses. I didn't want to risk planting or eating them, but I gathered them into a pile, just in case. I had an idea for them. It wasn't all bad, of course. It was less than an hour before ripening. If we replanted all the potatoes, I would compensate for the losses. But it was still scary that the hares had almost destroyed the entire plantation. What if they had? What if I'd lost my supply? That thought scared me, and Piggy's punishment didn't seem cruel anymore. Quite fair, in fact. Victory over the hares brought another 100 XP, and along with the achievement for a new profession, I finally reached level 4. Every damn point into agility. Otherwise I couldn't even hit a rodent. It's worth noting that the hunter profession didn't allow me to get all the goods out of the hares. Their bones, veins, so on and so forth. I just got the hide and a cut piece of meat. A fillet in store-bought parlance. It was too low-level a profession. Perhaps things could get more interesting from here. I never would have thought that the system could motivate you to go and get killed by some monster in the woods. Not even like this. On the other hand, such a maneuver would raise the value of the hunter profession considerably. Either you had to constantly take risks and go after dangerous forest creatures, or else, dear friend, you'd best work hard at the day job. While I was distributing my newly acquired points, I noticed something strange in the window. A new tab appeared in the upper right corner, just like a browser. I hoped this one would be free of viruses and ads. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to stand more jokes from the system. Epic fertilizer. Make it grow and earn some dough. Ugh. Fingers crossed. I clicked on the tab and saw a list of slaves. What more could you expect? It wasn't a graph of all my tamed pets, was it? Although they were basically the same thing, right? Okay, back to what I could see. Piggy was the only entry on the list, and the best part was, I could see her stats. I couldn't change anything. It just said, view only. That's it, really. Name, Piggy, level 2. Class, none. Professions, farmer, 1. Plant maturation speed, 5%. Cook, 1. Cooking speed, 5%. Hunter, 1. Retrieves simple loot from killed animals. Abilities. Thrower, 1. 5% damage with throwing weapons. Skills, none. Strength, 3. Agility, 3. Endurance, 1. Intelligence, 1. Wisdom, 1. Charisma, 2. There was something interesting there. Piggy had professions, but no class. I thought that you got it automatically with your first achievement. It turned out that the system gave me a gift like that, while the rest of them went around classless until their first real achievement. There were also abilities. Professions were peaceful, but abilities were for combat. On with the observations. Inventory. Name: Zealous Shopaholic's Bag. Class: Legendary. The perfect handbag for shopping. Roomy, comfortable, strapped. Also good for whacking people in front of you in the queue. Bonuses. Stamina, +5. It all made sense now. I had still been wondering how Piggy managed to get away from those 3 jerks so quickly. One of them? Maybe. Perhaps escaping 2 was still quite feasible. But 3 at once? So the secret was her starting bonus. The stamina buff had just prevented her from getting out of breath in the marathon that took place, leaving the Gopniks too out of breath to chase her, so they gave up on it. A perfect example of stat differences. 3 or 4 points could turn the tide, which meant the grinding question was back on the table. But what about plantation security? There are only 3 things you can watch forever: crackling fire, gurgling water, and someone else working. And if that someone else is a beautiful girl, it even becomes meditative. "Are you going to help me?" Piggy hissed at me unhappily, wiping sweat from her forehead. Her chest rose languidly, attracting the eye. I suppressed the urge to swallow saliva. "No, I'm making sure you do it right. Then I can go off on my own to level up, without worrying that you'll fall asleep in your tent and forget about the plantation." Piggy cringed at the words. "Oh, you exploitative little bitch!" and turned her back to me to continue planting potatoes. What a little devil. She carried on digging holes with her spade stick. Perhaps I would craft her a proper hoe. It'd be better than a stick, even if it was a spade stick. Or perhaps a plow, since Piggy was already harnessed into the work. I'd consider that option a little later. The phrase, "getting plowed," would definitely take on a new meaning. She did deserve some credit. After the incident with the hares, Piggy no longer shirked responsibilities. She realized it had been her fault that we almost lost our only regular source of food. She didn't want to starve again, more than she wanted to enjoy doing nothing. So now I had a slave who wasn't the most industrious, but was at least conscientious. Or so I wanted to believe. An extra military unit, too. Piggy had put a good shift in during the fight with the rabbits, even if she couldn't kill them with one throw. She stunned them well, giving me a chance to finish them off. She'd now received a bonus on using throwing weapons. That was worth taking advantage of. But how? I couldn't exactly make a bow. I'd need a strong rope for a bowstring, something that could hold the tension. Most ancient peoples used slingshots, a loop of leather or cloth that you put a stone in. You had to swing it to throw it. Firstly, I wasn't sure I'd find the materials for it. Secondly, I doubted very much that Piggy would be able to master such a weapon. My eyes attached themselves involuntarily to Piggy's ass, which tried to attract my attention by bending over excitedly while she watered the plantation, exposing her lower dimensions at the most tantalizing angles. She had opted not to wear trousers today, claiming they were too hot. "You've resisted seduction. Will +1. After habitually ignoring the sign before my eyes, I rose to my feet and hurriedly approached Piggy. Noticing my approach, she gave me a mesmerizing smile, sensing victory at last in our silent standoff. "What's wrong?" She batted her eyelashes innocently. "Take off your clothes," I said hoarsely. Piggy blinked 3 times, not understanding me. She blushed like a tomato, covering her breasts with her hands and taking half a step away from me. You don't understand. I'm not like that," she shrieked, making me wince. "Don't get it twisted. I don't want you. I want your panties. I pointed at the black lace panties, making her look more angry than ever. Pervert, she said flatly. I clutched at my head in fury. The elastic, damn you! I want the elastic from your panties. I want to make you a slingshot. Piggy looked at me suspiciously, but I steadfastly ignored any possible mistrust. Did I really have to justify myself? Who was in charge here? My way or the highway? The girl squinted from side to side, then said, Give me a minute. No problem. Who was to know what was in the woman's head? Yesterday she had almost danced a striptease and hinted at marrying me. Today she was blushing like a schoolgirl. She wasn't a child, for God's sake. What was there to be ashamed of, if the question concerned our common survival? Piggy hurried off in the direction of the tent, returning shamefully in sports trousers rolled up just above the knee, with a piece of cloth in her hands. Here. She held out the underwear, her face red. Are you sure you're not a pervert? I'm sure, I sighed. I realized that the knife, that is, the spear, would not be as easy to use now. Those goods had gone towards the common good. It was therefore necessary to get something small and sharp to replace it. No boxes were forthcoming from the system, so we had to act, as our great, and so on grandfathers did, in their caves. Having found a few suitable stones, very similar to flint, I started beating one onto the other, chipping off piece after piece. It wasn't complex technology. Splitting flint produces sharp edges, almost like glass. You don't need to sharpen it. You just need to give it the right shape. Once upon a time, we used to fool around on holidays, pretending to be ancient hunters. How useful knowledge like that was now. I set up an anvil on a large, flat rock. A hefty stone which fit snugly in my hand would serve as the beater. I broke the core into several pieces and chose the ones that fit my size. Then I carefully knocked off the excess. I didn't get it right away. The first two attempts split. I was such a master craftsman I could even break a stone. I hit my finger out of anger, knocking off a few health points. So that meant self-end was possible here after all. It was only after a while that I started getting the shape I wanted. The shape of a blade. A little more shaping, and voila, I had a real chopper at my disposal. It was no match for a bronze knife, of course, but it would do the job. Congratulations, you have created a chopper, plus 50 XP for creating your first tool. Name, Chopper. Level, garbage. No longer a stick-em poke-em, but a long way off a machete. Recommended use, toothpick for a mammoth. Bonuses, strength +1. Laugh all you want. Some people didn't have what I did. You have earned a new profession. Craftsman. New mission available. Jack of all trades. 100 XP. Next step, make 5 different tools or weapons. I picked up the linen shorts, carefully cutting off the elastic band along with a fragment of the fabric itself to make it more convenient as a slingshot. A small shard of silicon handled it just as well as a knife would, sharp as a razor. But the system was in no hurry to recognize it as a weapon. All that was left was to run to the forest and cut down a straight enough stick with diverging branches. And now I had all the requisite materials. I fastened the elastic to the wood, allowing me to aim it around myself. A dozen more minutes of fiddling, and my tortures came to an end. Congratulations! You have created a slingshot. Plus 50 XP for creating your first weapon. You have created a silver level item. Plus 100 XP. Huh? What? Name: Victoria's Secret Slingshot. Level: silver. As they say, 2 wrongs make a right. Once a year, the elastic from your panties might even fire. What a modern-day miracle. A pre-loved slingshot. Bonuses: agility +3, charisma +1. God damn. I'd already worked out that the level of items here was indicated by the value of the metal. It's not by chance that we're getting bronze or silver boxes. So silver was a very big deal. I looked at my hands. They seemed like mine, but why did they look all gold all of a sudden? Guess it was just the legendary craftsman in me. I should ask Piggy if she had a spare pair of underwear. Maybe I could make a similar level of weaponry for myself? I guess it hadn't been such a bad day. The arrival of a silver weapon was a nice trade for the losses of the hair invasion. Couldn't be better. Thinking sweet thoughts, I returned to the tent and to Piggy, who was crouching down next to it. Piggy, look at what a beauty I've built you. She was in clothing that was very much not her tracksuit. Her appetizing figure now bore some form of skirt that had an uncanny resemblance to hair hide. And on top of that, a bra of the same design. A caveman-style mini bikini. "Oh, I'm getting myself patched up a little over here," she smirked when she saw my surprise. "How did you do that?" "I have no idea." Piggy smiled. "What do you mean?" "I'm telling you, I have no idea." "I tried to repair my trousers, since you brazenly stole my panties from me." Piggy folded her arms under her chest indignantly, making her breasts look even bigger. "And then suddenly I got the tailor profession, and a bronze box appeared. That's where I found the sewing kit." "Can you show me the sewing kit?" I asked. "Yeah, here." She handed me a wooden box. "Just think, already managed to prick my finger and spoil 3 hides," she complained. "It's not for nothing that Mom told me to find myself a rich asshole." "A what?" "A man." Oh. I listened to her lamentations half-heartedly, studying the contents of the box. A dozen different needles, a few skeins of coarse thread, and a dozen scraps of cloth for patches, either just plain or to be used as samples. That was the whole set. It wasn't much, but in our situation, it was a real technological breakthrough. "Well done," I said, when Piggy paused in her apparently endless story. "I made you a slingshot, by the way. And not just any slingshot. I guess they were lucky panties or something." "They were expensive," she sighed. But she still reached back and grabbed the slingshot. "Rare? Boost to charisma? Thank you, thank you, thank you." Before I can react, I find my face pressed between 2 insanely soft and firm breasts. "You've resisted seduction. Will +1 system. You stay out of this. Let me savor the moment." All the frustration of the furball attack washed away. Hey, that's the life of the systematic slave owner. The fire was crackling merrily in the forest gully, hidden from prying eyes. It was almost burnt out, and over the crimson embers some meat was roasting, its fat bubbling. A man in camouflage and a long-legged beauty of a girl looked at their future dinner in silence. Behind their backs was a spacious tent, skillfully hidden among the branches of a large fir tree. A person passing through the forest by chance wouldn't have noticed it, even from 2 steps away. Inside it was dry and spacious. Next to the tent, on a grid of wooden poles, lay dried meal prep. The same meat, fish, and mushrooms. The campsite was impressive in its thoroughness and thoughtfulness. And yet something was missing. Player Stace offers for you to join the settlement in the category Husband. Player Major offers for you to join the settlement in the category Slave. Both messages appeared before them almost simultaneously. The man and the girl met eyes. She snorted contemptuously. He looked away. It seemed this was not the first time this situation had arisen between them. They stared at the fire again, without saying a word to each other. "TJ, quiet. She's probably coming from the right," Hunchback whispered. "And why did we get in here?" "Who could have known?" TJ said. He was freaking out. "Alert!" Hunchback looked out. "We're burning up! Shift it!" He shouted the last words while already running. The thorny bush behind which the two Gopniks had been hiding smelled of smoke, and soon transformed into a flaming pillar. TJ ran too, falling awkwardly on his right leg. It wasn't working too well after their run-in with that bitch. Panic flared up inside him. Who could even have guessed that this would happen to them? There was no one to rob and kill. The manager's wife with the tits had gotten away by some unknown means. The boys had almost thrown up their lungs, but she'd sped through the woods like a bulldog, no stopping. The second chick had immediately got in bed with the major. TJ and his mates tried to poke their heads in, got 2 arrows fired back at them, which almost took all of Top Dog and Hunchback's HP. They decided to look for easier prey. Desk Jockey had cut a deal with the laborers, and a confrontation with those 3 had also been fraught, with a lot of blood. The student had burrowed into some hole. The boys hadn't found him in 3 days. There was that woman who looked like a teacher. Mouse something. The boys agreed that she wasn't that old. She'd do for a while. Somewhere to the right, there was an electric crackle, and Top Dog screamed terribly, like a cat being crushed by an asphalt roller. TJ forgot about caution and rushed forward, stumbling over roots sticking out of the ground and breaking through branches. Hunchback ran after him. There was another crack, this one closer. Hunchback's unruly body convulsed, and he collapsed to the ground. He saw a thin human figure standing over him. Mouse's hair was disheveled, and flames danced in her eyes. "Don't, please," whimpered the Gopnik. "I won't do it again." The woman held out her hand, and fire burst forth. "The main thing is to unite everyone under common leadership," Desk Jockey declared. "I am a representative of authority, and I know how to manage human resources. I graduated from the highest management courses." "Hands off," Johnson said sternly. "This food is for everyone. You've already eaten your meal." "I'm engaged in intellectual labor," the supposed leader blabbered. "I'm entitled to an increased portion." There wasn't much food. The only critters they came across, skittish little creatures similar to hares, had been too hard to catch. Yesterday evening, Junior had found some mushrooms. That morning, Johnson made a trap out of twigs and tree bark and caught a couple of hares. Their carcasses had turned into 2 pieces of meat. None of them had achieved fire. They ate the meat raw, their hunger overriding the disgust. "I'll find that bitch. I'll destroy her." Desk Jockey switched to his favorite topic. "That bitch ran away from me on purpose." Johnson shook his head. At first, the manager had seemed convincing and authoritative. The old master was a doing man. He did not like to argue with people of authority. But for the past day, Desk Jockey had only given slogans and swearing. But at the same time, Johnson himself had no idea what to do in this unfamiliar world. So he had to follow the verbose boss. At least he was offering something. Plus, Desk Jockey had taken SWAT's sword, claiming that he knew how to use it. He wouldn't give it back out of goodwill, and it would be a shame to give up such valuable property. The air in the clearing around the obelisk thickened into a fog, and a body materialized amid it. The person twitched, opened their eyes, and turned around in disbelief. "I'm alive," the man exclaimed. "The system saved me. So the path I'm following is true. Shit, where's my sword? And where are the others?" It was only now that the man who the system had christened SWAT looked around himself. His fellow travelers from the train were not in the clearing. Instead, a dozen huge savages were sitting around a big fire. Above the fire hung a cauldron from which a light steam was rising. The savages looked at the lad with as much interest as he looked at them. They seemed very excited by his arrival. "Wooka wooka," said the largest savage, and made a gesture that SWAT thought seemed indecent. Oh, mother. Chapter 5. The following morning, I set off on a crusade. More like a scouting trip, really. The hare attack had proved that staying put in our encampment was not the best choice. If I don't see the problem, it mustn't exist, was ostrich tactics, hiding your head in the sand. I hadn't even explored the valley yet, and I was already getting surprises like this from its inhabitants. What if next time there were a bear? Or a mammoth? Truth be told, I didn't know what I'd do, but better to know about it in advance. To be honest, the other thing was that staying sat in one place was really annoying. So I was secretly excited to be undertaking this potentially dangerous event. It was a new experience. I snuck through dense forest. The sun was still tentatively trying to break through the branches and dense foliage, while a light breeze made goosebumps crawl over my skin. In theory, keep in mind, the clothes from the system should have given me a noticeable boost in characteristics. The system was a strange thing. I appeared to have reached level 4 already, and my strength, stamina, and agility were much more powerful than before. I tested my new abilities. I couldn't think of anything better to do, so I threw my fist at a tree. There was now a distinct dent on it. The pain caused by such a stunt was, obviously, considerable. But funnily, I had expected more. It takes a lot of momentum to make such a deep dent, which means the recoil on my hand must have been just as substantial. In other words, the hand would be hit as hard as the wood. But no, that didn't happen. Just a little numbness, as if I had hit a hard punching bag, and a tiny chunk of HP flew off. A miracle. That was the first weird thing. And as for the second, Achoo! Fuck. Several birds in front of me took flight from their spots among the tree branches, and I uttered another swear word to myself. I was still a shitty Chingachgook. My movement through the forest was not especially secretive. I comforted myself with the thought that it was impossible to keep up with everything. I wasn't a spy. I was a powerful, heavy infantryman. Strong, steady, and capable of inflicting serious damage on the enemy. Why the hell weren't my increased stats saving me from the morning chill, or the heat of the day, or whatever? Shouldn't my stamina stat be responsible for something like that? I was at 10 right now. That was because I had borrowed Piggy's secret weapon, the shopping bag. She was very anxious for me to come back, saw me off like I was heading on a round-the-world voyage, so she parted with her bonus with no objections. With stamina like this, I should have been able to swim like a walrus through icy water with no harm caused to my body. Or was there some kind of hidden stat that was responsible for resistance to external stimuli? How did the system work, and why did it work that way? Were there any ways to change the game mode, or change the difficulty? How come I got to become a lord rather than a boyar of the system? The social structure must have looked different if you were Chinese or Zulu, especially since the system mentioned that there were other races here. Maybe they used magic, or runes of some kind. I wondered if any of them were elves. What about catgirls? The questions got bigger every day, but the answers weren't getting any better. I was also starting to get uneasy about the silence from the other players. It was like they'd all disappeared. If Piggy was able to find me, then the others wouldn't find it too difficult. I had to prepare for our encounter, which was likely to be unfriendly, as soon as possible. Luck can't last forever. But first, we had to solve our rabbit problems. I'd tear them all up. Then I'd be the only one left with a coat for winter. Or the only two, if you counted Piggy. Without her new profession, I doubted I'd be able to make much out of a dozen or 24 carcasses. But she wouldn't stay away. She had a keen nature. Catching small animals in the woods seemed like a fool's errand, but I hoped they had a nest somewhere, or a colony, or den, or whatever it'd be called. From the depths of my childhood, I remembered the ingratiating voice on the television saying, "Hares live in warrens that together make up entire earthen cities." Or was that about meerkats? Either way, Godzilla was coming to their fucking town. Why? Because you shouldn't be trespassing in other people's gardens. There was a sudden crack of twigs. I crouched, peering cautiously ahead. It definitely wasn't hares. Those would have behaved more modestly. Those things were quick and agile, and I'd already come across a couple of them. One of them escaped into the thicket, and the other, to my surprise, I managed to kill by throwing my spear, opening my personal vendetta account. They were also almost silent, which convinced me even more that they definitely learned their art of raiding and stealing from some rat in the bowels of the earth. Why else would they attack one enemy as a group? Meanwhile, a snout emerged from behind the bushes. A big one. Thankfully not human. But there was little cause for optimism. Name: Warrior Boar. Level: 10. One day, the god of war came down to earth and saw a piglet. The next thing you know, censored. Thus was born the breed of mighty warrior boars. God damn, this was a real-ass boar. It was huge, about 1.5 meters at the withers, and as round as a bowling ball. Although it was more the size that determined the size of his hide and muscles. Even the thick red stubble on his flanks looked like armor. Who was I kidding? Damn it. This thing was a ball of meat, with tusks and a snout. It weighed 100 kilos. Was it really a level 10? If we'd been in the primitive era, this thing could easily play the part of a mammoth. At least the fangs underneath its mighty snout would pass for tusks. Would my spear even reach the body, through the fat and muscle layers? And even if it did, how many times would I have to poke this beast with my DIY spear to get it to the afterlife? The correct answer was none. Because after the first blow, he'd trample me into the ground and roll me out like a pancake. So I fell flat on the ground, pretending as much as possible to be a bush. Had I complained about my low agility? I'm sorry, dear system. That was a joke. Now I was very cleverly pretending to be a rag doll. I even stopped breathing. After the first boar, 3 more of its kin appeared. There were also 6 small boars, which didn't look so threatening anymore. Name: Common Boar. Level: 7. A juicy boar, with a beer, a nice smoke. Name: Piglet. Common Boar. Level: 4. Peppa's distant relative, Ramirez. Oink oink. Just cute little piggies, perfect for a skewer. I wished I could meet those relatives alone. You have earned the profession of Tracker. Mission: Crawl quiet, and you'll live longer. XP 100. Next step? Sneak up on 5 different animal species undetected. Fuck, were they really gonna scare me like that? The leader's snout twitched warily. It looked from side to side. I was shaken up, and he could smell something wrong. I stayed huddled to the ground. I was lying under a large shrubbery, which made me almost impossible to detect. My body had sufficient coverage from the fallen leaves, grass, and moss. I was almost buried. The clearing where the herd of wild boars were stood was downwind of me. It's not for nothing that I'd listened in practical life lessons instead of sleeping with my face in the desk. Even so, I sighed with relief when the leader, finding nothing, led the boars further into the forest. By the way, lying on the ground, I was close enough to the ground to find a mushroom right in front of my nose. Oh, a toadstool! Name: common toadstool. Eat it, and you'll become a debaucher. Bonuses: Wisdom +2, Strength -2, Stamina -2. Time: 30 minutes. Addictive. Now I'd seen everything. A toadstool that buffed wisdom? What was this, some kind of shamanic practice? Eat one of these mushrooms and you'd be zen? I wouldn't even take it with me, 'cause Piggy wasn't very attentive. She'd stick it in the pot, and then you'd be tripping. I also noted, however, that there were mushrooms to eat, not just meat and potatoes. And if we fried them in the pot, all we'd need is some magical fat, like from that boar. It was all a distant dream for now. All right, mushroom soup wasn't a bad idea either. I needed to diversify my diet. The system kept prodding me to move in different directions and kept giving me goodies for it. I carried on, looking carefully under my feet, and immediately my thoughts were confirmed. Your cook profession skill has activated. You discovered an edible plant. Found field garlic. Add to food for possible increases in characteristics. I picked the unattractive bunch of herbs and carried on. I had to try. Perhaps with the help of plants like that, Piggy could grind her cook profession and make new dishes with enhanced buffs. As well as the garlic, I found a dozen more mushrooms. Edible, if you could believe the interface. They were called spruce morels, and they didn't look too appetizing, but they'd do in a pot. Attention! Your settlement is under attack! Sons of bitches, they wouldn't let me finish my work. Well, I'd have to be back later for the souls of those floppy-eared beasts. It was good if the hares were planning a counterattack, but it was much worse if a boar or a human had come to the plantation. Forgetting caution, I scampered back through the forest. I still hadn't reached my final goal. I found no lair or colony, though I was sure I was on the right track. It couldn't be a coincidence that I was encountering more and more of these monsters as I got deeper into the forest. In the meantime, I got the punitive mission out of the way. 5 hare carcasses into the bag. If you don't want to cut them up, you could carry the carcass itself, rather than the meat and skin separately. The magic of the system. Or perhaps self-hypnosis. Depends how you looked at it. As I ran, I realized that the bag really was a cheat. My breathing didn't even change, despite the speed I was traveling at. No, it was gradually shifting, and sweat was beading on my forehead, but that was a lot slower than if I were moving without the artifact. The 2 bonus items in my hands were really proving how enormous their advantages were. The endurance bag and the legendary Potatomus, the beginnings of my settlement. It was frightening even to think of the abilities one might get from Swat's sword, or the Major's bow. I wish they hadn't made the first main character a Xiansha and the second a Hawkeye. Even a settlement wouldn't be able to save me from them. I skipped over an overgrown snag and ran back to a familiar path. Piggy had trampled it when she found a couple of raspberry bushes near our campsite. I don't know how, probably by smell. The desire for sweetness had destroyed her mind, and I'd done little to stop her forays into the woods. The hares would swarm in, and I'd lose my main manpower. That would be really, humanly tragic. I decided to try to plant the raspberries to a safe place in the valley in future. We could grow a vegetable garden. So, I arrive at the plantation and see 6 dead bodies. Dead hare bodies, thank God. Piggy was stood by the hut with a slingshot in her hands, breathing raggedly. When she saw me, she immediately raised her weapon, ready to release the rubber band. "Piggy, it's me!" I shouted. Her eyes flashed with recognition. She fell on her ass from exhaustion. I ran over to her. There weren't any visible wounds. She looked intact, just exhausted. "I thought I was done. God, I was so scared," Piggy said, shaking. The adrenaline had definitely hit her nervous system, and now it was knocking her back. "You were gone. I was here alone, and then these," she wailed. "I was running round the tent, and they kept coming after me. Good thing I had a slingshot. I got away." She finished her story and collapsed in exhaustion on the grass, unable to get up. "You did great," I reassured her. "You can rest. I'll take care of the others." As I looked around, I noticed that a lot of things were askew or out of place. The pot that once hung over the fire now lay to the side. The roof of the tent had turned sideways, and one potato bush had been chewed. Irritating, but much better than the first invasion. Looked like the hares weren't as dumb as we thought. They had noticed I was out hunting, and decided to take advantage of the opportunity to eat the unprotected potatoes. Thankfully, this time Piggy was on guard and with a slingshot, and managed to distract them from the meal. The clumps of fur, learning from the first encounter, immediately rushed at the girl instead of continuing their feast. Maybe it was wrong of me to think in the old categories? Regular hares can't reason or counterattack, but mobs controlled by the system can. Maybe it was using the big-eared creatures to test our mettle. It turns out I really was tied to the potatoes in order to keep them safe. Piggy might not be able to swing it next time, and she should be gardening, not standing guard. The potatoes suddenly needed watering again. I patiently took the pot in my hands and watered all 10 bushes, while Piggy lay in the tent. She deserved a rest after today, perhaps even dinner, too. Rehabilitated by her war heroics. What conclusion could be drawn from all this? If I didn't want to work with my hands, I had to work with my head. To find more work for my hands to do. We needed defense, of some kind at least. Not me and Piggy specifically, but the settlement and the plantation. Otherwise there'd be another rodent infestation the next time I go out. And we couldn't say that the third time they wouldn't muster all their forces. "This is what we'll do," I instructed. "Take a breather, then we can have a snack and get down to business." "What business?" Piggy sighed, not really arguing. "The most important business of all. We're going to build a fence," I declared, and rose to my feet. Piggy mumbled tiredly. "Digging again. How much can one woman—" The next 2 days passed as if in fast forward. Me and Piggy arranged a complete renovation of the settlement. First, I decided to build a cellar. That was the disrespectful name for my settlement's gold reserve, the potato storage. For that, I dug a shallow dugout, about waist height. I chiseled the earth with a hoe
and scooped it out with the universal pot. Despite the proximity of the mountains, the soil was relatively soft and loose. I didn't even want to think about how that could be the case. I was just grateful. On top, I covered the dugout with a shield of twigs and branches and a layer of turf, all to keep the potatoes away from the sun and its heat. There's a reason potatoes are probably stored in cellars and in the shade. Plus, it wasn't too noticeable from the outside. I chose a spot closer to the lake and, conversely, further away from the entrance to the valley to put the cellar. That created a decent distance from the potential enemies that could arrive from that direction. The tent had to be rebuilt, as the roof no longer held up, and it had originally been made, to speak frankly, poorly. It was too cramped for 2 people to sleep in it,
And although I was not particularly against the company of a sexy woman, my patience could always come to an unexpected end. The notifications of my will growing were the only thing keeping me in line. I had already reached 12 points, twice as much as any other characteristic. I didn't see any use for it, but I assumed it would be useful, especially because, as my will grew, it became easier and easier not to give in to her provocations. I also moved the new tent to the lake. Besides the distance, the lake gave us a small head start on the forest creatures, namely the wild boars, perhaps something worse. The lake itself was shallow, so there were nothing but mosquitoes, frogs, and fish in it. The water was clear, so you could see the bottom, and I found no crocodiles lurking. I set up a new campfire here. The second shelter was bigger and stronger. After the experience of building the first one, and with 4 hands on deck, it was not hard to build something similar. The moss on the floor provided a dry cover, much better than the damp earth. We even made some clumsy doors from the same branches. A little wild, yes, but compared to what had gone before, an incredible luxury. There wasn't much I could do about the plantation, and why should I? It was going to get bigger soon, so we may as well make sure we had a decent area for it right away. And now that I had a decent supply, I could take a risk. Every day we planted 10 potato bushes, each of which yielded an average of 6 potatoes each. Sometimes it was 5, sometimes 7, but it averaged out. We allotted about 20 for food, considering that potatoes were our main dish. That meant the 120 potatoes we'd gained in the 3 days after the hare invasion, 123 to be exact, were an inviolable reserve. On the first evening after my return from the short adventure, a joyous piggy cooked a stew with potatoes, hare meat, and wild garlic. It was delicious, and the potatoes added +2 to strength and +2 to agility, on top of the standard potato buffs. The next day she made mushroom soup, which gave +3 to stamina, and then roasted some meat over the fire. The result was a useless +1 to strength, which didn't stack with the potato buff. Piggy only had one more dish to make before the next level of cook, and she was urging me to go into the forest to look for more ingredients. In her impatience, she even threw raspberries into the soup, as a result of which she was fined 500 XP for stupidity. The soup itself became inedible and had to be poured out. I didn't penalize her, but lunch had to be cooked again, so Piggy punished herself quite well. All of these were trifles, which we managed to get done before the evening of the first day. My main plan was the fence. I couldn't manage a serious hedge. For that, I would need a proper axe and a saw. So I decided to build a wattle. It would keep the smaller creatures out, and it could hold up the bigger ones while I came running towards them. Or run away, as the case may be. That boar would see an obstacle and not rest until it was all blown away. I'd be at a disadvantage regardless. For this goal, I had to improve my set of primitive tools. I had built a hoe a little earlier and used it while building the cellar. It looked like a pretty standard, modern hoe. The trick was to find and cut a stone that was wide and flat enough on one side and narrow enough on the other to fit into the split handle. For strapping, I used scraps of our old clothes. The fashionable tracksuit was also requisitioned for this purpose, torn into narrow strips. Piggy refused to give me her bra, putting forward completely left-field excuses, in my opinion, that her breasts would dangle while she worked if she didn't have it. Well, let them dangle. That doesn't bother me in any way. I didn't insist, as my primary labor force was working like a tractor. The bag that I'd returned to her gave her an inexhaustible supply of stamina. The second tool was a sickle. For that, I found a short, bent, and elastic enough stick, which could be split lengthwise without splitting into two halves. Into the split, I inserted sharp plastic slabs, which the wood instantly clamped. Now, to prevent them from falling out, I wrapped the wood with cloth tape. It was a cross between an ugly saw and a giant's comb. And then I saw the magic of the system with my own eyes. You have created a stone saw. You have created a bronze weapon plus 100 XP. My tool was enveloped in a glow, and even just visually, it became stronger and more comfortable. The tines stopped wobbling, and the bands of webbing tightened, becoming practically one with the wood. The description sounded funny, by the way. The weapon was made of stone, but its level was bronze. Name: Crooked Saw. Level: Bronze. Patience and hard work. You'll get the hang of it. Characteristics: Strength, +2. Stamina, +2. I was growing. I wonder what the system valued so highly. The fact that I was getting more experienced at creating tools, or the unusual appearance of the product? By the way, it hadn't named the hoe, spade stick, or knife in any way, and didn't give me any bonuses for them. That was understandable, mind you. The system didn't respond to your every sneeze. Having armed Piggy with the saw, I sent her to cut sticks for the wicker. Near the lake, there were several weeping willows with long, flexible branches. I proposed that we destroy them. They'd look bare, but I didn't care about aesthetics. I went into the woods and up to the nearest tree. Looked like a hazel. With the help of the chopper, I cut down branches that were similar to the shaft of my spear, but thicker, more substantial. Then I had to dig holes for each future support and hammer the supporting posts into them with a stone, before covering them back up at the base. It was a pity that the base couldn't be concreted. In theory, you could try to make lime if you found rocks with chalk or limestone in them. But it was a long process. With my capacity and labor force, it could take a week. It was hard work, but the increased strength and stamina stats did the trick. A row of stakes comes into existence, blocking the entrance to the valley. Piggy followed me, braiding the stakes with willow vines. Surprisingly, they laid so firmly that I got the idea of making myself a shield like that. I wished I'd watched my grandfather when he used to weave baskets. Layer by layer, we raised the hedge to a height of 1 meter. You could safely look through it, but it wasn't easy to step or jump over. I wouldn't call it a panacea, but it was bound to protect us from the hare infestation, and it wasn't meant to achieve anything more than that. In theory, it could stop a man, even if only for a short while. Congratulations, your settlement has its first defense structure. The strength of your boundary is increasing. Name: Simple wattle. Durability, 100/100. Characteristics, plus 10% defense for settlement inhabitants, plus 20% defense against all throwing weapons for settlement inhabitants, plus 10% to all damage dealt by settlement inhabitants. Once more sparks glowed, this time around the wattle, giving a solid appearance. It had even grown in height. It had been waist-high, now it was at least up to my shoulder. And Piggy could only just look out. This was already very good news. It seemed that life was getting better. I turned round to an extremely tired Piggy. "Well, shall we go for a walk?" I suggested, pointing to the cellar, where I had also stashed the system cider. "I'll think about it," she snorted, and satisfied with herself, went into the hut, swaying her hips. Women. Morning came as quickly as the night had passed. That would be the effect of the system cider, together with our fatigue and the joy of all that successful construction. All in all, we rocked. The belly dance Piggy performed in her fur bikini was especially incendiary, and I, accompanying her, had even sang something. At the end of the evening, she decided to do a striptease, so my will had already grown to 17 points. I'd soon be a cultivator, whose superpowers would break the heavens in two. There was a noise outside. I guessed Piggy had decided to make breakfast or take her morning walk. I turned to face the wall, hoping to get another 10 minutes of sleep. But the noise just kept getting worse and worse. What the hell was going on out there? It was only a few seconds later that I realized it was human speech. And there was more than one voice. "You whore!" One of them, loud and shrill. "She's already found somewhere to throw her tits about. Got yourself all settled down. You didn't wait long. Go back where you came from, you dog." That was Piggy. "What the fuck do I want with a man who leaves me alone in the woods? I'll find myself a better one." "Look at her, everyone!" a voice screamed. "I'm telling you, a whore." "Impotent!" Piggy hurled back. "Oh, you bitch!" And then there was a deafening crack. The fence, most likely. "Attention! Your settlement is under attack." Chapter 6. I jumped up as if I'd been scalded. Fucking hell, another attack, and I was in bed. I pulled on my shirt, which was neatly folded at the entrance, and my hand found its way to the spear leaning against the wall. Perhaps I could have gone out naked from the waist up, like a hero from a classic novel. But the increased stats wouldn't hurt anyone, especially me. Blinding sunlight hit my eyes as I clambered out. After scrunching my eyes up, I noticed Piggy by the fence, flushed with rage, along with Desk Jockey, who was no shining example of placid calm himself. This came as no great surprise. I had already guessed who it was that had dropped by for a morning coffee, from Piggy's wording. That bastard was indignantly kicking my fence. A few meters behind him stood the two men, Johnson and Junior. That was an unpleasant surprise. So these three had met up and cooperated after all. The numerical advantage was on their side. Desk Jockey and his companions resemble thin and worn-out bums. Desk Jockey was the only one who stood out with his bossy plumpness, even while dressed in rags. I couldn't see any weapons in their hands. "Oh, ladies and gentlemen, the Lord of the Manor has deigned us with a visit." Desk Jockey put his hands up and shook his head for added realism. "Aren't you ashamed of yourself for stealing another man's woman?" "What makes you think that I stole her?" "What do you think? Because she's my wife. She belongs to me. You can't take her away from me. We even drew up an official contract in a registry office. From the legal perspective, she is entirely mine. Desk jockey began, in a pure stream of nonsense. He was grunting all of this, while almost drooling. Yep, on top of everything else, this guy definitely had a screw loose. You're a moron. You're crazy. That's what you are, Piggy said indignantly. What do you mean, belongs? What am I to you? An object? A pet dog? I looked at how insistently Desk Jockey was asserting his rights. If he was seriously that desperate to cling to the old rules and regulations, then perhaps I even felt sorry for him. The world had collapsed in an instant, and now everything was ruled by the system, not by some elected or not-so-elected state and its paperwork. Meanwhile, this man was trying to appeal to the stamp in his passport rather than the feelings that should be present between spouses. But Desk Jockey was still trying to influence others through non-functioning mechanics like laws and legal codexes. Legal codexes in the Stone Age. Hilarious. Show a Neanderthal the Constitution, and he wouldn't even wipe himself with it. If he were here alone, I'd probably send him away to save time. But Johnson and Jr. were stood there listening, nodding approvingly from time to time. So we were almost having a debate about different routes of social development. Well, you're like a student. You're, as it were, that, Johnson said, confirming my thoughts. All right, two can play at that game. From the legal perspective, and following the system's conditions, the woman we're calling Piggy is my slave. I stood shoulder to shoulder with my battle companion. So I have more right to her than you do, buddy. She looked at me gratefully, her eyes almost moist. Why the reaction? Did she really think I was just going to hand her over to that creep? But you've, said Desk Jockey, and pointed a sausage finger at the girl. Whore! Yep, a really incurable strain. And you know the most interesting part, Citizen Desk Jockey? I gave him an unkind smile, hoping it looked like a grin. He gave me a perplexed, angry look. Piggy was so frightened, exhausted, and depressed before she showed up here at my settlement that she immediately agreed to be my slave, without even thinking. I lied, while keeping a blank face, of course, but how would he know? Which doesn't make you look so good, does it, citizen? What kind of a husband are you if your woman runs away from you as fast as her legs will carry her and is ready to become a slave just to avoid staying with you? Desk Jockey's face was turning as red as a cooked crayfish, but he couldn't say anything. He was boiling like a kettle, but he didn't whistle. He just made a scary face. Staying silent? That's right, Citizen Desk Jockey. It's not good to show your weakness and infirmity to the public, or they'll laugh at you, and then it'll all pile up. Although in your case, how much lower can you sink? I didn't have time to finish. Desk Jockey threw himself in my direction, no longer able to control himself. I'll kill you, you bastard! How dare you put up a wall between me and my— To mine and Piggy's surprise, he pulled SWAT's sword out of nowhere. The same one SWAT used to kill the clerk. Where the hell had he got that piece from? And what hole did he just pull it out of? Piggy, get back! I screamed. I won't let anybody have you! Instead of cutting through the fence, the man threw his whole body against it, pointing his sword at Piggy. He did it so badly, I could barely contain my laughter. Have you seen the video of the fat cat trying to jump from one ledge to another? Something similar was happening in front of me. The man threw one of his legs over the fence and tried to climb over it to show us what for. But something went wrong. The fence was holding up well. It wasn't even sagging under his weight, although it looked a bit unscientific. Casus belli, the case for war, had been established, and I intended to poke him with my spear, if only to drive him away from the fence. But I stopped. It was one thing to fight rodents, and quite another to poke sharp metal objects into living people in order to harm them or interrupt their vital life signs. These were the complex thoughts I was thinking as I convinced myself to attack the jerk. "I'm not yours at all, you flabby pig. I never loved you, so get out of my sight. Go away!" Piggy beat me to it, pulled the rubber band from the slingshot, and fired the first shot of the war. A small stone glanced off Desk Jockey's face, not causing much damage. But he fell off the fence, grabbed his face, and started screaming. "I'll kill you! I'll sue you! I'll send you both to jail!" I was just freaking out at everything happening. What the hell was going on? I looked at Piggy. She was incredibly angry and upset, but perplexed too. When did we find ourselves in a cheap soap opera? Or a parody of one? Desk Jockey clumsily rose to his feet and backed away, shooting us a wary, vicious look. The police hadn't shown up at his call. Nobody was cuffing me or Piggy, and the wall of forest behind his back showed complete indifference to his cries. But things didn't work out so simple. Desk Jockey had an audience, and it was for their sake that he'd started the whole performance. He had got the very instigation he had hoped for, and now he began to play it out in his usual way. He lifted his sword like an ancient commander, then pointed it at us. "Friends, you have seen it all for yourselves. This criminal not only kidnapped my wife, but now keeps her in slavery. You see, he's used the system to completely brainwash her. He even forces her to attack me, her lawful husband, and to lie to my face." Johnson listened to Desk Jockey and frowned, but Junior was playing with the mole on his cheekbone, clearly swayed by the propaganda. "I'm not being forced to do anything. You don't believe me. Watch this." Piggy showed her ex a middle finger, sticking her tongue out. "You see? She's not herself. It's definitely that bastard who brainwashed her. He did it with the system." Desk Jockey poked in my direction. "Calm down," I said to her sternly. "Stop provoking them. Here, eat something." I held out a pot to her. Piggy had already done her best this morning and cooked potatoes with meat and wild garlic. "You just want to eat," she snapped at me, without any respect for her slave driver. "You men are all the same." "Buffs," I remind her. "If they attack, we'll need them." "That's true." She shook her head in surprise. "I hadn't thought of that." "And this scoundrel has also seized the food supplies we all deserve. He's hiding them from the workers, condemning us to starvation," Desk Jockey said, pointing at the pot. "Give us freedom! Give us food! Death to the usurper!" I wonder where he'd seen these workers. So far, only Piggy and I were working hard, although robbery was often accompanied by phrases about justice. "Open your mouth again and you'll have a spear in your belly," I told him entirely honestly. "If needs be, I can throw it too." Desk Jockey shuddered at the thought and immediately commanded his henchmen, "Attack! Now!" The most surprising part was that they actually moved forward. "Piggy, as soon as they get close, shoot at them," I commanded, standing with my spear at the ready. Now I understood his motive. Bit by bit, he'd been firing proverbial shots at me. Why? The answer was now obvious. To lure me out from behind the protection of the fence. He could have climbed it long ago if he'd wanted to, but he hadn't. On the contrary, it was as if he was luring me to his place for a showdown. Outside. Desk Jockey wasn't a moron, or rather, not that much of one. He had worked out the advantages of the fence, first by kicking it, and then by making a fake attempt to climb over it to see our, or more specifically, my, reaction. I was, after all, considerably younger. Maybe they could have lured me out, and then the three of them would have kicked my ass. They'd have the upper hand. He even made a stupid false retreat to show how weak and clumsy he was. I'd even thought of doing a counterattack, but luckily I had quickly nipped that idea in the bud. Working together, they would have no difficulty coping with Piggy afterwards. Desk Jockey doesn't consider her a separate unit. It was in vain that his wife, let's be honest, his ex-wife, had attempted to dissuade him of that. But it had all failed. I hadn't fallen for it. And we had long-range weapons. So there was no other option but to storm the place. The first to reach the fence was Junior, who was hoping to jump it mid-stride. But who was going to let him? I noticed at the same time that he had a small dagger in his hands, a better one than my old knife. Did he get it from a silver box? So his stats were higher than level 1. Level 2 here was pretty easy to come by, and you didn't get silver rewards for a pretty face. No sooner did he reach the edge of the fence than the point of my spear flashed past his face. Then Piggy fired the slingshot, but missed. What was wrong with her today? She'd been killing hares easily, and they were so much smaller. I suspected it was a psychological barrier, just like me. We were trying to scare them more than hurt them. Characteristically, she hadn't extended that grace to her husband. The guy shouted and jerked backwards from the projectile, almost falling on his back. Johnson, who stood between me and his mate with a wooden spear in his hands, tried not to let me consolidate my success. He and I realized that all other things being equal, such as length of weapon and force of blow, mine would cause much more serious damage. He only had a sharpened stick, while I had a bronze knife bolted on as a tip. The technology and the stats were on my side. "What are you standing there for? Attack from different directions, you idiots! They can't be everywhere!" Desk Jockey commanded, not approaching the fence, waiting in the treeless clearing. He was a lousy commander, of course. Too protective of his own skin, though I suspected he could cause a lot of trouble with that sword. However, the laborers, despite not doing so too hastily, were indeed moving apart, coming in from the left and the right. Now the question was, who to choose? I was level 4, of course, but the difference in stats wasn't so high that I had time to be in 2 places at once. After a bit of thinking, I decided to go for Junior. His weapon was more of a concern. I shouted at Piggy, "Take care of the old one. Don't let him near the fence." Johnson didn't look too strong, and he had a spear. I wouldn't have much advantage against him. Like my spear, it's a distance thing. Conversely, Junior was the perfect target. His weapon was a short dagger. 2 or 3 thrusts with a spear, and he'd be dead. On top of that, he was obviously faster than his colleagues. If Piggy missed him, our time together could be over. Junior noticed that I was following him and cursed under his breath. He stopped immediately and tried to climb the hedge again, thrusting his knife forward. Once again, the spear prevented him from reaching his goal. This time I wasn't being polite about it. "Fuck!" he screamed, receiving a cut on the arm. I managed to hit him. That was good. I wished he had dropped the dagger. I turn my side to him and check on Piggy. She was also successfully fighting off Johnson. He wasn't even trying to climb the fence, hiding with his head behind it, without even glancing over. That meant he and Piggy were drawn in a fight. She couldn't hit the laborer without getting close, which she was understandably afraid to do. And he was afraid to stick his head out, because that would mean a sure stone to the head from 3 steps away. Desk Jockey seemed incredibly joyous at this outcome. "What the hell are you doing? She's on her own. Take her on. Disarm her," he said, shaming his fighter. "Are you a man or what? Can't even handle a woman." That's easy for you to say, but try doing it with a silver slingshot pointed at your face. A stone between the eyes, that wouldn't even be like a blow to the forehead. Much worse. Johnson seemed to be well aware of this, but Desk Jockey, not so much. Or perhaps he just didn't care about his colleagues? Seemed plausible. Anyway, this circus went on for another 15 minutes or so. Junior and Johnson made some sluggish attempts to break into the interior of the settlement, but me and Piggy didn't let them. In fact, the whole confrontation came down to me and Junior. Johnson didn't get under Piggy's shells. She didn't take her beady eyes off him. And Desk Jockey, well, he was still trying to motivate his fighters. But in the end, he only provoked migraines with his fits of brainwashing. After 10 minutes, our game of tag finally turned into a fight of stairs. Junior at the fence, Johnson under it, and us at a distance of a couple of meters, blocking any of their attempts to poke their heads out. Plus, there was a blood stain on Junior's jumpsuit. By the laws of the genre, he'd obviously got a debuff, something like bleed. "Attention! Your settlement is under attack." Fence. 495 over 500. "You bitch!" While sat out of reach, Johnson had started picking at our fence with his spear. Of course, it was strong enough that he wouldn't be able to break through it in half an hour, but the very attempt infuriated me. I gestured for Piggy to approach the fence, but stay far enough that the laborer couldn't reach her, even if he straightened up. She stared back, but after a while she realized what I wanted. "Johnson, on the right!" Junior yelled. He turned away from me for a moment, and I immediately thrust my spear at him. Junior bounced back again, but I managed to catch him, this time on his right side. The benefits of getting stuck into the fight were clear. The moral turmoil receded. It was him or me. What, was he waving that iron blade around for nothing? Meanwhile, Piggy rushed to the fence on Johnson's right and fired a stone right at his head. I saw him fall to the ground and then get on all fours, shaking his head. "Get him, Piggy!" I was excited, but the girl hesitated before launching the next stone. Johnson was already on all fours, further from the wall, after getting his spear under it. It hit the worker in his ass, accelerating him forwards and forcing him to stand to his full height. Junior stepped back too, glaring at me angrily. His right hand was hanging limp at his side, so even his dagger was in his left hand. "What are you doing? We can win!" Desk Jockey approached his men. "They're outnumbered. What, are you afraid of women?" Johnson shook his head, and Junior snorted unhappily in their chattering leader's face, looking back in our direction every now and then. Desk Jockey looked at one laborer, then the other. Then he threw a contemptuous snort in our direction, glancing at Piggy separately, and shouted, "Enjoy your good fortune, slut. And you!" He looked in my direction. I smirked back contemptuously. I still remembered what I'd said about being able to throw the spear. Desk Jockey did too. He swallowed, and left the phrase unspoken, hastily leading his trio off in retreat. Only when they were hidden back in the woods, and a dozen minutes had passed, just to be sure, did I allow myself to exhale. Fuck. The first battle had been fought, with a clear advantage to us. The enemy had retreated with casualties. Okay, not casualties, but injuries. We kicked their ass in an exemplary fashion. We hadn't received so much as a scratch, but it could have gone very differently. If Piggy and I hadn't set up a defense in time, there's no telling how it would have turned out. 3 against 2, one would have blocked me, the other 2 would have neutralized Piggy. You can't shoot in 2 directions at once. And that'd be that. Our game would be over. What conclusions could be drawn? We had to strengthen our defenses, grind our levels, and train Piggy. It would be good to attract more people to my side, but where would I find them? The best candidates had just come over, but somehow the dialogue hadn't worked out. We couldn't call the Gopniks to our side. What about the other one, Mouse? If she was still alive, which I highly doubted.
What a jerk, eh?
Piggy said, still indignant.
I'm his property, did you hear?
So you don't mind being mine? I asked.
That's different. That's for business, she declared.
At least you know what we should be doing.
Just be warned, that bastard will be back.
He doesn't know how to make anything himself, but he loves stealing from other people. I wanted to ask Piggy why she had been lawfully wedded to such a wonderful man, but I restrained myself. Why quarrel with my only ally? We had a new life here, and we were starting it from scratch. Okay, I clapped my hands. Holiday over. Those potatoes won't clean themselves. Chop chop. Let's work now for a brighter future. Piggy got up with a sigh and went to the plantation. I, on the other hand, had decided to get started on the war effort. For the Lord, as the system had been bold enough to call me, the main task was the defense of the settlement. The wattle impressed me. I'd expected much less from such a flimsy construction. Desk jockey's kicks had done it no harm at all. The willow branches were both flexible and strong. They absorbed any blow instead of breaking. I decided to cast my mind back to the technology we used to laugh at in our lectures. A wicker shield. Like the bottom of a basket, only bigger. Useless against animals, but great against humans. I couldn't remember the process. I'd never woven one myself, but the system seemed to be helping me. The rods didn't break or fall apart in my hands. On the contrary, they bound to each other and fell easily into place. You have created a wicker shield. Level: garbage. A horrible product from a completely cack-handed craftsman. We recommend you burn it so as not to disgrace yourself. Characteristics: durability 100/100. Armor 5. Stamina -2. Agility -5. The first shield came out ugly and crooked. The notification I'd received kind of hinted at that. I wondered what its characteristics meant. As for the stamina, I could understand that. If you carry a thing like that in your hand, you'll get tired faster. Agility, too. In the process, I forgot to leave a few rods poking out of the back to weave something to hold on to. I had accidentally made the suitcase without a handle from the old Russian saying. Hard to carry, a shame to throw away. You'd be crawling around like a crab with that thing in your hands. I'd never seen armor before. If the incoming damage were less than 5 units, would the shield cover me? What if it were more? Then would I get blown the fuck away? I had no information on how damage was calculated. In theory, strength plus weapon bonus. But it probably wasn't that simple. There were probably coefficients and multipliers. Why bother working it out when I could check for myself? I leant the worthless piece of shield against the trunk of the willow tree and started experimenting. It could hold a stone, even one thrown from a meter away. I interrupted Piggy and asked her to shoot at the shield with her slingshot. She fired a couple of sarcastic phrases at me about my crooked hands, but she performed the task diligently. Stones flew in all directions, but the shield stood still, as if nothing had happened. Only a strong, two-handed blow with a spear pierced the branches, but the spear got stuck in them. I shook off the shield and realized that was a good thing. Not only did it neutralize the blow, it also disarmed the enemy. I deemed the experiment a success and added something resembling a handle. I then tried to practice using this design. Guard, step, strike. Guard, step, strike. Like a damn hoplite. This isn't madness. This is Sparta. It felt like I looked like an idiot from the side. I didn't care. The wicker fence had also seemed like a pointless frivolity. Piggy had shouted at me that we were doing it for no reason. The end result? An enemy had fled in disgrace. A day passed doing crafting and training. In the evening, when we found ourselves back in the hut, I finally gave in to Piggy's provocations. My will was no longer swayed, even when she walked around in front of me naked, and I saw no point in holding back any longer. I suppose the main reason for my stubbornness had been that until this morning, I'd considered Piggy a married woman, a stranger, like I was stealing something that didn't belong to me. And after Desk Jockey's disgraceful escapade, I could call her my trophy, won in a fair fight. A wild act, of course, but the past was in another world, and life here started with a clean slate. It went great, even better than I'd expected, and better than my generally minimal experience had predicted. Piggy proved both spunky and inventive, and afterwards I took away her stamina bag because that cheat had worn me to the limit. You have gained a buff, Satisfaction +1 to all stats. Time, 24 hours. Thank you, system, and a good night to you. Answer me, you damn piece of junk! Stace pounded the silver terminal with her fist. Take me back. I want to go home. I want glamping and mojitos and limeade by the pool. Not this. I order you. The Major was a complete asshole. Sure, he provided them with accommodation and food, but that's what any man should do. He should be grateful that a girl like her had chosen him over someone else. But he made Stace cut up some nasty creatures and cook food. He's got himself a cook. And he said it was for performance. Motherfucker. Stace threw all her points into charisma to spite him. The Major wouldn't listen to her either. That's what pissed her off most of all. Fuck him and his stuffy principles and rules. Bastard! Stace kicked the terminal disappointedly, and it suddenly lit up from within. It worked! Yay! See you later, losers! But to Stace's disappointment, she wasn't transported out of the clearing. Instead, the air thickened, and two male bodies appeared. Both were lying in the fetal position, trembling with fear. They seemed to be synchronized somehow. One of the guys came to his senses. He was thin, curly-haired, and some of his enigmatic facial features suggested less Slav, more German or Frenchman. He fixed his eyes on the girl, and his own eyes lit up. "Who are you?" he exclaimed. "You're so beautiful. Are you a goddess?" "Why shouldn't I be?" Stace snorted. "That suits me fine. Yes, I am a goddess." Chapter 7. The next morning turned out to be wonderfully magical. Or maybe it was just my mood that had risen to unforgettable heights. Who was to say? As usual, I got up a little earlier than the happily snuffling Piggy. I untangled myself from her embrace and went out into the fresh air, releasing a deep sigh. I involuntarily looked around my settlement. The cellar, the small kitchen area near the fire, the plantation, all fenced in. I realized that all of this was mine. If before I had been indifferent to everything around me and cared only about surviving, then my chest now burned with the desire to protect what I had acquired. My new home and those who would live in it with me. This position was currently taken, unexpectedly, by Piggy, but it was entirely possible that others would appear. I wanted to believe so. The first full-fledged residents of my settlement. Either it was the influence of my lord status, or I was getting ambitious. That wasn't to say that I'd ever run from responsibility, but I'd always considered it a futile endeavor. Show-offs are useless. It's the result that counts. Here, however, I had the result and the title. I shook my head with a smirk and went to the lake to stretch and wash up after the stormy night. Visions of mine and Piggy's bed escapades came to mind again, but the coolness of the spring water brought me back to my senses. Relations are wonderful, of course, but not when they interfere with business. Work came first, and everything else after that. On the way back to the fire, I could smell meat and potatoes stewing in a pot. We still didn't have any oil. I pondered. If we killed a boar, would the system be generous enough to gift us a piece of lard? A slightly sleepy but happy Piggy was fussing around the fire. A proud grin appeared involuntarily on my lips. "Good morning, Protector," she cooed. "Good morning to you too," I replied placidly. The girl was already moving towards the shore to wash herself. Should I join her? After lingering over the rather tempting idea, I went back to devouring my breakfast. Another time, for sure. Now wasn't the time to kick back. The defenses had to continue improving today. The hair issue was still unresolved, though the waddle should keep them out. It had shown its best side yesterday. Compared to desk jockey, mind you, even a horde of those hairballs seemed like a trifle. I guess they don't call man the scariest animal in the world for no reason. Especially if he's got a steady hand, and if the bastard can think. Think and analyze. Offense was no panacea, and when, not if, but when, the second assault came, desk jockey would definitely be able to take countermeasures. If he didn't manage by himself, there would be other people there to prompt him. Johnson, it seems to me, was more of a threat in this respect than their leader. He was a man of experience and judgment. He had tried to destroy the fence rather than going straight ahead. True, he had the least amount of fighting spirit, but if they're hungry, they'll come. And they will definitely want to eat. They saw the potatoes and the contented face of a well-fed Piggy. You can overcome a fence in multiple ways. A battering ram made of logs. Or you could put together slingshots, catapults, or, God forbid, bows. At that point, increased stats won't save you. Mankind once took a sharpened stick and killed mammoths, albeit with losses. And once man gets his hands on a bow, progress, and yet more progress. Having had breakfast, Piggy went to the plantation as per her routine, to continue taking care of the potatoes. As for myself, I sat down to create a proper wicker shield. Since I already knew where I had made mistakes the first time round, the work went much faster, and I realized that the final result would be much better than my previous crafting. While the future shield took its rough shape, I thought about our current prospects. Very soon, within a couple of days at most, I would be able to complete the mission of planting 20 potato bushes, which meant that the next stage would follow, and with it, a bundle of experience. I might even have enough to get up to level 5, so I could already start thinking about what to invest the characteristics in. The fight with Desk Jockey's trio hadn't really shown anything. My current stats were already enough to keep up with Junior without yielding to him, although it was obvious that he was a tough guy and used to physical exercise, whereas I looked after myself, but spent most of my time poring over books. I needed a real fight to know where to go from here. Not outside the fence, within the settlement, but one where there would be real risk, and I'd have to push myself to the limit. I needed to understand my limits, so I could choose a suitable path of development for myself. I needed to know whether to move as before, investing points in strength and endurance, or to try to emphasize agility. Or maybe I needed to keep the balance, tightening up everything at once. It was a tough choice. This wasn't like magic, where the path of development is obvious, wisdom and intelligence. Although even there's a lot of options. But what about being a lord? Should I throw all my points into charisma and forget about my physical indicators? Because logically, I was a leader, and my role was just to inspire people to get up off their asses and get to the battlements. Or maybe I'd choose the path of a warlord, standing with his soldiers in the front lines. That did make the risk of personal involvement in battles extremely high. I didn't know if the settlement would fall if its lord died. Quite the challenge. But that was a matter for the future. Right now, I had no alternative available where I could sit at the back and act like a lord. I would stand at the forefront of the defense to give those trying to claim my property a kick in the teeth. Meanwhile, the new shield was already coming together. It's true what they say. Time flies when you're thinking. You have created a strong woven shield. Level, garbage. So strong that it can stop a woman's cane and a policeman's baton. Once or twice. Characteristics. Durability, 100/100. Armor, 8. Stamina, -3. Agility, -4. Not rare, huh? I'd been looking forward to that. It was kind of interesting, though. I took my first shield in my hands and immediately noticed the differences in characteristics, if I ignored the usual mocking descriptions from the system. A sturdier item would spend more stamina per unit. It seemed that the final weight of the product played a role here, because on the sturdy shield, I tightened the branches much tighter, which meant there were far more of them than in the equivalent area of the first shield. However, thanks to the fact that it was not ready to collapse at the first swing of my left arm, the agility penalty was lowered. With a strong shield in my hand, it was a little more comfortable to turn around. It turned out that the system not only imposed buffs on the items produced, but also objectively analyzed how and what effect they would have on your actions. Even if you made a shield out of adamantium, but you did the job crookedly, the penalty would be much higher. So, a note for the future. Either I'd get a regular blacksmith for the settlement, or worry about training someone for that path before I started making weapons, tools, or armor from expensive materials. We had to assume they'd start appearing, sooner or later. The primary resources were human. I looked back at Piggy, who was purring, one hand picking up bugs, and the other watering the new bushes. She'd got the hang of it. Not the worst resource I'd developed, and hopefully, not the last. The new equipment was ready. Now it was time to test it. After instructing Piggy to work the field and prepare for the new stage of the mission, and also having warned her about the possible return of Desk Jockey and Company, I armed myself with my strong shield and a spear, and moved deep into the forest thicket. Maybe this time, the search for the Hare Warren would prove more fruitful. Lunge! The spear flew forward, piercing the animal's carcass. A new foe appeared from my left side, grinning its sharp teeth and pouncing off the ground, flying straight at me. The wicker shield protected me from the hare's fury, and it fell to the ground with a thud, unable to break through my defense. I swung my spear, chasing away a couple more hairballs on my right, and with my left foot, I launched the third one into flight. It disappeared into the bushes with a squeal, but I didn't pay attention to it, returning to the others. Shield, step, lunge. Sparing, careful, but systematic and monotonous. Having deprived them of the ability to gnaw on my throat, the beasts no longer seemed to pose a serious threat. The number of them was the only inconvenience. It forced you to act defensively, to be attentive and sensitive to your surroundings. But there was no such thing as useless experience, so I reacted faster and faster to the unexpected hare attacks, not hiding behind a shield, but thrusting through on the counterattack. A hare tried to bite my leg, but it was met by a spear tip, pinning it to the ground. Out of the side of my vision, I noticed a new opponent on my open side, but I immediately swung my shield away. The rodent's muzzle slammed into the woven edge and then flew to the ground. Another life cut short by the spear. It was after this moment that the hares realized the futility of their resistance and went on the run. I sighed, not even thinking of pursuing. Wiping away the sweat, I went through the loot, putting the animal carcasses in my shopaholic bag. There was no point wasting it. Another encounter resulted in 5 more hare carcasses. That's 9 for today, if you include the previous skirmishes. The deeper I went, the more often I was coming across these hareballs, and in larger groups. The first time there had been 3 of them, and after the first fallen comrade, they ran away. Then there were 5, of which I managed to finish off 3. This time there were 10 at once. Even though I'm no longer as afraid of their blows, the number was still... Damn it. I just didn't have time to react to the attacks on all sides. Even though they were getting me 2 to 4 XP at a time, they could probably slaughter a lion altogether. I didn't know what kind of lions they had, though. I needed a partner, to watch my back and take some of the load. With her slingshot, Piggy could cover me from a distance, but then the settlement would be defenseless. So that wasn't an option for now. I shook my head, wiped away some sweat, and surveyed the clearing. There were traces of blood and trampled grass. That's all that was there to remind me of the recent fight. Okay, that's enough for today. Tomorrow I'll continue to improve my reactions, do some more work with my shield and spear, and then it won't be long before I'll be attacking a warren of hares. I stretched my back out, turned around, and marched back to the settlement. Home. I should call it something. I'd work something out in time. I was expecting anything when I got back, but not this. So you want to join my settlement? I asked the man across the table. Johnson was sat meekly on the grass in front of the fence, hands folded in his lap, not expressing any hostility. His slingshot lay off to the side, at arm's length. It looked as if he had tossed it aside. Piggy peered at him sternly from behind the fence, keeping an eye on him. The old man's face had an unquenchable fatigue, and the bags under his eyes spoke of a restless night. "That's right," he said dryly, continuing to watch me. Piggy, shuffling from foot to foot, leant over the wattle and whispered in my ear. "He's been here an hour or 2. I didn't chase him away immediately, because he sat down and did nothing else. He didn't even move. But I didn't do any more work, just in case." "You did the right thing," I said, and noticed the slingshot sticking out from behind her skirt. Wise decision. Any moment Johnson could prove he'd just been pretending. You should never forget about safety. Piggy suddenly winked at me. "And last night you were saying the exact opposite." That damn girl. "I'll spank you for saying that. You won't be able to sit for half a day."
I snickered at her giggles, then returned my attention to the man. It was practically a no-brainer. To accept or not to accept. Of course I should take him. But I was a little unsure of how the system's limitations worked. In theory, a slave couldn't harm me as lord of the settlement. But what about Piggy? They would be of equal rank, so would there be any restrictions between them? Let's assume the worst-case scenario, and assume that Piggy would be left without such a defense. That would mean we'd have to be very careful when choosing future settlers. They wouldn't be able to kill me right away, but they could certainly damage the settlement. Johnson seemed quite a sensible man. Even during the storming, he had acted more out of a lack of choice than a driving rage, greed, or anything else. "Why did you decide to change groups?" I asked him head-on. He closed his heavy eyelids, as if pondering the answer. "Because I'm not a fighter," he replied. "Explain," I frowned. How to put this? He scratched his growing beard. "I'm too old for this shit. I'm not a fighter for universal good and justice."
I thought Desk Jockey would clean up the mess, because at first he seemed like a good man. But in reality, he's an empty-headed blabbermouth, not worth a penny. I've had it up to here already with his speeches about the rebirth of society and so on. He pointed to his neck to indicate the degree of his disappointment. "And what makes you think I'm not?" I ask. "Reviving society sounds like a decent cause." It sounded good, but you shouldn't mistake promises for actions. Maybe this was a wild goose chase. They failed to storm the settlement, so they decided to send in a Trojan horse. He'd kill Piggy in his sleep, distract me, and the main forces would storm the settlement. That's how they'd take it. Sure, it was impossible to attack Piggy without waking me up, but he didn't know that yet. "I don't care, to be honest," the man sighed. "Do what you want, but don't drag me into that kind of trouble. You look pretty green. I'm old enough to be your father, but you've swung it in a week. A wall, a vegetable garden, and a farm? And you've got a woman living here. Women are like cats. They appreciate comfort and nourishment. That means you must have both." Piggy snorted contemptuously, and completely cat-like, thus fully confirming his thesis. "If you're such an old man," she put her hands on her hips, "then what good are you? We can't just hand food out to anyone." "I won't be a sponger or just an extra mouth. I'm ready to work in the field, to build, to craft, even to fight." Johnson raised his chin. Piggy's words clearly hit a nerve. "I don't need much, just a quiet place where I can settle down and live out my allotted time. That's all. Running through the forest with my eyes bulging, stabbing each other sneakily, that's not my thing. I've had my fill." A silence hung in the air. I could understand my companion's train of thought. The man's desires were simple and clear. They even resonated with me in some ways. The old me, when I thought that I would live the quiet, unremarkable life of an ordinary man, start a family, buy a flat, pay a mortgage, and so on. Children, books, dacha on weekends. Johnson was looking for refuge, a base where he would be able to hide from the chaos of what was happening around him, and do something familiar, understandable, something that would remind him of the past world and his peaceful life. Young people are adaptable, but at his age, changes like this can make one go cuckoo. Well, so be it. That was an answer I was comfortable with. I didn't intend to scour the woods looking for the other players. Defense and growth first. Ibu ibu di, hui dao mu di, as the Chinese say. which loosely translated means, step by step, we move towards the goal. Accepting Johnson was one of those steps. All right, I agree to accept you, I say, and a system window appears before mine and Johnson's eyes. Do you wish to accept the player Johnson into your settlement as kin, slave? This was already more interesting than before. As I suspected, I was not offered Johnson in the role of a wife or husband. Kin was more neutral, an ordinary member of the tribe. As I looked closer at the interface, an explanation suddenly popped up. Slave may not attack kin or leader. Any such attack is curtailed with a painful shock. May not leave the group or settlement on their own. 20% of experience gained goes to the leader. May only distribute character points with the permission of the leader. Does not receive the leader's leadership enhancement. Husband/wife/kin may not attack the leader. Any such attack is curtailed with a painful shock. May leave the group on their own. Does not give experience to the leader. Distributes characteristics independently. Receives the leader's leadership enhancement. Johnson was of more use to me as kin. Slaves swing slower and don't get buffs from my leadership. If not for yesterday's attack, I would have taken him without much thought. But now, I was thinking about it. If he suddenly decided to leave the group, that would be a quick stab to the back. Was I getting paranoid? I didn't care. I heard paranoiacs lived longer. Nothing personal, Johnson, I said. I have every respect for you, but consider yourself on a trial period. The laborer hummed thoughtfully, but agreed. Congratulations! The player, Johnson, has become a slave of the settlement no_name. Name, Johnson, level 2. Class, none. Professions, herbalist, 1. Probability of finding a useful plant, 5%. Cook, 1. Cooking speed, 5%. Builder, 1. Increases the strength of constructions by 5%. Skills, none. Strength, 3. Agility, 1. Stamina, 4. Intelligence, 1. Wisdom, 1. Charisma, 1. With a sigh of relief, I extended my palm to the man. Welcome to our land, comrade. Thank you very much. He gripped my hand awkwardly, rising to his feet and nearly staggering. His legs seemed stiff. This is worth celebrating! Piggy clapped his hands contentedly. There are more of us! Overall, the suggestion was sound, but not timely. We only had 2 bottles of system cider left. Besides, I was certain she was happy, not for the company, but for the fact that she'd be able to free herself of some chores. Feed our new resident first, I said. That's more important right now. Johnson ate potatoes and meat from the pot, burning his fingers. Judging by his appearance, he'd been starving all week. I sat next to him, not distracting him with questions. Why don't you make a spoon? He asked. An iron one? Piggy said, gleaming with pride. Wooden, Johnson said, surprised. You know how to make it? I asked. What is there to know? He raised his eyebrows. So, what else can you do? I can weave baskets, Johnson started. I can do a little woodwork. Comrade, you've come to the right place, I said. Had your fill? Come on, I'll show you the setup. Maybe you can give me some advice. I gave the laborer a tour of our small settlement, telling him about my plans. Johnson examined the fence in a businesslike manner, giving some comments on how it could be improved. After looking at the cellar and hut, he just grunted, scratching the back of his head. All this? I wondered. I doubt it's your all this, I wondered.
So, I had a dacha, he explained. A small one, of course, but it had a vegetable garden, and the river was within walking distance. It was a nice little place. I wanted to move there when I retired. It's a pity it didn't work out. Because of all this? I asked, noticing that Johnson was, as they say, bearing his soul. Earlier, he continued, I'm from the village, and my wife's a real city girl. She wanted this smart house kind of thing with the iPhones and the car sharing. Not all this. He pointed to the settlement. I had to sell my dacha, and when I retired, instead of cultivating potatoes, I had to work as a repairman. So for the last few years, all I've done is watch videos of two Indian guys making resorts and palaces out of mud and sticks. That's what I've learned. Well, if you build a palace here, no one will mind, I laughed in response. And there's potatoes for everyone. You'll get enough. Johnson's system bonus turned out to match his skills. A Swiss knife multi-tool, which contained not only several dozen tools, but buffs too. Name: Do-It-Yourselfer Multi-Tool. Level: Legendary. Characteristics: plus 20% crafting or construction speed, plus 20% strength to all items or constructions. People would kill for an artifact like that, especially people who understood it.
While we were here putting together huts or stick spades, it didn't affect the result as much. But if Johnson and his handy little knife were in charge of building a fortress, in time, there'll be hunts on for items like that. Don't show it to anyone, I warned Johnson. These are wild times. He cautiously hid the knife in his pocket. After lunch, which could well have been called ceremonial, I showed Johnson our plantation. He marveled at the glorious 24-hour potatoes. "And what kind of meat was that?" he asked. "Did you like it?" "After eating grass, undercooked mushrooms, and berries that taste like gone-off marmalade, you'll like anything," he snorted. "But it was pleasant overall, just an unusual flavor." I showed him the freshly killed hares in my bag. "Have you guys seen these yet?" I said, referring to his old group. "No," Johnson shook his head. "We had mice. Junior caught them. He was nimble. He used his agility to catch mice, and he was going to become a rogue or something." "A rogue?" "That's the one." Johnson was glad I'd understood him. "Why didn't you bring Junior along with you?" I asked, finally putting the question to him that I'd wanted to for a while. "He's very angry with you," frowned the laborer. "Desk jockey got him riled up with his bullshit, saying you're turning people into zombies down here. Plus you hurt him pretty badly. He's a proud boy. He wants revenge now. Your hares are more like chinchillas." He suddenly changed the subject, as if he had said too much. "A useful animal, both for its fur and its meat." "How do you know? Did the Mexicans breed them too?" "Why Mexicans?" Johnson was taken aback. "I used to breed them myself at the cottage until, well, you know the story, until we sold it." An idea came to mind, unexpected and forcefully. "Could you build a cage?" I asked. "One that those furry things can't escape from." "I can make one they can't squeeze through, sure." "But they'd chew through it. You'd need thick branches. Then they'll try it once and drop it. They'll get bored." "Coniferous branches would be best," Johnson thought aloud. "They taste nasty too, so they won't gnaw on it." The idea of taming the hares, instead of running through the forest for a piece of meat, had already crossed my mind. But I had planned to destroy the nest first. I shared these thoughts with Johnson. "Won't they then scatter from their old habitat?" he asked. Also true," I agreed. "So, you got any experience in making traps?" "Oh yes," smiled Johnson, sighing nostalgically. "The dacha, you know, It's not only a vegetable garden and a bathhouse. There's berries, mushrooms, and lots of other forest delights. I didn't take a gun. I've not done that since childhood. But fish traps, snares, all of that I did with pleasure. I used to catch hares in snares in my own vegetable garden. They'd chew on my apple trees. I quickly cleared them out. It's a pity there's nothing to make snares out of. I put his fantasies, and my own, to rest. Ropes are worth their weight in gold. I have to use old clothes for them. Have you tried weaving them from nettles? I'm not kidding, he said, after seeing my astonished look. In the old days, ropes were made of hemp. Nettles work too, or bark. He nodded at my peasant shoes. I thought you had already mastered the technology. No, I laughed, looking at my sandals. These are from the system. So you've weaved ropes like that too? Well, not on an industrial scale, the laborer smirked. But I've dabbled. I'd found myself a YouTube craftsman. Tell me, Johnson. I was really getting going now. Could you build a bathhouse too? The rest of the day we spent experimenting, not with a bathhouse, but with ropes. We couldn't find a substitute for hemp or nettles, but the flexible bark proved to work well. The resulting thin flagellum could only be torn by two of us, together. The hares had no chance. Just before dark took over, Piggy honored us with her presence and threw Johnson something like a blanket made of hare hide. About time. He would have to sleep by the fire for the time being. No one had thought about accommodation for the new settler, except her. Thank you, young lady, he said, making Piggy blush. Rope-making dragged on till it was dark, and when I climbed into my dwelling, Piggy was already peacefully asleep, spread out like a star over the entire available space. I had to squeeze past her, though she managed to kick me without even waking up. In the morning, before the sun had even risen, although it was bright out, Johnson and I took a trip to the best hare-catching spots. I gave him my first wicker shield. It wasn't a perfect defense, but it would do for starters. A shield and a slingshot makes a fully armed warrior. Setting up a snare wasn't difficult. You just needed to know what was responsible for what. Using a roughly suitable branch from a small tree or a large shrub as a lever, the loop of branches was fixed in place. When the animal saw the treat and dived through the loop to get it, the rope would tighten and the branch would straighten, clasping the rodent into a death trap. If it was left in there for a long period, the victim would simply die of strangulation. If we stayed on guard, however, we would be able to take the bastard alive. And then it would just be a matter of getting it back. Drag it back, put it in a cage, which we still hadn't made yet. No matter. They could stay in the bag until Johnson gave it his best shot. So, having gone deep enough into the forest thicket, and having found a suitable clearing, we plunged into fixing up the trap mechanism. To be more precise, Johnson did that, while I watched from the side and took note. Well, and kept an eye on our surroundings. Done, he grunted, rising to his feet. The snare was ready. Now it was just a matter of time. I set the trap with the spoiled potatoes the hares had dug up, the last time the furry so-and-sos had taken a liking to them. All right, here's what we'll do. You go a couple of 100 meters into that undergrowth over there. I pointed to one side. Or you'll scare the whole neighborhood with your footsteps. This was a necessary step. Johnson definitely did not belong to the class of stealthy bandits. Strong, stocky, and heavy on the leg, the man made a noise like a herd of boars and grunted under his breath. He might make a good spear wielder if his stamina could be raised to a reasonable level, but even that wouldn't get rid of his clumsiness. Nodding to me and wishing me good luck, Johnson lumbered into the bushes, stepping on every branch he could. as subtle as the damn Michelin Man. I, meanwhile, was hiding away pretty well. I had tracker at level 1, after all. I lay there and tried not to move. Time passed slowly. I'd seen hares twice in this clearing, and I'd even killed one. I wondered how fast they respawned. Or did it work differently here, and they came from the nest? The grass at the other end of the gap rustled. A curious face peeked out. I didn't even breathe. The hare approached the trap, sniffing the potatoes. One potato was set aside from the trap, closer to the bushes, a deliberate piece of bait. The hare grabbed the unripe white potato and started chewing. It was well fed, with thick, dense fur and curious, beady eyes. It didn't look like a regular hare, though I didn't know much about animals. It ate very quickly and seemed to be getting a taste for it. It approached the snare slowly, cautiously. The potatoes caught its eye, but the animal was in no hurry to fall into the trap. I licked my lips nervously and muttered to myself, "Come on, come on, come on, just a little more." The beast approached its noose, sniffed, and was about to stick its head in it when suddenly, whether it was my sense of smell, or my tracker skill, or perhaps I noticed some movement behind me out of the corner of my eye. Forgetting about spooking the hare, I rolled onto my back and put my wicker shield up in front of me. The blade of a dagger ripped clean through it, coming within a centimeter of my left eye. Chapter 8. Oh, fuck! I threw the enemy off me with tremendous effort. He was sent flying, his back smacking into the ground, and I jumped to my feet. My left hand was gripping the wicker shield, my right held my spear. Out of the corner of my eye, I looked at the shield's stats. Shit, 85 over 100 durability. A single blow had destroyed almost a fifth of my armor. My defense wouldn't last that long. He leapt to his feet and froze in front of me, holding his dagger out in a cunning pose. That's when I recognized him. It was Junior. Fucking Junior! Did that mean Desk Jockey was here somewhere? I looked around, but I couldn't see anyone. Suspicious, that bastard could be hiding. I immediately wondered if Johnson had led me into an ambush, but I showed him the way, so it didn't add up. "What, you bastard? Not so tough without your fence and puppets?" Junior hissed, and turned his dagger blade to face me. "Did you hit your head or something?" I asked, putting up my shield and steadying myself. "Don't lie to me," he yelled, and lunged at me. The blade of his dagger glistened dangerously in the sun. I stepped back from the first broad swing and jabbed at him with my spear. Junior moved away, then immediately closed the distance. He was fast. Real fucking fast. He had shown no such ability the last time we'd met. Or was it the fence that had prevented him from realizing his advantage? It wasn't for nothing that Johnson said Junior wanted to be a rogue. So he was investing in agility. Probably some specific skills, too. Strike! The dagger was aimed at my side, but hit the edge of the shield. The wicker cracked, and Junior grimaced in disappointment as I pushed my spear at his head. I aimed for his face, but he dodged sharply. That meant I didn't hit him with the tip, but I yanked the weapon down on him like a club. Success! The blow didn't do much damage, but it allowed me to stun him for a brief moment. I stepped forward and shoved him with my shield, causing Junior to stumble over his own feet and fall to the ground. I would have killed him right there on the ground, but Junior rolled backwards, putting distance between us. The skittish freak. Desk Jockey's right to say you're brainwashing people. First Piggy, now Johnson. My opponent freaked out, jumping to his feet. What kind of normal person would listen to an idiot like Desk Jockey? I washed nothing and no one, you idiot, I was trying to explain. They decided to come to my settlement. He wasn't getting it. His eyes were burning. He wanted to do something. He'd found a villain and wanted to inflict defeat. I, like a true villain, was talking nonsense to bide time and analyze the situation. We had a pretty standard ancient world situation here. A heavily armed warrior versus a light-armed warrior. That's how the Greek hoplites used to drive all sorts of helots and other savages across the Greek peninsula into slavery. I had all the trump cards in my hands. With my shield and spear, I could keep the enemy at a distance, and he wouldn't be able to approach. Except, he was really fast. And it wasn't just from grinding. The dagger in Junior's hand was too good for gifts from bronze and silver boxes. It seemed more like a bonus item, and it seemed to give a buff to agility. So Junior was a very dangerous opponent indeed. I would be hard-pressed to hit him with the spear. The shield wouldn't do enough damage to stun Junior properly. It's wicker, not wood. It'd be like hitting him with a basket. I could try to take him down again, but would the same trick work twice? What was to stop Junior from slipping away, like he just had? It was a real challenge. Who are you kidding? Don't bullshit me. Johnson would never go over to someone like you. And as a slave, Junior shrieked, going purple with rage. Again, he rushed to the attack. This time, he moved in an arc, coming at me from the left. Just where my shield was, where it would be hardest to hit back with my spear. I span on an axis, keeping the guy ahead of me, but it was like he'd been waiting for it. With a quick jerk, he closed the distance between us, and I prepared my spear for a strike. Junior threw a handful of earth in my eyes. I used my shield to cover myself from it. The earth hit the woven edge with a thud, but that's what the little piece of shit wanted. Yanking the shield upwards blocked my view and left me almost entirely open to attack. A critical error! As if in slow motion, I watched the blade of the dagger approach my side, and I didn't have time to do anything. Just at the last moment, I yanked my shield down, catching the edge of Junior's elbow and easing the blow. Minus 30 hit points. My health bar dropped to red. Holy shit! I was almost knocked sideways by that one hit. The pain burned my side. The dagger blade had only gone a third of the way into my body. I'd managed to considerably slow down the guy's blow. Without a moment's thought, I dropped the spear in my right hand and drove my fist into Junior's grinning cheekbone. He fell over in surprise, but immediately got ready to jump up. Like hell I was going to let him do that. With all the strength in my legs, I leapt on my opponent, pinning him to the ground. The kid gasped as my knee crushed into his chest, knocking all the air out of his lungs. My shield hand immediately pressed the hand holding the dagger into the damp earth as I swung another fist into him. Crunch! My fist broke Junior's nasal cartilage. The first spilt blood on my enemy's part. He covered himself with his free left palm, but there was little he could do from his lying position. He was helpless. I had much more strength than the writhing, screaming Junior. Crunch! 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 Blows rained down on my opponent's face. His lip burst, showering my fist with blood. More and more abrasions appeared on his face. His right eye was now black.
Stop! Don't! Just stop!
He tried to give up, but I wouldn't stop. He had attacked me twice. He was a threat. He was my enemy. We weren't on Earth anymore. The system ruled, and the old rules had collapsed. If I didn't have a fence, This same Junior could have stabbed me the last time I saw him. He hadn't seemed to mind so much then. So no mercy, no slack. Whosoever wanted to live in the past could stay in the past. With each blow, Junior's resistance was weakening. He was no longer strong enough even to cover himself. At some point, he froze. I stopped when I noticed it. My breathing finally collapsed into a ragged wheeze. But Junior was still alive, just hissing and looking off into the distance. His HP was definitely at its lowest ebb. Just a single blow, and it would all be over. Pressing my elbow against my bloody side, I lifted myself off the unconscious young man and picked up my fallen spear in my bloody-knuckled hand. The final blow. I brought the spear down on Junior, who had no intention of running away. I didn't think he could. A nice win. Plenty of XP. Thrust! The spear missed Junior's body and embedded itself in the ground. I looked around in disbelief to find Johnson writhing on the ground. Blue sparks flickered over his body, and he was visibly squirming. "What the fuck?" I turned to him, grabbing the spear again. Don't kill him," he whispered through gritted teeth, as if he were being electrocuted. It was as if, "You dare to hurt me?" I roared. "So this is your way of repaying my kindness?" "I didn't mean any harm," he wheezed. "I just wanted to stop you." He propped himself up on all fours, then rose to his full height, standing between me and Junior with a wooden gate. His breath was coming out in ragged gasps. Sweat dripped down his forehead, and his arms were twitching as if convulsed by an electric shock. So this is what resistance to the system looked like? It was interesting to see, but no less frustrating. I don't want to hurt you, but I don't want to see Junior die either. He's like a son to me. Please spare him, Johnson wheezed. Spare him? After he almost killed me? I shook my head. He couldn't be serious. He didn't do it on purpose. The kid's always been a sucker for propaganda. In our company, and now, because of Desk Jockey. Let me at least talk to him. Johnson sighed in exhaustion and dropped to one knee. And if he still refuses to believe me, I won't say a word against whatever you do to him. You have my word. He barely had the strength left to stand on his own 2 feet. The system was really frightening in its anger. All right, Johnson, I'll give you a chance, I said as sternly as possible. But remember that this is the first and last time you play a trick on me. There won't be a second chance. I no longer had to play act to have conversations like that. If at first, with Piggy, I had deliberately put on a strict voice, then now it was coming out by itself. I was getting used to it. I'd kill Junior without any remorse whatsoever. Regarding Johnson, I had much more practical interest than pity. It would have been a pity to lose an employee. I was starting to see Johnson as neither an enemy nor an ally. He was a resource. I didn't mind making the best of the situation. A bound-up Junior couldn't put up much resistance. One spear thrust, and he'd be dead. But by taking this risk, I had a good chance of winning Johnson's loyalty. He would almost die to win a chance for his partner to survive. If I give him that chance, it'd definitely stick in the man's memory. That's real loyalty, not just loyalty from under the system's thumb. Name: Ritual Dagger. Class: Legendary. Hold it carefully, or you'll cut yourself. An excellent tool for future assassin larvae. Bonuses: Agility +5. A pretty interesting knife as it turned out. It looked nice, too. Something between a long dagger and a short sword. The heavy blade had a barely noticeable backwards curve. You could stab, slash throats, and hack away with it. I waved my hand, and a small tree shifted and fell, its trunk severed. It had been about as thick as my hand. I got lucky in this fight. Very, very lucky. I was distracted from examining my trophy by the prisoner's groaning. Junior wasn't coming round very quickly. I tied his hands behind his back and sat him against a tree trunk to keep him still. I didn't keep any rope spare, so we wouldn't get round to any snares today. Lucky hares. I warned Johnson at once that if Junior tried to escape, he would get a spear in the back. He nodded grimly, trying to bring his partner to his senses. "Hey, kid, wakey wakey." Johnson yanked the guy's shoulder, and he jumped up sharply. Or rather, jerked and hit the back of his head against a tree trunk. I'm not asleep, Johnson. I'm just... After the first words, he immediately came to his senses and remembered where he was. He first looked at the man, then glared at me. I calmly endured his menacing stare. He wasn't even a little off-putting now. The dagger was in my pocket. "Well, what fly bit you, eh?" Johnson sighed.
Where did you go, you fool? But you've been brainwashed. I thought that...
That you'd save everyone and become the hero of the story? I laughed at him. Did you learn nothing from SWAT's example? Have you forgotten how that ended? All three of us, even Junior, winced in sync. That was a memory that wouldn't go away for a long time.
What makes you think I was brainwashed? You've known me for years.
All our corporate games and bosses' sermons didn't convince me in the other world, but somehow here they've brainwashed me? Johnson smiled sadly.
But Desk Jockey said,
Jesus, Junior, you've really found someone special to believe in. You've seen how he behaves. He says one thing and does another. All his speeches are nothing more than an empty sound, like a mosquito's squeak, Johnson says, as if teaching a child.
But he's a deputy, a legal representative of the government.
Junior himself fell silent, realizing how stupid he sounded.
So he's been deceiving me this whole time?
Had it really come to this? Mother Almighty, the eighth wonder of the world. Johnson just clapped him softly on the shoulder and sighed heavily. It worked much better than his previous words.
Shit,
Junior said, and rested the back of his head against the wood.
So what happens now? Are you going to kill me?
I didn't hear any emotion in his voice, but somehow I was sure he hadn't resigned to his fate. That depends on you, I said, drawing the attention of Johnson and his partner. Junior looked at me, perplexed. I could kill you here and now, I started, and raised my palm to Johnson, who had opened his mouth to speak. Or I could take you into the settlement, under Johnson's responsibility. It won't just be you. He will also be responsible for all of your mistakes. You'll be a slave until I can trust you. I'm sure you can understand why. I pointed at my wounded side, which was no longer bleeding. I had put some leaves over it and tied it up with twine. Dressing materials sucked here, just like everything else. Junior was quiet. Johnson was silent too, staring tensely at his, I presume, friend. All right, I agree. What do I need to do? He asked, after almost a minute of silence. In response, a system message popped up in front of us. I smiled to myself and chose the slave option. My settlement had grown a little more. We returned home towards midday. The sun was still at its zenith, and Piggy was plowing in the field, a sight that never ceased to delight me. When she saw us, she smiled at first, but upon seeing Junior, her lips tightened in displeasure. It was no wonder. Not so long ago, we had been on opposite sides of the barricade.
Hey, who did you bring?
She asked innocently, batting her eyelashes at our procession. I've brought you a worker, I smirked, introducing Junior to Piggy. He blinked incomprehensibly and squinted at Johnson. The man sighed helplessly and shook his head. As we were walking back, I had thought about what to do with Junior. The system didn't allow him to attack me, but that restriction didn't apply to my property or my people. Mine. That's what I thought of Piggy and Johnson. Besides, nobody could stop such methods of resistance as sabotage. I needed a reliable worker and defender of the settlement, not a stubborn, extra mouth. I could think of a few options. I could put him under Johnson's control and let the pair continue their construction activities. After all, it wasn't for nothing that they used to work as a team, and two of them would be much more use than one. Besides, Johnson was still an authority for the kid. But such a quick decision threatened complications in the future. I'd be giving them too much independence, regardless of whether that then turned into future resistance. Should I organize a combat coordination at once to make Junior feel part of the team? Did he deserve the honor? In ancient times, military service was the most honorable of occupations. To put a former enemy straight into your ranks, it wasn't according to scriptures, and it wasn't right. So I decided to treat him to some occupational therapy. Let the prisoner work for the needs of the settlement. He'd feel for himself how much our happy life costs him, the happy life he'd tried to come and destroy. By the way, I hadn't been wrong about Piggy.
Oh yeah? That's wonderful, she said. At least I'll get some help in this difficult endeavor.
Bugs have just started coming in, and it's time to water. The sun is still high. She smiled so lusciously that Johnson and I realized the hardships of Junior's coming life. For the foreseeable future, at least. As soon as we crossed the fence, I got a message from the system. Congratulations! You have completed your mission. Recruit 3 slaves to the settlement. Reward: 1 silver box. A small box fell at my feet, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. Under their inquisitive gaze, I opened it and took out a whip. Judging by the pink fur and rhinestones on the handle, it was clearly something from the BDSM section. The system was having fun. Name: Hard Worker's Whip. Level: Rare. Both motivating and invigorating. Comes in handy both at home and in bed. A universal solution for all family problems. Buffs: Will +2, Stamina +2. Lasts for 2 minutes after impact. I could barely contain my laughter. I handed the whip to Piggy as the other two stared, dumbfounded. She accepted the gift suspiciously, read the description, and turned her sly eyes to Junior, grinning. He jerked his shoulder, as if he could feel the coming trouble in his ass. Johnson crossed himself, already offering a prayer for his young friend's solace. It seemed like someone was in for a merry day's labor. Chapter 9. I remember saying before that I could watch someone else work forever. I wasn't wrong. Watching Junior working the plantation, while Piggy, almost laughing at the top of her voice, whipped him on the back, was even more entertaining. It was like watching a B-movie. Piggy also insulted him with every crack, until Junior couldn't help himself and snapped back. "So, am I a brainwashed zombie?" Piggy asked indignantly. "Is that what you took me for? Some kind of brainless fool?" "I said nothing of the sort," Junior replied, straightening his back, for which he received a whip to the ass. He gave another cry. "You didn't say it, but you thought it. And if you don't have a brain in your head, We'll beat it into your ass, she laughed. She was like a shark that had smelled blood. She wouldn't stop. Nobody could have imagined she'd like it that much. It's true what they say. The worst overseers are other slaves. It was already day 2 since we had expanded to 4 men, by the way. Junior had gone quiet. Where'd that fighter for justice go? Piggy, on the other hand, was still having a good time. Aunt Piggy, I've understood everything. I won't do it again, Junior shouted. He was cherishing the potatoes as carefully as if he were preparing to send them to an exhibition. Aunt Piggy. Well, at least it's not Miss Piggy. Although I had a bad feeling Piggy would try to sneak that whip into our tent that night. The buffs and the description were so appropriate. Needed to nip that one in the bud. I shook my head and returned to my work with Johnson. As the settlement increased, we had to build a second tent. Johnson and Junior shouldn't be sleeping in the open air. That's what they were doing for now, falling asleep by the fire and covering themselves with blankets made by Piggy from hare hides. But they couldn't go on like that for long. What if it rained, or just got cold? Then we'd get 2 sick people at once. No way. I wasn't going to waste my manpower like that. Therefore, Johnson and I were building a new hut. It came out no worse than the one Piggy and I had built, perhaps even better. The buffs from the multi-tool and Johnson's worldly experience had an impact. However, everyone knew that it was only a temporary measure. A house like that wouldn't protect us from real bad weather, or even a really strong wind. The settlement needed to develop. The next stage was to give it a name. The inscription, "No_name," had long tantalized me with its vagueness and incompleteness. The first time I saw it, I went to the post, put my palm on it, and was told that in order to give the settlement a name, I had to pass some kind of trial. As usual, no details were given, but for passing it, I was promised various useful perks in terms of construction and everyday life. These hints suggested that the trial would not be the easiest. I couldn't expect such generosity from the system. However, all of this had been before Johnson had even joined us, and now that there were 4 of us, I was looking at the future with great optimism. I'd see what my addition was worth in terms of combat, and I'd take a chance. For that, we needed more equipment. That's why I sent Johnson to make shields. Didn't he say he could weave baskets? It's also worth noting that Johnson's hands crafted higher-value products far more often than mine did. Clearly a hidden benefit of his bonus item. He even managed to weave a rare woven shield. Name: Durable Wicker Shield. Level: Rare. Now this could pass for something worthwhile, not like all the other garbage you've clobbered together. It's still no match for bullets and bayonets, but it'll stop a weighty club for sure. Characteristics: Durability, 150/150. Armor, 10. Stamina -3. Agility, -3. The debuff was still there, but once again, it was smaller. Most pleasing of all was the 150 durability. It was almost 1.5 times stronger than my old shield. And the armor rating had increased too. It didn't seem like a dagger would penetrate it with a single blow. Johnson's shields were nicely put together, and most importantly, identical. It was as if they'd come from a conveyor belt. Convenient for several fighters fighting in formation, and there were already 3 of us. Now Junior had arrived, Piggy managed to fulfill the next stage in the farmer mission. 20 potato bushes were growing peacefully, fenced in by hedges and protected from hares. Piggy and Junior were waging battle against drought and bugs, and doing so quite successfully. Piggy was given a generous amount of XP, and she got to level 3. Stats were distributed as agreed: agility, stamina, and charisma. Charisma worked better than any resorts, beauticians, or spa treatments. Piggy spent all day bent over in the field, but looked as if she had been lounging in a spa. She looked good and pretty, and she didn't skimp in showing her appreciation either. I was also rewarded for taking the plantation to the next level. Name: Clay Stove Blueprint. Level: Garbage. It's not the same one Ilya Muromets has been lying on for 30-odd years. But careful, even this little thing can scald your ass. Effect: the stove can be used to cook food and warm up a closed room of up to 10 square meters. The reward suggested that there might be clay around here somewhere. That would be a great find, regardless of a stove. We could make utensils out of it. We only have one pot for everything. We could even use it to make bricks. The oldest bricks, adobe bricks, were made of clay. You could even make a full wall out of them, not like our wattle. They say they used them to make the walls of Troy, which wasn't captured for 10 years, if you believe the ancient Greeks. But even after several hours of searching, Johnson and I found nothing. Only stones and grayish, sandy soil. There probably was clay somewhere, but to search for it we needed to carry out gathering expeditions, which again depended on the settlement's combat capabilities and defenses. It was a vicious cycle. But today, Johnson found salt. Or rather, not salt, but a salt marsh. A patch of bald land on which no plants wanted to grow. He spent several hours fiddling around with it, making a disgusting-looking watery mash in the pot, then filtered it through a strip of cloth for a long time, evaporated it, and finally, proudly showed me the large, grayish granules. There was no limit to our happiness. Any food without this white death seemed a bit bland when compared just to the thought of jacket potatoes with salt. We had partially replaced salt with wood ash, but the taste was so bad, and it felt so-so. It didn't compare to actual salt. Thanks to the discovery, we had a feast that night. I allocated the entire stockpile of hare meat for it. They were rubbed with salt and wild garlic and roasted over the fire. That evening, everyone praised Johnson. He was bursting with pride. Junior became even more respectful of his mentor, and Piggy and I were finally convinced that his YouTube knowledge was useful. While the meat roasted, we made conversation with one another, just like real-life barbecues. "So, you and Junior are from the same locksmith firm?" I asked. "I'd rather call it a jack-of-all-trades firm," Johnson sighed. "The calls we got varied massively, from carpentry to hanging shelves straight to cleaning the plumbing." "I'd call it husband for an hour," Piggy giggled. That earned her a displeased look from Junior and another sigh from Johnson. All she had to do was squint at him and give a sly grin, and Junior would instantly look away, squirming like a young sapling in the wind. I think it was clear who the master of that duo was. However, after a whole day of work in the field under such a harsh boss, it wasn't that surprising. It turned out that Piggy had leadership potential. I'd have to remember that. "Why did you choose that path for yourself?" I turned my attention to Junior. "I left school after the 9th grade. My family's not rich, my little sister and my mother, so I had to start work straight away," he explained. "I would have to study at university for another 5 years. Then I would only be able to get a proper job after that. Thought I'd go to college and get a job at the factory too, get them to sponsor me so I could combine them." "Didn't get it?" They gave the last available place to some son of the rector, even though I got a higher score on the entrance exams. The admissions committee called me unreliable. He croaked on the last words, putting them in air quotes. I don't know what the hell they meant by that. Strange things can happen in life, Piggy said, shaking her head sympathetically. Junior shrugged indifferently. He appeared to have come to terms with all of the conditions his former life had dealt him. It's not like I care, but Johnson took me under his wing, and I don't regret it. So I had to do some heavy lifting for a few years, but I got some income from it. And Johnson helped me to fix everything up at home. Mum was so happy with me. Johnson suddenly coughed, turning his face away from the fire, not letting me read his emotions. I gathered that he had not visited Junior for repairs alone. Well, that was none of my business. Actually, we were just on our way to another call, Johnson said, changing the subject, when all this happened. He circled the clearing with his hand. At the same time, the meat began squirming temptingly, so we all took a pause, and for some time the only sounds audible in the clearing were the sounds of contented chewing and Piggy moaning with an erotic culinary delight.
What a beauty.
After half an hour, a new load of meat was put on the fire, and the conversation turned to the events of this world. Junior, what made you leave desk jockey all of a sudden? I asked. I got uncomfortable there, Junior said, avoiding answering properly. What do you mean? It was strange, one had to admit. For such an idealistic guy, so inspired by his leader, to just up and leave so suddenly. It didn't add up. He found some much more loyal soldiers. He shook his head. How had he found new staff? Until then, I had been sure we were the only ones on this site, or sector, or cluster, or, in game terminology, location. Can you elaborate? It seemed that something unknown had happened in the forest, which could seriously change the situation. Desk jockey, somehow, I don't know how, recruited a couple of Gastarbeiters while I was out hunting, Junior said. Just said a couple of phrases, very arrogant. Hey, who do you think you are? He mimicked. I got chatting to them. I thought desk jockey would get these, well, those guys in line. But Junior clenched his fists. He thought the majority opinion was more important than the minority, I guessed. Uh-huh. He told me to go and you-know-what, while he was playing with his sword and showing those two how cool and powerful he was. Junior spat on the floor. He's always like that, Piggy snorted, looking at her new employee with something approaching sympathy. A big head. New people. This seriously changed the picture of what was going on. Radically, I'd say. Up until that very moment, I had thought we were playing King of the Mountain, or Spiders in a Jar. You know, like, only one of us can survive. One person would take control of the others, and those who disagreed would die. Where did the newcomers come from? Had the system dropped them off? Or had the region's borders opened up? Surely we'd have been notified of such an event. So we had to assume they came from outside. In the beginning, they'd told us we had to get 7 people together under one leader, more than half. So our numbers had been fixed then. 13, a baker's dozen. And 2 of them died before my eyes. But 2 more showed up with desk jockey. Where the hell had they come from? It's unlikely they'd been marinating in some vault. Maybe from other locations? But how? On what principle? What level were these 2? I asked. 1s, Junior eagerly informed me. The guy was pleased to be listened to. This probably wasn't that common for him. So he was more than willing to tell me everything, verbosely, remembering all the details. The sword that fell out of Swat's hand? I asked. He was bragging about it? Desk Jockey had been waving that piece of metal around at our fence, but he hadn't dared to go into battle. That's right, Johnson nodded, annoyedly. What was I doing giving it away? I thought a clever man would put it to its proper use. I'm no warrior. That's how people shrug off responsibility. They don't even use a weapon, just so they can stick to their normal way of life. They give it away to someone who's supposedly more deserving. Did you see what bonus he got? As I had already learnt, the bonus item didn't just give you serious characteristics advantages at the start, it suggested your path of development. Although it was up to the player to decide whether or not to follow that path. Piggy's bag, although it gave her stamina, spoke of her high adaptability. With no special talents, and even fewer fighting skills, she was living in this new world in warmth and nourishment, under protection, and with a subordinate of her own already. Johnson was a jack of all trades. He didn't need his daily bread. He always wanted to try something new. I thought of how his eyes lit up when he evaporated salt from that dirty mash. When he got the recipe for that stove, he'd almost performed a tribal dance for me. Junior, though his pupil, was quite different. When he talked about Desk Jockey, his eyes lit up and his jaw stiffened. An ideological fighter, my ass. His thoughts were strong, but brief. Maybe he really would grow into a fighter-saboteur, if he didn't get into some stupid shit before then. As for me, who knows what to call that kind of ability? But as it turned out, I'd cut someone's throat for what was mine. Master, chief, lord, who cares what it's called? This is my land, and my people. I don't remember his bonus, Johnson frowned. He didn't show us it. Oh, right, Junior jumped up. He had an apple. I froze. An apple? Wait, but wasn't that the same as my potatoes? And? I leaned forward impatiently. What did he do with it? If my suspicions were correct, it could be that Desk Jockey used to have a second settlement. So the system had recognized him as worthy too. There was something about that blabbermouth. And perhaps not just used to. Perhaps he still had it. Although, what do you mean, what? He ate it, obviously. He shrugged. In one go, so he didn't have to share it. I held back a silent curse word, and at the same time, a Homeric laugh. He got a legendary apple and ate it? That sounds like the stupidest story of all time. And there were no changes in him afterwards? I asked. After that, he gave the speech saying that he was the only authority here, and as long as we were with him, we were its main representatives? He said that this meant everything was ours, all the way to the horizon, that all the rest of you were mutants and zombies who'd been brainwashed. Sorry, Auntie Piggy, it's not personal. That's what he said. And he was so convincing, fucker. We believed him straight away. Johnson just nodded sorrowfully. I guess he'd succumb to the slogan, too. There was the whole secret of his compulsion. Everything fell into place. There must have been some hefty buffs in that legendary item. What happened to the stock? I asked. The stock? Both narrators were surprised at such a stupid question. Yes, from the apple, I repeated patiently. He probably ate that too, said Johnson. He was so greedy he ate all the bones off the meat, too. No, he threw it away. Junior, the more attentive of the two, corrected him. He had already been struck by inspiration, and the stump was in his hand. So he threw it into the bushes. Threw it into the bushes. If that was the case, then right now, somewhere out there in the woods, there was a legendary apple tree. An apple tree that was stood there waiting for someone to take it. Chapter 10. Hey, Johnson, let's go. I shouted, encouraging Johnson as he ran ahead of me. Junior was running beside him with much greater ease, throwing worried glances at his comrade. Even Piggy managed to overtake Johnson, throwing him a final air kiss. What's going on here, you ask? The Olympic fucking Games, I answer. What the hell for? All for the sake of science. Concerned about my companion's combat training, I realized that we needed, somehow, to learn how the stat mechanics worked. Now, we had 4 test subjects to study the effects of a particular characteristic scale. All of our starting bonuses were locked in the cellar. No cheating. Johnson had the highest stamina among the settlement's 3 residents. Junior stood out on agility, putting almost all his points into that one characteristic. Piggy, on the other hand, was turning into the middle of the pack. She was mainly grinding stamina and agility, but she didn't forget about other aspects. Compared to the rest of them, I stood out for my strength and will. We were an interesting little cocktail. In order to finally put to rest any questions about the workings of the system, I had decided to put on the first systemic Olympic Games. It would help team building, too, like an ancient corporate exercise. Running, jumping, lifting weights, hurdles, arm wrestling, swimming, and throwing projectiles. Not a standard set of tests, but I was pursuing bigger goals than placing a medal around a champion's neck. I declared the prize for the absolute winner. New clothes from a designer atelier, Coco Piggy. Separately, I promised the girl herself that I'd collect materials for a fur coat if she managed to defeat everyone. Oh, how her eyes lit up. She didn't care one bit that it was summer now, judging by the heat. The sun was baking us like crazy. A fur coat is a fur coat. And a real one. No synthetics, no cheap materials or cotton wool. Shopping is truly a scary thing. With everything set up, the entire next morning and the first half of the day was spent testing our abilities. I organized 2 forms of sprint, 100 meters and 2 kilometers. If, as expected, Junior came first in the 100 meters, second was Piggy, and Johnson jogged up in last, then perhaps we could have expected the same in the 2 kilometers. Everything came out back to front. Johnson proved to be the overall winner. Though grumbling, he picked a steady, average pace. Neither Piggy nor even Junior, who both ran rings around him at first, could knock the man off his rhythm. He continued on, with the stubbornness of a rhinoceros, concentrating entirely on the path in front of him. The results were already showing at the beginning of the 2nd kilometer. Junior, as fast as he starts, ends up exhausting himself, slowing down with each lap around the settlement. Somewhere in the 2nd third, he slowed to a walk, unable to move his legs anymore. Piggy, who at first lagged behind the guy, started catching up to him, but her stamina wasn't enough to keep up that speed. By the finish, victory was claimed by Johnson, who looked as cheerful as he had at the beginning of the race. Junior and Piggy just about managed to crawl back to the position from which they started. Honestly, I wasn't exactly overtaking them either. Let's not forget the fact that Johnson was Lord knows how old, and the 3 of us had not even finished our 3rd decade of life. What is running? Prolonged physical activity. Now imagine a lengthy enough battle, enemies falling down from fatigue, while our unshakable formation stood there like a wall. Okay, I was daydreaming. But we couldn't forget about stamina. By the way, the system also got involved in our competition. Junior got +1 agility for winning the sprint, and Johnson got +1 endurance for the mini-marathon. I had expected it to give stat boosts to the laggards, but it had its own logic. Well, thanks anyway. I gave the athletes a breather before we began the next challenge. Long jump, from a standing start and with a run-up. Here, a new discovery awaited me. I thought Junior would outclass us all here, but I was the winner. As it turned out, strength referred to the work of muscles, ligaments, and joints. Specifically, the explosive power they could unleash in a short period of time. I jumped farther, higher, and, how to put it, sharper than the others. In the run-up test, Junior managed to close the gap between us, but again, my half-ton of TNT solved everything. I got a round of applause from the audience, and +1 strength from the system. It was a little rude to only squeeze 1 point out for me, for 2 victories after all. Next, we moved on to weightlifting. That included logs, several stones, and both small and huge boulders, which we dragged from the lakeshore. Here, yet another discovery awaited me. Perhaps lifting a big weight was no problem for me, but keeping it up was much more difficult. Lifting the same weight as Johnson, I realized that I tired much faster than he did, even though, logically, my strength should have compensated for it. But no. Strength gave me immediate power, smashing trees, breaking rocks, putting the brute force into spear lunges and kicks. It couldn't solve a damn thing in the long term. Junior and Piggy were eliminated in the early stages. Johnson and I weren't competing for long either. He just couldn't get the really big boulder off the ground. In tag, I was testing movement across uneven terrain. I wondered how our abilities would be affected. To do this, we went to a grove that had raspberry bushes growing in it. I was surprised at how much more trampled it looked compared to before. Piggy fluttered her eyelashes innocently in response to my stern look. In her free time, which she got by getting Junior to plant the beds, Piggy forayed into the raspberry patch. I wasn't sorry about the berries, but the fool would get eaten out here. With raspberry sauce. I'd save the educational work for later. For now, we had sports to compete in. The kid, of course, behaved like a real assassin. His agility allowed him to move carefully among trees and bushes. Not a single twig was disturbed. Johnson was constantly trying to take things by force, running in circles around the marked territory, trying to avoid engaging in any fleeting conflict. Piggy took the standard route, trying to use any opportunity that came to her, catching Johnson out, ambushing Junior by hanging on a branch, or trapping me after putting on a damsel in distress display. Instinctively or not, each of us tried to squeeze the maximum out of our characteristics, which immediately gave me an idea of our possible opponents. Being determines consciousness, and that was particularly evident now. That meant that by observing behavior, I could surmise a player's developmental tendencies. Soft, silent footsteps. They'd probably poured everything into agility. Hefty, weighty footsteps? That meant strength. Minimal, unnecessary movement and some sluggishness. Clearly, stamina had been preferred. Other stats were more difficult. In those cases, it would be easy to get lost, not knowing what was what. Besides, no one could exclude the possibility that an opponent would deliberately hide their inclinations, pretending to portray a different build to what they had. What was to stop a trickster from stomping through the woods like a rhinoceros? That's right. Nothing. That meant you couldn't mindlessly trust your eyes, couldn't always know what to expect of an enemy. That would greatly improve the chances of surviving the next encounter. Anyway, back to our Olympic gains. Junior was the undisputed winner of tag. He had an arrogant smirk on his face, because he had already taken the lead in 2 tests. I didn't care that Johnson and I had the same number of victories. That's immaturity for you, I thought with some surprise. Although Junior and I were almost the same age, I had begun to think entirely differently. I was thinking strategically. It was only Piggy who hadn't managed to get the upper hand anywhere. She was always in second or third place. Not the best, but not the worst either. Arm wrestling predictably fell to me, as did throwing projectiles, javelins, or simple sticks sharpened in the manner of a spear. Johnson took victory in the kilometer swim, while juniors snatched the 100-meter race. In total, the results were as follows. I took first place, as winner of the 4 tests overall. Johnson and Junior got 3 wins each, taking second place. Piggy, on the other hand, was left without a single medal. This also left her with a look of disappointment on her face. The 3 of us, after consulting one another, gave her a wreath of flowers woven by Johnson, and called her the Queen of Spring and Beauty. "Oh, boys, you shouldn't have, honestly." She waved us away, but her eyes held the fire of triumph. We all stood side by side on an improvised pedestal. I as the champion of the games, and she as my queen. It wasn't a difficult decision for any of us, and now the girl was happy, no longer walking around with a sour face. Junior sighed with more relief than the rest of us. A satisfied boss meant fewer lashes for him. Smart guy. He understood straight away who it served him to please, so as to make his life easier. The system also rewarded us handsomely. Junior got +3 to agility. Johnson got the same to endurance. The system was stingy with me, only giving +3 to strength. The benefits of training and competitions were obvious. We'd have to expand and deepen the practice. We took turns refreshing ourselves in the lake, and then started our work routine. Junior went to work on the plantation, under the strict, watchful eye of Piggy, while Johnson and I started building a training mannequin. To be precise, I just described a general construction, and then he seemed to rethink it considerably. The dummy looked more like a scarecrow, and quite frightening. "What is that?" I said, scratching the tip of my nose while looking at the monster in front of me, which had a charcoal-painted cloth mask instead of a face. "Ah, it's come out a little devil-like," Johnson said thoughtfully, looking at his brainchild. "I haven't made mannequins before, but I did a scarecrow for the dacha. All the crows died of a heart attack." On the dummy's head was a wicker hat, which Johnson had made out of thin twigs. 2 sticks tied together looked like thin, bony limbs. The clothes, made of sewn-up hide stuffed with dry grass, looked like skin, covered in scars and cuts. A gruesome sight, to be honest. The description echoed his words almost entirely. Name: Devil Knows What, Mannequin/Scarecrow. Level: Unique. At the command of the left heel of Asura's 6th leg, this monster was born. Legends say that the ancient treatises of the highest temple of the ascetic monks still have records of his transgressions. Now the doom of the entire world is forced to bear its miserable existence in the form of a rag doll, unable to free itself from the curse. Characteristics: spreads an aura of fear around itself, which scares away all small animals within a 10-meter radius. May cause mental confusion in mentally unstable individuals. Speeds up military training by 10%. Glitters at night with an ominous glow. It was quite something. The first unique item I'd ever seen, and it was a devil knows what. The most interesting part, of course, was the military boost. How does it speed up like that when you're working with a dummy? For the sake of experimentation, I took a spear in my hands and poked it into the dummy's stomach. Nothing happened. Yeah, what did I expect? Attention! You are experiencing terror. You must resist the attack. Before I could react, one of the sticks, breaking all laws of physics, transformed into a sharp, curved blade, like a scythe. The blade shot straight for my throat without a moment's pause. Only my keen instincts and my strength allowed me to react. I bounced backwards, putting distance between myself and the dummy. The scythe's blade immediately disappeared, and the flimsy stick reappeared in its place. "Did you see that?" I asked, wiping away the sweat that had suddenly appeared on my forehead. "See what?" Johnson said, looking surprised. "So you didn't notice anything?" I frowned. "I don't think anything happened. You just hit the dummy with the spear," he shrugged. "Then suddenly you bounced away, as if you'd seen a ghost." Holy shit. It really was. God damn, it dawned on me. A mannequin that created illusions to try and kill you. I now saw why it was saying you'd get your Warcraft up 10% faster. Either you'd go mad, or you'd start growing at breakneck speed. "Boys, grub's up!" My thoughts were disturbed by Piggy calling to us. Evening always came so fast, I hadn't even noticed. All right, that was enough discoveries for today. I would digest the information better on a full stomach, and after that I'd understand what to do with this magic mannequin. But first, a meat stew. I chose the Greek phalanx as the model for my future army. The hoplites, for good reason, were considered an invincible army by barbarian hordes and tribes, who outnumbered them by a factor of 10, if not more. Unlike many later armies, such as the Roman legionaries or Byzantine cataphracts, the hoplites were not distinguished by any elaborate uniforms or weapons. At their earliest stage, they themselves had barely stepped out of barbarism. Our wicker shields and slingshots made of sticks were not far behind them. Discipline, cohesion, and working in formation were the three main aspects of the phalanx that I chose to emphasize. It's good to study history. You learn a lot of trivial details. I never thought knowing about antiquity and the ancient world would benefit me one day. But now, I was thanking myself for the past. So, back to the phalanx. The most striking example of its effectiveness was the Greco-Persian Wars. 300 Spartans held off a Persian army. They may not have been 100,000 strong, as they were in the film, but it was certainly a fact that the numerical disadvantage was extreme. Of course, I smacked my lips at the Roman legion, another one of the greatest examples of the art of war. But alas, we had neither the means nor the manpower for anything like that. I couldn't build a turtle, I didn't have gladiuses or pilums at hand, and simple slingshots weren't suitable for that kind of formation. And with no armor or shields, the effectiveness of the legion approach is seriously reduced. So I stuck with the Greek phalanx and explained its principles briefly to Junior and Johnson. The whole essence of the phalanx was to stand shoulder to shoulder and form a single wall, which should take the enemy's blows. Your shield should cover both yourself and your comrade's side. I took the center of our formation, as I had the highest strength. In the event of an attack, I would take most of the onslaught. Increased strength would make that easier to bear. Junior stood to my left, and Johnson to my right. First we practiced the formation step, the simplest of them all. With closed shields, it wasn't so easy to do. Junior's step was longer, Johnson's was shorter. We jostled with our shields and got the shafts of our spears tangled. 1, 2, 3. Left, 1, 2, 3. All my life I had thought formation training was stupid, and yet here we were, the most useful knowledge of all. After more or less getting the idea, we went round the camp. Piggy giggled at us, and the mannequin swayed in the wind, which made it seem like it was squinting disapprovingly in our direction. I decided we were ready to go, and commanded my men to stop marching. The three of us froze in front of the scarecrow. I'd already told the guys about the mannequin's peculiar nature, and we decided to try the effect again, all of us together. I wondered if our hallucinations would match. As we approached the mannequin, it was like being dipped in cold water. Goosebumps ran all over our bodies. Sweat instantly appeared on our foreheads. The devil knows what shuddered, its charcoal-decorated mask blurring into an anticipatory grin, which even on its own did not compute in our brains. An eerie, inky haze began to rise from the ground around it. Junior immediately turned pale, while Johnson clenched his spear so tightly I feared it would crack. Even though I was ready for the surprise, I only stopped myself from looking away with great difficulty. One of the sticks turned back into a scythe blade, which awoke me from my trance. "Shields up!" I growled. With difficulty, the boys obeyed. Crack! The woven shield crackled. The blade tore through it like a sharpened knife through a sheet of paper. Junior gritted his teeth, holding a scream in his throat. Johnson frowned even more than before, looking anxiously in our direction. "Step!" I commanded, trying to stop my subordinates being consumed by panic. Almost in sync, we took a single step towards the mannequin. It clearly wasn't happy about it. The second hand turned into a heavy hammer. Then it came straight at me. "Hold!" I heard myself say, and then I was met with a smack. Bang! I managed to hold firm with great difficulty. The force of the blow was like an electric train slamming into me. There were 2 shallow furrows in the ground, but I straightened up again, holding my shield upright. The mannequin grimaced and delivered a second blow with the scythe blade. "Shields!" Again we withstood the onslaught. "Strike!" In a single motion we attacked the dummy, our weapons piercing the grass-filled torso. The devil knows what crumpled. Its mask gave a nasty shriek, and the miasmas hovering around it disappeared. Congratulations! You have completed Training Stage 1 with the devil knows what. Will +1. Stamina +1. I examined myself, and the dazed Johnson and Junior, who both fell flat on their asses. Everyone was intact, as was our gear. The shields, which should have been torn to pieces, were now back in perfect condition. I also didn't feel the pain or fatigue I had felt a moment before. Was it all an illusion? I looked at the mannequin's mask. It was still the same as Johnson had drawn it. No winks or grins. So that's how it was it? "What the fuck was that all about?" Junior shouted, barely returned to his senses. "An impure devil, truly," Johnson said, crossing himself. "You're wrong, Johnson." I couldn't hold back a satisfied smile. The guys looked at me questioningly. "It's not a devil. It's a devil knows what. From this point onwards, that's our finest coach in close combat." You should have seen the look on their faces. "I think I'd better get back to the potato patch," Junior suggested. The belligerent Piggy and her whip didn't seem like such a bad option anymore. Now there was a guy caught between a rock and a hard place. For 2 whole days after that, we trained with the mannequin. Stage 1 had just been the beginning. As soon as we made it to the devil knows what and dealt it a certain amount of damage, the dummy recognized its attacker's victory and retreated into a kind of reset. This gave us a couple of hours' respite, after which the mannequin was ready to be challenged again. It gradually acted with increasing ferocity and aggression, as well as raising the complexity of the battle. On the second day we were stubborn, and attacked the Scarecrow 5 times in a row. After that, it went into reset for a few hours, and we discovered a new ability. Name: Shoulder to Shoulder. You fought an ancient horror and came out victorious. Or at least, you didn't soil your trousers in fear. Ability: plus 10% to armor when in formation with others who have passed the same test. I slowly got the hang of selecting a training level in the system's special window. It appeared once I entered the 10-meter radius surrounding the Scarecrow. The Scarecrow, however, no longer gave any bonuses for battles, despite remaining an excellent sparring partner. If you set the level to 0, then the devil-knows-what didn't even try to attack. It just stared menacingly at everything in the neighborhood, shooting everything with its creepy, painted-on eyes. It wasn't pleasant, but the dummy Scarecrow drove away any animals from the plantation within that 10-meter radius. If it couldn't cover the whole plantation, it could at least block one side, which made it easier to defend. Speaking of defense, in the morning, we were attacked by a pack of about 3 dozen hares. Although they had obviously hoped to wipe our settlement off the face of the earth, they didn't succeed. The 4 of us, protected by the fence, were able to easily repel the attack, which at one point turned into a contest to see who could kill the most animals. The winner, surprisingly, was Piggy, who managed to shoot the hares on their approach, as well as when they were running away like cowards. When the beast attack, which just a few days ago had nearly threatened the existence of the plantation, was so easily smothered, I realized how much the settlement had grown recently. There were 4 of us. We had a fence and weapons. We could operate cohesively in a single formation. I realized we were finally ready to move out. A phalanx in the woods. What could be more ridiculous? It was a formation designed for the plains, but we weren't 300 Spartans. We were just 3. So before going out into the thicket, I put us through one more training session, reorganizing from a marching to a fighting formation. It went terribly, but at least Johnson stopped tripping over his spear, and Junior stopped running away out of hot-headedness towards possible danger. I was satisfied with the results. Junior, as the fighter with the greatest agility, was in the lead. Should any danger arise, he would always be able to dodge or retreat. I was in the center, always ready to come to the aid of my subordinates. And in the back, of course, came Johnson. We put him there, among other reasons, because he walked through the forest like a drunken bear. If, suddenly, we are attacked from the rear, his stamina should be enough to hold out until we could join the fight. Suddenly, Junior stopped. He listened to his surroundings, or rather, sniffed them. "What is it?" I whispered to him faintly.
Can you smell it?
He asked, suspicious. Johnson and I looked at each other incomprehensibly. "What exactly do you mean?" I asked.
It smells of lard.
The glade fell into a sepulchral silence. "Are you kidding me? We just had lunch," Johnson said, surprised. "You not stuffed yourself enough?" I was in general agreement with him, but something was bothering me. Junior had a better Pathfinder skill than us. In Desk Jockey's group, he'd been the main breadwinner and hunter, thanks to his agility. So his acquired instinct must have been telling him something, just in a strange way. "Are you sure?" I asked again. "I'm not kidding," he waved his hands. "Smoked lard. I'd recognize that smell anywhere." "Fall in," I commanded, and we closed our shields. Johnson pulled in behind us, crunching a branch as usual. The sound was so loud, it was like a gunshot. Suddenly, the nearest bush rushed at us. Chapter 11. Of course, it was no bush attacking us. But that didn't make it any more pleasant, because it turned out to be a boar. We were in no way prepared for this attack. Johnson was trailing behind somewhere or other, Junior was counting crows. "This side!" I screamed, canceling my previous order. As my warriors scrambled across the forest, I put up my shield, offering myself up as the main target. At the very last moment, I sidestepped its attack and immediately tried to poke my spear into the boar's skin. The hit landed, but the tip did not go deep enough to pose the beast any danger. My fears were confirmed. It would take a long time to skewer this bastard with a self-propelled spear. The boar barreled past with a squeal. Fortunately, it had practically no neck, so it faced big problems in turning around. It was like a battering ram. If it didn't hit the first time, it needed to take a run-up for the second attempt. That's what the animal was doing now. While it prepared, I managed to look it up and down. An enormous creature, level 5, its beady eyes trained on our team. I was amazed at how it looked at us with such gastronomic interest. Since when had wild boars switched to meat-based diets? Or did everything here try to devour you, even little hares? The hard-bristled boar had black scorch marks on its hide, from which a faint smoke still emanated. That was evidently what had confused Junior's senses, making him think he could smell smoked lard. Although it really was lard, just lively, aggressive lard. The boar lifted its fanged muzzle aloft, deafening its surroundings with a squeal and a grunt which sounded more like a roar. "In formation!" I shouted. "Close shields!" As soon as the command sounded, Johnson and Junior stood shoulder to shoulder with me, as if steeling themselves for the coming failure. Our shields formed a single line, our legs rooted themselves against the earth, and our spears were aimed at the enemy's head. With a new roar, the boar began accelerating and rushed in our direction. Even the ground seemed to start trembling faintly. A drop of sweat rolled treacherously down my forehead. Our hands gripped our weapons tighter. The boar gave a disgusting scream. The air itself began to vibrate. A vile shiver engulfed my body against its will. I wanted to throw down the shield and run headlong. Fuck me. It was a real mental blow. The mountain of lard had a special ability. You are experiencing terror. Hold the line! If it hadn't been for our training with the devil knows what, I doubt we would have been able to resist this now. But damn it, this pig wasn't all that scary. One single hit. If we held out, victory would be ours. If we didn't, the boar would crush us one by one. Roar! The sound came from somewhere in my lungs, bursting out and blocking even the sound of the boar. Junior and Johnson joined in. The sound seemed to join us into a single organism, and at just that moment, our buff was triggered. Well, come on then, pork. Bang! Armor level reduced. 60 over 150 left. The impact was comparable to being hit by a car bumper. The shield crumpled for a moment, transferring the severity of the blow to my arm. My bones almost cracked. But all the same, it had been a smart choice. Elastic and durable. Otherwise, the boar fangs would have sunk not into the flexible branches, but into my arm. My head was filled with a stupefying emptiness and sheer noise. My legs traveled as much as half a meter across the damp grass, leaving shallow furrows in the ground. But the main thing was, I had stayed up. We achieved our goal. The boar had been stopped. Better, even, it was shaking its head from side to side, as if the blow had stunned it. It had definitely not made it through without consequences. The hand holding the shield had gone numb, but I gritted my teeth and gave the next command. Strike! 3 spears inflicted stabbing blows on the boar, which it was not at all happy about. It leaned back with a squeal to try and muster at least some slight acceleration. 2 meters. 5. It was already dangerous to go further. We would have broken formation. Close shields! Strike! Without any acceleration, it was already weaker than before. Our shields held firm, and we were able to launch a counterattack much faster. The moment of shock had passed. Strike! We were no longer fighting for our lives. We were fighting to kill. It was a routine. The boar was a real tank. It took a long time to finish it off. It responded painfully. Close shields! Strike! The boar roared in pain. The tip of my spear hit it in the eye. Critical hit. Minus 50 hit points. How inconvenient that I couldn't see the creature's total hit points. That probably required a separate skill. There wasn't even the usual green bar above it, like you normally get in online games. The spear got stuck in the boar's cranium. It shook its head from side to side, trying to free itself and snatch the weapon from my hands. Ugh! My muscles were humming with tension, but I held it almost entirely still. The bastard was getting weaker. Strike! The guys didn't need me to say it twice. Their spears plunged into its body again and again, causing the boar more and more wounds and cuts. It was bad that they could only just penetrate the thick, hard skin. We didn't have regular spear tips. Blood dripped onto the green grass. The boar kicked out, trying to reach Johnson or Junior with its trotters, but they either took its attacks on their shields or just avoided them. I yanked on the spear, trying to pull it out. In our team, I was the one who dealt the most damage, thanks to my strength. Johnson and Junior were still level 2, and their blows were like mosquito bites to a creature like this. They were distracting it, of course, and keeping it in place, but there was no way they'd be able to put an end to the battle. Suddenly, the boar tilted its head, clung onto my spear with its fang, and levered it until it snapped. What the hell? Normal wild boars were not that smart. Crack! I was left holding a useless splinter, and the one-eyed mountain of lard grunted triumphantly. Just great. Hold the line! Perhaps feeling that its health was no longer decreasing, the boar seemed to be getting a second wind. It took no run-up, just crashed sideways into Junior, the lightest of our team. Junior fell onto his back. The shield had blocked the hit, so he didn't take any major damage, but he now found himself in an extremely vulnerable position. It was impossible to hide under the shield while lying down. This charred pork would either trample him or pry him out from below with its fangs. Johnson, immediately forgetting our training, rushed to protect his comrade. "Stop!" I shouted, thereby saving the man's life. The boar shook its head, and its fangs struck just the spot where the laborer was supposed to be. It had already considered Junior to be its prey, and was resisting our attempts to repel it. You bitch! Holding the shield with both hands, I took 2 quick steps forward and whacked the boar in the face. How'd it like that? A taste of its own medicine. The pork shook its head and turned its rabid eyes to face me. I believed this was what they called hyper-aggro. "Come on then, are you mad?" I said, provoking it. "Come on, you overgrown pig, here I am." Try and take me. I saw the boar squat, as if getting ready to sprint, and rushed as fast as I could in the other direction. The stomping behind me was catching up, but I wasn't trying to run away. I stood directly under the wide branches of a tree, then turned to face the enemy. It was rushing at me like a locomotive. Even its sole remaining eye was gleaming like a spotlight. Come on, you bitch. Let's do this. Just a moment longer. My entire being was taut with tension. My heart was beating hollow in my chest, ready to spring from its cage. It seemed like I had everything worked out, but... The boar gave a belligerent roar. It could taste victory. It knew I couldn't beat it alone. Its tusks would burst my belly, and that would be the end of me. I knew that too. At the last second, I threw my shield in the boar's face, depriving it of a view for a brief moment. Putting all my strength into my legs, I jumped up. 3 meters above my head was a thick branch, which I clasped with my palms, clutching on with all my strength. I pulled myself up and thrust my legs over the branch. Bang! The boar's skull crashed at full speed into the trunk of the 100-year-old, or perhaps older, oak, or whatever breed of tree it was. After which it still didn't die? In normal life, I would never have done anything like that. But it wasn't for nothing that we had been testing our abilities all day long. Junior was already running like a champion, and I was lifting championship-winning weights. So a 3-meter jump in the air wasn't that big of a surprise. It wasn't even really 3 meters, just enough for my hands to grasp the branch. A meter and change. Nothing special for this new life. The stunned boar stepped back, swaying from side to side. That put it right under me. Another second, and I landed on its back with Junior's dagger in my hands. The bonus item's sharp blade easily broke through the thick skin. Strike, and another, and another. I was stabbing the beast in the neck like a sewing machine. Then the boar just fell to the ground. Its only eye was dimming. There was no more life in the carcass. Johnson reached level 3. Junior reached level 3. Do you wish to distribute characteristics? Congratulations, you have completed a mission. Kill a creature of a higher level than yourself for the first time. Reward: 1 bronze box. It looked like I'd won. My experience bar was almost at level 5, too. A little more, and I would level up myself. I couldn't contain my happiness and relief, and immediately fell to the trampled grass. None of my muscles wanted to move. It also seemed like I'd torn a few ligaments on top of everything else. "Hey, Elder, how are you?" Johnson asked me carefully. He clearly found it difficult to get used to Lord, and Leo seemed disrespectful to a man who had just almost single-handedly slain that boar. My happy laughter could be heard across the glade. We won! Our return was truly triumphant, especially when we saw Piggy's reaction. Even if she was only that happy that we had all returned intact and unharmed. The minx almost shed tears when she saw the boar carcass we dragged in, with great effort. Still, Johnson's endurance and my strength worked wonders. Piggy's bag was no small help either. After tying the boar's legs, we had threaded an entire small tree between them and carried our catch on our shoulders like hunters in an ancient cave painting. That evening we would have a veritable feast. Pork ribs, chops, a leg of ham baked in some sort of leaves. Piggy and Johnson climbed all the environs surrounding the settlement in search of edible herbs and had great success. From the pork carcass, Piggy, applying her hunter skill, received several types of meat, boar skin, and lard, for which we had not yet found a use. There were still the fangs left over. She decided to make a primitive necklace from them. It gave +1 to damage, and was perhaps the first man-made jewelry of this world. I didn't do shit, just rested and waited for my wounds to heal. After we washed them with fresh water, They healed over literally before our eyes. There were no casualties, apart from me. I was overjoyed about it. Our tactics had worked. Even level 2 weaklings like Junior and Johnson had kept a level 5 beast at bay. And now that they'd raised their stats, it seemed time to introduce wild boar hunting into our traditional sporting categories. Now I believed that we could even rival the Major for power. No way his arrows would pierce our new shields, especially if we covered them with boar skin on top of the branches. I wasn't so worried about the Gopniks either. Let them just try to mess with us. We wouldn't let them get within the length of a spear strike. "Elder, what are you so caught up thinking about?" Johnson asked politely. "We're celebrating." "He's not an elder, he's a lord," Piggy declared proudly, using her right as the person closest to... well, just closest. "Lord Leo, get used to it, you hillbilly." The man laughed respectfully. "Try the ham, my lord." They'd prepared it with seasoning. By the way, although the boar had given the impression of being old, the meat turned out to be extremely juicy and tender. It was as if he hadn't run all his life through the forest, but was grown on a special farm and fed exclusively with delicacies. If this was a peculiarity of the game, then it was one I liked. By the way, during the banquet, I opened the reward. Name: Bad Bronze Knife. Level: Garbage. Strong, sturdy, the very thing for surviving bare-assed in the jungle. Rambo approves. Characteristics: Agility +1, Strength +2. Well, I said, I was hoping for more, but it's still useful. We could make another spear, and our attack power would increase even more. I still can't believe it. Johnson ran his palm along his wicker shield. It looks exactly like a basket. It's so ridiculous. But we overpowered that crazy beast without so much as a scratch on me and Junior. Modern people have a very distorted idea of what happened in antiquity, I explained. Who do we see in the pictures? A guy wearing barely anything, with a six-pack so tight it could reflect sunlight. Sure, they're more fun to draw like that. So did they really not look like that? Piggy said. What about Achilles, for example? You've read Homer? I asked, surprised. No, she replied. I saw the movie, with Brad Pitt. He was 1 in a million, by the way. A very handsome boy. Everyone forgets that Achilles was the son of the emperor, and according to legend, the grandson of Zeus himself. Homer claims that Hephaestus himself, the blacksmith god, crafted his shield. What does that mean? I saw that there are no ready answers, so I gave one myself. That such shields were extremely rare. Equipment like that cost the same as an ocean yacht does now. Such a hero on the battlefield was like a real tank, and the opponent had no anti-tank weapons. Invulnerable and murderous. What about the others? Junior wondered. They wore whatever they could, I said. Fabric armor, a bit like sweatshirts, were very popular. When fabric is rolled up into many layers, you'd be lucky to pierce it with anything. Same if you're wearing something woolen. Try fighting a man in a fur coat. He won't even feel your blows, even if you beat him with a truncheon. A sword, if you tried to cut them with it, would slide over the wool. Do you think all those barbarians were walking around in furs because it was cold? Or because they were just fashionable like that? The last words made Piggy giggle. That was primordial armor. I should sew you some vests, Piggy said, thinking on her feet. I'll get you wearing fur vests over your naked torsos. Very erotic. I'd even call it practical, she said, batting her eyes foxily. Only we don't have enough hide. These hairs are tiny. You'd need 10 of them for a decent vest. We need to finally catch some and try to breed them in captivity, I said. Otherwise, thanks to our scarecrow, they'll forget the road to the settlement. Last time someone ruined our whole setup, I said, looking at Junior expressively. He made a guilty face and looked down. It's settled. Tomorrow Johnson will have to make a cage in the morning, and Junior and I will go set traps. Why don't you and I do that? Johnson suggested. I know how to set the snares best. So teach him in advance, I insisted. He's our tracker. Let him do what he's good at. I'll keep guard so that no creature attacks. I didn't want to let these two go out on an independent mission. Junior had proven himself well today, but I still didn't trust them entirely. I'll keep them under supervision for the time being. Perhaps we should open the cider, since it seems we've got a good reason, Piggy suggested suddenly. I hoped that this was just her lively character, rather than a tendency towards female alcoholism, which, as is known, is incurable. There weren't many holidays in our current life. It was mostly hard work and various dangers. That made you want to relax even more. Bring some over, I agreed. Today we've achieved our first victory over a serious opponent. That's worth marking. It was settled. Today we were getting drunk. Johnson and Junior stared dumbfounded at the bottles of system cider Piggy brought over. After all, this was their first taste of system-issue alcohol. Since there were only 2 bottles, and there were 4 of us, I sent one of them round in a circle, as if it were a joint. It was a little unorthodox, but traditions like these bring people together. Everyone took a sip and passed it to their neighbor. Despite the quantity, the system cider was doing its job. It wasn't for nothing that this drink had legendary status. The fun buff worked flawlessly. Taking advantage of the general relaxation and high spirits, I turned discussion to the question of naming the settlement. I had been scratching my head for several days and couldn't come up with anything. Moscow, Johnson suggested. Settlers often name new towns after former cities. They say that America has about 24 Moscows. Well, or New Moscow, that works too. Hairopolis, Junior joked, and immediately started giggling. Paris, Piggy sighed. I always dreamed of living in Paris. I didn't like any of those options. They lacked something to spur and mobilize us, while being something that's truly ours. Over the second bottle of cider, the discussion quietened down and slipped into the usual merrymaking. Johnson was reeling through the pop songs of his youth. Junior was laughing at his colleague, trying to foolishly sing along in a high-pitched female voice. Piggy surveyed the situation and decided to show the class her belly dance. Her performance caused complete uproar. Johnson just clapped approvingly, smiling into his mustache. But Junior's eyes were burning with an unhealthy interest. I was glad it had all worked out that Piggy slept in my tent now. Otherwise, we might have had to deal with this particular problem. Yet another reason to keep a closer eye on Junior. When it went quiet after the dance, and the content Piggy sat back in her seat, I jumped up with an idea. Follow my lead, I said. Men, get up. Repeat after me. Come on, we're having a good time relaxing, Lord, Johnson grunted. Get up, I commanded, with a voice that was not tolerating any objections. Repeat after me. Once I had seen this dance online, I laughed at it, of course, but as a curious person I began to dig around. I found a description of a tribe that not only did not die out, like the mammoths, after the arrival of the white conquerors, but also gave them a pretty heavy kicking. By the way, the wars they fought were called the Potato Wars. Isn't that symbolic? Step forward, I shouted, placing my right foot. This is our land, Johnson repeated, a little indistinctly from behind me. Junior sniveled silently. Louder! Step forward! The second leg came in line with the first. We stand firmly on it. We stand firmly on it, they repeated from behind. This is our potatomus. I bent my knees, like a wrestler before a fight. Our potatomus! 3 voices roared. Fuck all our enemies. I beat my right arm against my shoulder, and my fist shot up in an international gesture. Fuck all our enemies! Junior cackled with delight. The fire shot sparks. Flames licked high into the air. The heat from it was blazing, or perhaps the real heat was coming from inside our very bodies. There were 4 of us in the illuminated circle. Beyond the fence was impenetrable darkness. Darkness full of enemies, monsters, dangers. Before, we had hidden the fire in the pit. We'd spoken in a whisper. We'd been afraid to attract attention. Now, we were not afraid. Now, we were making ourselves known. Come and get it, I said, yelling the first thing that came to mind. The words just appeared in my head. A force was stirring inside us, coursing through our bodies. We were power. In the uneven glimmer of the flame, the devil knows what squinted at us. He liked it. He approved. We'll tear anyone apart. Stamp them into the earth. Raise them on our spears. This is our house. I gave a guttural roar, and my face turned into a wild grimace. I had nothing to hide from here. I was the scariest animal in this forest. Name: Shoulder to Shoulder, Level 2. An ancient horror saw a kindred spirit within you. Remember, if they're afraid of you, it means they respect you. Ability: plus 15% to armor when in formation with others who have passed the same test. This is insane, Piggy laughed. Boys, I almost got scared myself at first. This is not madness, I answered. This is Sparta! If there were truly inspirational names in history, that was definitely one of them. I walked to the post in the center of the settlement, more and more confident in my actions with every passing step. We had slaves. We had a phalanx. We even had the Olympic fucking Games. Perhaps there were only 3 Spartans for now, not yet 300, but the first step is half the battle. I name you Sparta, I said solemnly, putting my hand on the post. An interface window immediately popped up in front of me. Attention! Do you agree to initiate the trial to obtain an official name in the system register? I do, I answered out loud. All of my subordinates nodded approvingly. Time remaining until attack on settlement, 11:59:59. 11:59:58. Chapter 12. The cider immediately flew out of my head. Sometimes it happens like that. A minute ago you were filled with drunken courage and the sea was knee-deep. And then, snap, your head is empty as a whistle, and every thought is visible as it flies in and knocks against the walls of your skull. In the past life, it was adrenaline that was responsible for such a wonderful transformation. But what was it here? Our bodies and abilities here didn't depend on any previous physical schemas. Our competition had shown us that. Although, perhaps in our past life too, that same adrenaline and all the other dopamines along with it were a fiction, just a means of explaining what was happening. Then we had physiology and medicine. Now we had stats and buffs. It was time to lose the habit. All the same, the nerves were beating me pretty bad.
For some reason, I'd thought this trial would be just another mission, collecting 100 logs or acquire 10 slaves. I certainly hadn't expected an attack. So, stay calm. The choice had already been made. The timer was running. In hindsight, it was easy to work out. Now we needed to figure out how to survive it. What did this trial actually consist of? An attack on the settlement. That was it. The system was good at setting problems. Who would attack us? With what aim? It'd be a surprise. What did we need to do? Just prevent the enemy from breaching the walls? Keep the post that assigned us the trial safe? Perhaps we just had to survive? There were no details, so we had to assume the worst. We had to assume that they were going to try to kill us all. No one was enthusiastic about this news. "Shall we hide in the forest?" Johnson suggested. "Wait them out?" "How would we hide?" Piggy immediately started screaming. "Oh, you rotten stump! I came here to cook, and now I have to hide in the bushes? I grew every potato here with my own bare hands.
I will lie face down on this ground before I give away my potatoes." I remembered Piggy defending the field from the hares on her own. This one wasn't lying. She really wouldn't give them up.
"You can't hide." Junior's excitement began to falter. "It's shameful."
"Well, I wasn't saying we should run away," Johnson backstepped. "We can watch from the forest, see who's coming for our souls. Then we can catch them in the village, like a trap. It's not cowardice, it's a military trick. Right, Junior?" He was looking for an ally. "And then we can attack, straight at the unprotected rear."
"Yeah? And what if he eats all the potatoes here while you're sneaking around in the bushes?" Piggy said, prodding Johnson's chest, forcing him to retreat. "What kind of pussies are you guys?" "Auntie Piggy, this military trick, it's a good idea." Junior's opinion was changing like a weather vane. "This is the right—"
It appeared my subjects had not yet matured to democracy. "Shut up," I said, putting an end to the dispute. I turned to Johnson. "And what if people come to capture us? What makes you think Desk Jockey or the Gopniks haven't been tasked with taking us? What are we meant to do then? Smoke them out from our own settlement? We're not leaving the submarine for anything. But now, I'm ready to hear suggestions on how we're going to defend ourselves." My villagers frowned. This attack clearly wouldn't be easy. If it were a simple matter, they wouldn't call it a trial. It wasn't our first day in the new world anymore. It was already noticeable that people were beginning to get used to the cruelty and uncompromising nature of their new conditions. The system didn't care if we lived or died. "Are there any details?" Johnson asked. "Some hints, perhaps? What are we preparing for?" Slightly embarrassed by showing his excessive caution in front of his superiors, he was now hurrying to make amends. "The system's saying nothing," I said, shaking my head. "Just a timer, that's all. Perhaps new details will appear later, or perhaps we'll get nothing at all," Johnson ended my thought. "That's right," I nodded. "We'll have to figure it out. Therefore, while we still have time, we have to strengthen the settlement as much as possible." "We can't build anything serious in the time we have left," Johnson shook his head. "We can't build a full stone wall or anything like that. Not even the 4 of us. We won't have time. It'd take longer than that just to drag the materials over here." "What if it were a palisade?" I suggested. "Not thin wicker, but thick, solid logs." "Exactly," Piggy said. "And sharpen the top so that the attackers snag their balls on them." Johnson scratched his chin and thought. He was our construction specialist, and I trusted his opinion. "We could, but it'll be difficult and take a long time," he said, bringing Piggy and Junior down to earth. "What's more,
We've got no tools that can chop quickly or strip the branches and logs, and no ropes to tie and fasten them together. Then we should give up on the idea of a new wall straight away, I agreed. Any other ideas? What if we tried to make a moat? Piggy asked, raising her hand like a schoolgirl. Dig along the wall and fill it with water from the stream. Likewise, I shook my head. Long, time-consuming, expensive. Plus, without a wall, it'd be useless. We need something with maximum impact, but minimum cost. Could we build traps? Junior suddenly jumped up from his seat. Yeah, like in those Vietnam movies. The Viet Cong dealt with the Americans, and they only had the simplest tools to do it. The guy definitely had a thing for special operations. That ability should be encouraged and developed. Well, we have nowhere to make tripwires, I said. We've got a flat field in front of the wall. And then I stopped as an idea came to mind. That could work, Johnson said, hearing me out. It'd take some hard graft, of course, but it'd be good. I've made stuff like that before. While you served in the army? Junior's eyes lit up. If only, Johnson laughed. In the garden, a fox would come at night and eat my chickens. Cunning little rascal. Tried damn near everything to get rid of her. Sat on guard at night with a rifle, set up the same traps we've done here. Like water through a sieve. All of it to no avail. The smart little redhead got through. But then I finally came up with something. All right, let's get to work, I interrupted. We have one night left before the trial. We have to get it all done in time. Who was it who said that rest was just a change in activity? A man could dig trenches all his life, then cut down trees, before heading back home with a shovel in his hands to relax. I'd look at a guy like that and be happy. Although right now, I would give up half my kingdom for a shovel. I really do have a kingdom after all, albeit a small one. I don't know which half I'd give, but I'd keep the one with Piggy in it. Junior and I began cosplaying two soldiers from a construction battalion who had to somehow miraculously fill the role of an excavator. Our output as a duo was, to put it mildly, average, but the work was progressing. Does it need to be said that digging damp ground in almost complete darkness without proper tools is a perverse venture? We loosened the ground with hose, then shoveled earth with our hands into a rough basket, specially woven for this purpose, before dragging it to one side. After that, we started over. Johnson chopped down logs in the forest, and Piggy sharpened them, having received her bonus dagger of agility for this purpose. Then we swapped. No allowances made to myself as lord. On the contrary, I worked as hard as 3 men, given that I was the main workforce. What progressive slave ownership! There was no need to force anyone. Everyone understood that we were working for our own survival. So, who do you think could be attacking us? Junior asked while we worked. No idea. The conversation distracted me from fatigue, so I was happy to engage. If it's a real threat, then perhaps either something like the boar we ran into, or someone worse. Like wolves or bears? He frowned. Like people, I concluded gloomily. But who could really pose a threat to our current squad? Any animal that could break through the fence or climb over it. I doubted that it would be the usual hares. Even 100 of them would hardly be able to cause any trouble. A person sent by the system, however, even if they were alone, would be much worse. So far, I hadn't met anyone higher than level 3. So far, I was the highest leveled player I'd seen. But was that really true? Perhaps Major or TJ were already flaunting level 5 and had already been given the task of eliminating competitors? The surprise was the biggest cause of anxiety. Perhaps they really had given us out as a quest. Or would it be mobs? If we were already familiar with them, then no problem.
But what if there were suddenly birds, like in that horror movie? Or if battle moles suddenly came out of the ground? Then all of our preparations would have been in vain. I wouldn't even have been surprised to see a portal open up in the center of the clearing, and monsters with level 80 tentacles fall out of it. It all sounded like nonsense, but anything was possible. By morning, our hands, feet, and brains were buzzing with insomnia. The system was increasingly draining our energy, forcing us to fall to the ground. As a result, even Johnson, with his elephantine endurance, got the overwork debuff. We just needed to get a little sleep. We crawled into our huts and fell down, not thinking about who would be attacking us. Before going to bed, I had time to think that sex might give us a small buff, but Piggy was already snoring. Having just reached a horizontal position, I did what I had been dreaming of for hours. I slept. 010, 32 remaining before attack on settlement. We had prepared everything we were capable of preparing. I held my faithful spear in my hands, repaired by Johnson after our fight with the boar. The second spear, with the copper knife tip, was given to Junior. His agility gave us a chance of critical hits. Johnson just had an ordinary javelin, as I had taken to calling the plain sharpened sticks. We tried inserting a stone tip, but the system was so rude about our crafting that we gave up on the idea. We had prepared throwing spears from shorter, sharpened sticks. The damage from them was small, but you could tease the enemy and attract their attention. Piggy had collected stones and put them in an improvised bag made of hare skins. Her bonus bag hung over my shoulder, as did Junior's dagger. We had calculated to use the characteristics buffs to their full effect and make me the main combat unit. Junior and Johnson would provide cover, of course, but the main burden of defense was expected to fall on my shoulders. Johnson also prepared additional wicker shields to replace any that got damaged, giving us 2 each. Piggy included. Who knew what we'd have to face? What if it was an air attack? Before the battle, we quietly, hurriedly ate some stewed potatoes with pork, the pinnacle of Piggy's culinary skills. This dish gave us +2 strength and +2 endurance for an entire hour. We stood by the wattle fence, shields closed, clutching our spears tight. Behind our backs, the devil knows what wiggled its twig arms. I don't know why, but I ordered them to drag it closer to the fence, let it strike fear into the enemy. Judging by the painted face, it was really enjoying what was happening. We'd done everything we could. All there was left to do was wait. 0 hours, 0 minutes, 3 seconds. 0 hours, 0 minutes, 2 seconds. 0 hours, 0 minutes, 1 second. Attention! Your settlement's trial has begun. An attack on the settlement is taking place. Conditions for victory. All opponents have been killed or have retreated from the trial area. Conditions for defeat. Settlement chief has been killed. Victory reward, 1 silver box. Defeat forfeit, death of all residents. Okay, everything so far was as we had expected. Either they'd kill us all, or we would destroy all the attackers. No third option. "They're already close," Junior cried, as the bushes next to the clearing began to stir. There was also a rumbling. Looking at my feet, I realized that I was not imagining this. The ground really was shaking, as if a freight train was approaching us. Something felt familiar. Just don't tell me that. I didn't have time to finish my thought before the green wall was torn apart by the fearsome snout of a wild boar leader, after whom 2 more wild boars and several piglets were rushing at full speed towards us. They were galloping so fast that a wall of dust rose behind them. The leader noticed us and emitted a heavy cry, jutting forward his muzzle and his giant fangs, without slowing down one bit. His subordinates echoed the roar, announcing to the entire forest that the onslaught had begun. As I saw them, I felt a wave of terror, invisible but very much real. It crept through to my bones, whispered in my ear. It sent shivers down my spine. "Drop the spear," it whispered. "Run. Run while you're still alive." "Close shields," I yelled, shouting over the pigs. "We're not scared. This is our land." "This is our land!" The fear receded. It fell away in clusters, like a damp fog in sunlight. It slid off our shields and seeped into the ground. We would hold out. I heard sobbing and stamping behind me. Looking around, I saw Piggy, terrified and hopping from foot to foot. One defender had withdrawn, and there was no time to catch her and bring her to her senses. It was lucky that we had trained with the devil knows what, or else the enemy would now have been looking at our backs. "Ready! Spears at the ready!" I commanded, picking up the first projectile. I knew that it wouldn't help much, certainly not against the leader. If yesterday it had been difficult to break through the skin of a simple boar, then what was it going to do to its improved version? Scary even to think about it. The herd was rushing in our direction in a straight line. Nothing could deter it. But as they approached, the leader turned its head warily, as if it had caught wind of some oddity. The others slowed down too. "Throw!" I shouted, and threw the first spear. It may not have been a bullseye, but it caught the side of the leader, making it snort indignantly. Junior hit the eye of a smaller boar. Johnson's spear flew past. We'd done barely a lick of damage. The disgruntled pork grunted and began to stamp in place. "Take that!" a screech rings out behind me. "Get those hogs!" A heavy stone from a unique, dazzling slingshot hit the leader directly in its beady black eye. "Lightened up?" I asked Piggy. "Yeah," she replied. "I waited it out, shouted a bit, and then something got me so angry. That bastard's face looks exactly like my ex-husband. It's just as boorish. Take that, you bastard!" She fired a stone precisely into the leader's pink snout. It grunted indignantly and dug the ground with its trotter. In my view, there was not a drop of similarity with Desk Jockey, but Piggy saw it better. "Spears," I commanded. "Fire!" The leader roared. Forgetting its former indecision, it regained speed. I remembered an old story from a school textbook. They moved in a wedge, often called a swine's head. The wild boars had clearly read that one too. Unfortunately, they had read it poorly. They'd forgotten how it all ended in that case. The first boar didn't even have time to squeal before it fell beneath the earth. There was a deafening crack, like wood or bone. It wasn't for nothing that we'd spent all damn night digging. 6 sizable tiger pits, almost full-sized, with thick, sharp stakes at the bottom. Johnson was clearly telling the truth when he told us all the story of catching a fox in the same contraption. I had thought you'd have to be a complete fool to fall for that, and foxes are so light and agile. But now I was starting to believe him. The boars broke the thin branches and leaves that were laid on top under a layer of turf, and down they fell. Several piglets also fell into the traps. They were too small to fall on the stakes, but they couldn't jump out either. They screamed desperately and ran along the bottom. The leader was definitely the smartest of them all. It slowed down, but its body weight was too great. Its foot slid forward and over the edge.
The boar was balancing on the very edge. Another full-grown boar overtook it and collapsed, flailing into the pit, crashing into the stakes. Upon seeing this, the leader jerked desperately, pushed off from the edge of the trap, flew over it, and rolling, landed on the ground. Its comrade failed to perform the same trick, and with a painful roar, it ran into the sharpened stakes. The leader turned its head around, examining what was left of its tribe. Out of all of them, the only survivors were the piglets, piled up in a couple of pits with the other wounded animals, no idea what to do. There were also the boars howling in the pits themselves, but blood loss and the height of the traps would finish that job sooner or later. We'd won. Almost. Another moment, and the beast turned in our direction, shooting me a fiery look, full of maddened rage. It looked like we had finally pissed him off.
Rah!
I, like the others, clamped my hands over my ears to block out the howl of despair that the wild boar leader emitted. Now in complete solitude, all he had left to do was destroy us, or die. "Keep throwing!" I cried. I was the first to throw another spear, which plunged into the beast's skin and caught fast. Johnson and Junior tried desperately to do the same, but their strength wasn't enough to pierce the skin. Piggy pounded him with rocks, but they ricocheted off the boar like they were hitting a cliff face. If there were a berserk mode here, then this creature had activated it. It couldn't care less about the damage. It was going for the kill, and we had practically no trump cards left up our sleeves. "Fuck, that's scary," Johnson said quietly, almost expressionless. The boar was quickening its pace. Its body seemed to have filled with some kind of light. No, it didn't just seem like that. The creature really had begun to burn with an even, golden glow, accelerating more and more. "To the side!" I roared, jumping away from the fence. "Scatter!" Bang! One single blow, and the fence, which dozens of hares had done nothing to, nor Junior, Johnson, and Desk Jockey all working together, splintered and smashed. "Johnson!" shouted Junior. Of the three of us, the elderly laborer had proven the slowest. After piercing the fence, the boar clamped onto him, easily tearing through his shield and digging in its fangs. I watched the fangs hit the hard worker's side. He was sent flying, like a ball that had been hit with all possible force. "I'll kill that pig!" Junior gripped his spear more tightly, already poised to run at the leader on his own. "Don't you dare! Have you lost your mind?" I asked, grabbing his shoulder. "Let go of me!" he screamed, tearing himself away. "Are we just going to leave him? Do you want to die?" The leader lifted its face to look at me. Scarlet blood dripped from its fangs. It didn't care about the others. I could see that now. It only wanted me, the leader of the settlement, the one responsible for its family's deaths. Meanwhile, Johnson, pressing his bloodied side, crawled carefully over to the destroyed fence and leaned against it. Good. It seemed like the leader had no intention of finishing him off. "Johnson's gonna make it," I said dryly. "And if we don't kill this creature, we will find ourselves 6 feet under, or wherever they throw dead losers here. Got it?" Junior nodded, not fully convinced, but ready to obey. "Piggy, help Johnson. Junior, you're with me." I growl. We had to pulverize this bitch. Piggy didn't have enough damage to affect the outcome of the battle. She would probably just aggravate the boar and find herself on the end of another blow, like Johnson. But Junior should have enough agility to avoid serious injury.
The thought remained in my head that I had done the right thing by deciding not to take the full strike head-on against our formation, even though that's exactly what I had prepared to do. That would have left not one, but 3 victims lying there, and our song would be sung. That golden glow had suggested that we would not hold the boar off. We needed to train the formation better, diligently, competently, on an ongoing basis. But more than that, we needed tools, normal weapons, armor, and so on. Alas, for now, there was nothing like that. And if I didn't get my act together, none of that would happen. Phew. Okay, here we go. I inhaled and exhaled. It was time to think, and fast. The leader had easily broken through the fence, and even wounded Johnson. That was definitely some kind of skill. A pretty damn aggressive skill at that. As luck would have it, I didn't know its cooldown, its terms of use, or its effects. Was it the acceleration? Was it a boost to its rush? Or was it some kind of ramming power? And what power did it bestow? Junior, try to hit it in the eyes or mouth, I commanded.
As soon as it twitches, step back. He wouldn't make it in open combat with the leader, not with its strength and durability. But we could try and arrange a chase with some obstacles. I attracted the creature's attention by jumping over the fence, where it was still intact. The wild boar rushed after me. It immediately attacked the fence. Moreover, it didn't demolish it immediately. It just dug deep into it. It would take at least a few hits to breach it in full. Everything was going according to plan. Without any acceleration, the leader wasn't so scary. Perhaps that's what we had to play towards. We easily jumped over the wattle, and the leader was forced to fight through it to get to us. For the next 10 minutes, Junior and I found ourselves playing a game of tag. We were poking the leader through the fence with our spears, trying to harm it somehow, but it was all useless. It had too much HP. There seemed to be no end in sight. The pro was that we were still alive, and relatively intact. The con was that the entire wattle fence was almost entirely broken. When that was done, we were dead meat. "It's not working," Junior said. He was already puffing. His stamina was at its limit. Only his agility had managed to save him from getting a fang in his side. Johnson and Piggy had crawled to the hillside and tried not to draw any attention. That was for the best. They'd be no help to us now. Suddenly, the beast was once more enveloped in a golden glow. It was that skill again. "Run!" We were standing opposite the beast, just behind the fence. If this skill was like a battering ram, then we would be strung up on its fangs like a kebab. I hoped I was wrong. The leader pierced the fence like paper and, without slowing down, rushed straight at us. The stomp behind us was getting louder. All the strength was going out of us. Junior's energy fell to 0. He stumbled mid-stride, fell to the ground and, with his last ounce of strength, rolled out to the side. The boar paid him no attention. It was focused entirely on me. The moment of truth, the clash of leaders. One sprinting headlong, the other playing catch-up. I jumped into the lake, hoping that the boar would be scared off by the water, but it swam at least as well as I did. A big, red, grunting torpedo. Having won the first couple of minutes, I jumped out onto the shore. The boar ran out after me. I winded my way between the camp buildings, feeling even the borrowed stamina from the shopaholic bag starting to ebb. The boar, as if just to spite us, rushed straight through our tents, breaking everything that could be broken. The settlement lay in ruins. Completely. Although, no, there was one place we hadn't made it yet. Having gathered the last of my strength, I upped the pace. The boar, feeling my fatigue, also stepped up.
I could literally feel its breath on my heels. Come on, strike! The fangs slammed into my shoulder with a wild flash of pain. The ground went from under my feet, and I flew to the side like a broken doll. I had just missed the chance. The boar took 2 more steps and crashed into the cellar with all its weight. The thin roof broke under its torso, and it collapsed right into our supplies. Grunting furiously, it began to trample and devour the potatomuses, clearly feeling some kind of particular hatred for them. I just lay on the grass, waiting for this creature to come out and finish me off. My HP was in the red zone, and it looked to be decreasing from blood loss too. My energy was at 0. I couldn't feel my body at all. Technically, I was already dead. In actual fact, I would have to wait a couple of minutes for the wild boar to eat its fill of our potatoes. "Leo, are you alive?" I felt warm palms on my face. "Say something, Leo." "Piggy!"
I had told her to sit quietly and not draw any attention to herself. No, she'd stuck her nose in. There were no stakes at the bottom of the cellar. It wasn't a tiger pit. So the leader wasn't taking much damage. On the contrary, the unique Pototomus would be buffing him. There was just one thing. "Take a stick from the fire and throw it down there." "What?" Piggy said, clueless. "Throw some fire down there." The flames shot up almost to the very sky. Along with the rest of our supplies, the cellar was full of boar lard. The leader, having worked his way through everything in there, would now have smeared itself in it, from the tips of its trotters to its very snout. It emitted a terrible howl and tried to jump back out, but it slipped and fell into the boiling, burning lard. The smell of burnt hide and skin was enough to make you plug your nose. Either the stench or my wound finally knocked me out. In the complete darkness, a message popped up. "Player Piggy has reached level 4. You've reached level 5. Congratulations! You passed the trial. Reward: 1 silver box. Would you like to open it?" Chapter 13. I regained consciousness with difficulty. My throat felt rough. Some kind of bell was ringing in my head. Or was it blood pounding against my eardrums? My health bar was at 16%. I realized that health here worked quite differently than in computer games. In those, you can fight away with 1%, no problem, then fly away and heal. Here it was more a reflection of your present state. So 16% meant not dead yet, but there were almost no signs of life. I couldn't even get it together to look around. Everything was floating before my eyes. I could only make out an indistinct, dark silhouette, seemingly human. "Water," I begged, and the figure instantly disappeared. A minute later, they brought me the irreplaceable pot. Johnson had been threatening to carve us wooden plates for a long time, but so far had not gotten round to it. So, I hadn't died, and I was in my settlement. That was good. But the fact that I was hearing everything around me through a thick layer of water was less good. Fuck. Rather than water, I tasted some kind of bitter filth in my mouth, and immediately spat it out. "That's a chamomile concoction," I heard Piggy cooing. "Very healthy. Drink a little more, then it won't be so disgusting." She had to persuade me like a child. Gritting my teeth, I took a few sips, and the hum in my head disappeared. The world stopped swimming and regained some clarity. The health bar read 27%. No physical examination was required. All changes were immediately apparent. I saw Piggy in front of me,
with an agitated expression. Behind her were two more silhouettes that were looking at me as if I had returned from the dead. "Johnson? You here?" I wheezed. "I'm here, Elder, I'm here," the laborer responded. "Junior, how about you?" "Here, Lord." That required officialdom for some reason. "Then who's watching the potatoes?" I exploded. "Why the hell are you all huddled here? A damn doctor's panel, you idiots!
What if someone was stealing them right now?
Or eating them?" "Thank the gods you're alive." Piggy immediately jumped on me, hugging my neck and almost crying. Or more precisely, given that I was lying down, she spread-eagled on top of me. "A living devil," Johnson laughed hoarsely, before starting a wet cough and pressing his bandaged side. "Well, what did I tell you? Our boss is hard-headed as a ram. What kind of boor could hope to beat him?" Junior crossed his arms with a weighty expression, for which he received a well-deserved clip round the ear from his senior colleague. "You've changed your tune. You were already talking about burying him, asshole. No shame or conscience," Johnson grumbled. Junior looked away, pretending he had no idea what he was talking about. All right, Piggy. Off you get. I'm all right. You see, I'm alive. Arms and legs are intact," I say to calm down the worried girl, patting the lower part of her back. She nodded warily, breaking her embrace. "I wouldn't be so sure about that last part," Junior chipped in again. Slap! Johnson repeated the educational procedure. "What do you mean?" I asked, and looked at my hand. It was wrapped in a cloth, which was soaked in dried blood. "Well, could be worse, I guess." "That's for sure," Johnson nodded with a weak smile. "You're a lucky asshole." I remembered the moment that the boar planted me on its tusks. Sure, not exactly fun, but I'd been really lucky. If he'd managed to hit me again, he would definitely have finished me off. Plus, my hand hadn't been torn off, which meant that it would recover sooner or later. I really hoped that was the case anyway. The system's attitude towards us was, in many ways, reminiscent of a joke about mushrooms. In order for us to grow nicely, we were kept in the dark and fed shit. What happened if one of us lost an arm or a leg? Would a new one grow in like a lizard's tail? Or was it permanent? Were we meant to do experiments? It sounded rough, but that's how our ancestors came to understand the world. Yet another reason to catch the hares. They didn't care what route they take to becoming kebabs. Well, what's this? I didn't even have time to get up before Piggy shoved the box into my hands. "Our victory reward," she said. "Open it quick. Maybe there's something in there that'll cure you." At the same time, for some reason, she looked angrily at Johnson. "She was really beating me over the head with that thing," he grumbled. "I said to her it wasn't necessary. You'd come to and open it yourself." "And if he hadn't," she said, starting a half-turn, "you'd have rotted because of your stubbornness, you old fart." God really had sent me helpers. The most important thing was that both of them were right. Piggy was right in wanting to help me as soon as possible, and Johnson was right to keep the object unopened until I gave the order. For conflicts like that, it would be worth appointing a deputy. But who? The proactive Piggy? Or the executive Johnson? Okay, the box was very box-like. I picked it up. Clap! 3 scrolls fell out of it, and the housing itself immediately evaporated in my hands. Damn. I still wasn't used to the local special effects. Whenever something appeared or disappeared into thin air, I shuddered. The scrolls looked like papyri, which I had never held in my hands, only seen in films.
long pieces of canvas between two sticks of wood. The paper turned out to be stiff, slightly yellowish. Name: Primitive Dwelling Schematics. Huts, shacks. Discover urban planning from scratch. No nails, chemicals, or brains required. Read the instructions, make yourself a log house, and you will be happy.
Allows settlement to build huts/shacks. Construction time, 72 hours. Ah, so now we'd have something better than tents? Perfect! I immediately turned to the second drawing. Name: Smelting Furnace Schematics. You can't bolt an Iron Man suit together from it, but this baby can cope with melting metal. Crooked, oblique, and impure, but it works. Primitive furnace will provide excellent service in a forge or workshop. Construction time, 6 hours. Ha! We were striding into the Iron Age. But iron has to be forged to remove impurities and slag. One stove wouldn't be enough. With copper and other soft metals, however, you didn't need to purify it like that. Pour it out into a mold, refine it. Militarily, it was a breakthrough. We urgently needed to look for ore in the surrounding mountains. We could at least start with some tools before dreaming of steel armor, huge swords, and great shields. The third papyrus didn't disappoint either. Name: Primitive Warehouse Schematic. Put a mammoth in here and forget about it for a strategic reserve of lard. Provisions inside warehouse deteriorate 30% slower than outside. Construction time, 6 hours. I didn't understand where they were getting all these figures with the percentages, but it was no uncertain fact that a building like that could seriously facilitate us procuring food supplies. So too was the fact that things like that do work. I was with a friend at an excavation once. He dug up an ice house straight out of a textbook. Our beer cooled down, no refrigerator needed. Now to the stats. The long-awaited level 5 had arrived for me after the death of the leader boar. It was a pity that I only got 20% of it distributed to me because of Piggy's slave status. She received 80% of it herself, as she had thrown the final ignition onto its funeral pyre. Without thinking for too long, I threw 3 into endurance and 2 into strength. If it were not for my HP and my marathon capabilities, the swine would have nailed me to the ground far sooner. By the way, neither when leveling up nor after distribution did any miracle take place. My health did not recover of its own accord, so again, I was convinced that this bar was just an indicator of my current state. Alive or dead. Let's go see what's happened to the settlement. Maybe you should lie down some more? Piggy looked at Johnson cautiously. Get some rest, and we can manage it ourselves? Just for a little while. Okay, I could smell they were hiding something from me. They had conspired while I was lying here unconscious. Come on, let's go. With difficulty, I stood up to my full height. Piggy grabbed me carefully by the arm, and the two of us exited the hut. I immediately started to understand the level of destruction. Everything was ruined. Literally everything. The fence yawned with numerous holes that were, in essence, a death sentence. It would be easier to put in a completely new one than taking a week to repair and reassemble what was left. The 2 former tents were also just piles of branches and moss. There was nothing left of them. No one had yet taken up analyzing these newly created mountains of materials. They'd been held up with other issues. The cellar, where all our food had been stored, had burnt to the ground. The roof had collapsed. All that was left of it was a mountain of coals. All of the herbs and spices were burned irretrievably, but the potatoes had managed to survive such mockery. They were gathered into 3 different-sized heaps. In one, the stalk was well baked, even slightly charred. The second was just partially damaged by the heat. The third looked raw,
but I suspected they would not yield a crop. I ordered Piggy to cook from that pile, and she nodded in agreement. Evidently that had already been her plan. We'd be having jacket potatoes for a good week.
If we had all the meat stocks filled, why mess around? They had already managed to cut and skin the leader. I had spent a whole day and a half lying on that hide. From the rest of the boar brood, all of the older ones and 2 of the piglets had died, but 4 managed to survive. Johnson and Junior had captured them and put them in a hastily formed paddock. The devil knows what was left to guard it. Without the scarecrow, they had tried more than once to break out and escape. As soon as they put the inanimate guard at the edge of the pen, the little forest pigs instantly calmed down. Interesting effect, I noticed. Perhaps the hares won't gnaw their cages if you put that monster in the right place. I think we'll need to be careful they don't die of fear, said Johnson. It's entirely possible. Even I find it scary to come over here by myself, Piggy complained. Yeah, right, Junior grunted. That's why I have to feed them. I've been thinking about the hares, Johnson said to me. I've managed to make about a dozen traps already. I agreed to send Junior the next morning, get him to put them up. I'll keep him company, I declared, gesticulating with my wounded hand. The pain hadn't gone away, but it was no longer as acute as when I had come to my senses. Plus, having Piggy stood by me was already more pleasant than useful by this point. You sure? You're still not fully recovered, Johnson frowned, but I shook my head. I've got another hand, haven't I? Besides, there shouldn't be any fights ahead, and I won't be running around. Give it a day, and we'll see. Junior will be doing all the work. What about you, Johnson? How are you doing? You got hit pretty bad, too, I said, looking to his bandaged side. Ah, garbage. Got away with nothing more than a hurt ego. The tusk passed between 2 ribs. It didn't penetrate too deep. With my endurance, it turned out to be much easier to tolerate the pain than I expected. He grinned, slapping himself on the chest. Another hidden feature of the characteristics. Endurance definitely affected your ability to endure damage. I could remember how deep his wound was. Blood was gushing all over the place. But now, not even 2 whole days later, he was laughing and even bearing weight. Astonishing. Maybe I would be able to get back on my feet pretty easily, because of my strength and endurance. The pain, of course, was pretty substantial, but for some reason it wasn't really bothering me. My body still felt weak, but not critically so. Damn, how many more nuances like this was the system keeping hidden? Was there really no manual? No instructions? No. It just gave the players complete freedom and watched them run around blindfolded. Well, not including the present moment. It was working out fine. That was enough. It was enough to know that everything was healing over, for now. Unbelievably quickly. The field was green with fresh shoots. I'd guess about 30 bushes, more than usual. My subordinates had apparently decided to plant everything they had to quickly recoup our losses. That plan had worked. But still, we'd avoided any fatalities among the residents. That was the most important thing. We didn't go to catch any hares the next day, nor the one after that. As expected, the hand healed much faster than normal, but not at lightning speed. Johnson gave up on changing his bandages, and now flaunted an ostentatious scar on his torso. Piggy once again drove Junior back to the plantation, but she didn't leave me alone for long. She found it all troubling. In order not to upset her, I had to drink the disgusting chamomile concoction, which really did increase my health by 5 points. Sometimes it seemed more like it was her that needed to get back on her feet, not me.
I had to whisper in her ear and pat her on the back in the evenings because she was so worried about my health. We built the warehouse first. Unlike my homegrown design, it was a full-fledged dugout in 3 sets, 2 meters deep. A construction like that could withstand a direct artillery shell, let alone an overgrown pig. The definition of hours also became clear. Johnson and Jr. had built the barn in about 12 hours. Without a stopwatch, I couldn't give any more precise estimations. They worked as if they knew exactly what to do and had spent all of their lives constructing foundation pits for cellars. Afterwards, Johnson went to the nearby forest, where he and Jr. not only knocked down, but destroyed and gnawed a handful of tree trunks. We had poor tools. I would have given half of our harvested boar for a decent axe. We decided to put the hut in the same place, closer to the lake than to the forest, with windows overlooking it, in order to have both an excellent view and the opportunity to shoot back. The door jamb was placed at the side. As the foreman assured me, a small window could be installed in the attic for hidden observation from above. Both clever and simple. Johnson had a knack for the little things. We were a long way from individual sites, so the housing was planned as one building for all of us. In addition to sleeping spaces and storage, it was still supposed to serve as the last line of defense, a miniature knight's castle. I decided not to opt for the stove for now. Even if it were a quick build, we had no ore on the horizon, which meant we were in no rush. On the second day after waking up, albeit belatedly, I went out to set traps with Junior. Junior glid through the forest grove as if it were a leafy bush. With my tracker, level 1, I wasn't barreling straight through like a boar either, but when he combined it with his agility, the skill looked especially impressive. Branches closed silently behind his back, as if there were no one there. Forests can vary. Sometimes they're tall pines with thick trunks. In a forest like that, even at noon, it's dark and gloomy, and between the giant wooden columns, you have no chance of seeing the way to go. This forest, unfortunately, was not like that. It was all overgrown with dense shrubs, which meant you couldn't notice a bear a meter away from you. We emerged into rare, almost perfectly round, sun-drenched glades, then dived back into the thickets. "Do you remember the route well?" I asked Junior in a low voice. "Yeah," he nodded, then explained with pride. "At Tracker Level 2, you can remember exactly where you've already been." "You're already at Level 2?" I asked, curious. "Are you far off 3? "I need to sneak up unnoticed on 10 different animals or people," Junior explained. There were a few reasons I couldn't just sit at home. Junior was the most unstable member of our team. Quiet, but impetuous and suggestible. The system wouldn't allow him to harm me, but other residents were not protected. If Piggy patronized him, she might suddenly find herself with a knife to the throat. With his assassin swing, it was easy. So I absolutely did not want him going out into the forest alone. Not only that, he'd start getting ideas. I didn't want him to go with Johnson for the same reason. Maybe I was being paranoid, but they say paranoid people live longer. I really wanted to talk to the kid, give him a heart-to-heart. That said, in my former life, I never had any special skills in diplomacy. I'd been a bit of a loner, kept my cards close to my chest. Here, I was constantly keeping things in mind. Who was capable of what? Who I could expect trouble from? Who might come to my aid? Either this was how the leadership skill worked, or it was taking care of the settlement affecting my brain in a similar way. "Hey, you, I'm sorry. Junior suddenly scratched his cheek awkwardly, looking to the side. For everything. I definitely hadn't expected that twist, so I hid my confusion behind a deep, thoughtful pause. I'm not very good at communication, he admitted. That's why I make all those little sarcastic comments. I don't know any other way. I just wanted to say thank you for saving my ass. Not just mine, either. It's nothing, I said, waving him away. We're all in the same boat now. For all of us to survive, each of us needs to survive. We're strong, together. Even so, Junior sighed. Not everyone would take on a whole meat tank and then manage to nail it without any weapon in their hands. I had a shed of potatoes, I laughed. That's a fearsome weapon. Junior snorted quietly. A smirk appeared on his face. But I know how I can pay back my moral debt. How's that? I replied. His words alarmed me. I'll kill Desk Jockey. Chapter 14. His words took me by surprise. I still wasn't much of a diplomat. I was no wizard. I'd only just started learning. Why? I asked in response. Well, you're the one that's pushing for it, Junior said. His face flushed. He even began to stutter a little with excitement. What makes you think that? I frowned. I understood the moment you said it, he said, and smiled crookedly. When you asked about that apple, you were looking for his camp, right? No, not at all. You don't trust me, he said, and shook his head. So you haven't forgiven me. I'm so far on your side that I hate him with all my heart now. We weren't going anywhere now. Junior turned to me, and we argued, standing on a barely noticeable path in the forest. Junior, I was choosing my words carefully, seeing how angry he was. Desk Jockey is a bastard, sure, a special breed, and you've got a score to settle with him. But believe me, attacking him and his people is not the main item on my agenda. We have much more urgent things to do. Well, of course, he exclaimed. Now we've dealt with a whole horde of wild boars. Desk Jockey and his suckers won't stand a chance. Man is much more dangerous than even the most fearsome beast, because unlike the latter, he has a brain. Plus, we don't know if Desk Jockey has recruited more people, I explained. Without proper preparation, going to him first is a stupid idea. We need to become stronger ourselves. Then, either on his own, or with a gang, he'll pose us no threat. But then we're just going to miss the chance, Junior said. We're strong now. What do you want from me? I squinted at him. I was burrowing in. Let me kill this freak, he blurted out. Junior had entered into open conflict. He was clearly enraged. I understood that this was his standard style of communication. I'll save everyone, even if you don't want me to. Wow, he had even started with an apology. So much for diplomacy. Wounds in the team like this had to be uncovered and addressed. Or what? I pushed him to answer. Or I'll deal with him myself. Just give me the dagger, he frowned. He was wound up like a street organ. Junior looked like a red-hot pot. One wrong step or word and he was ready to explode. He lowered his head in resentment, muttering something under his breath. I squeezed the bridge of my nose. Even a binding contract wouldn't stop him. He would run away at night like an idiot, and the system would strike him down with lightning for it. Idiot. So you can go and get yourself hurt? No. I shook my head, making the guy go even redder than before. I consider ruin by one's own foolishness a form of self-destruction. And if you're on your own, you're finished. If you rush off now for the sake of revenge, You'd be endangering our entire settlement. Me, Piggy, and especially Johnson. What if you fall? Or even worse, what if you're taken alive and they can question you? I wouldn't say anything. Have you forgotten that he's been grinding charisma? Thanks to that damn apple, he twisted your thinking last time. He could easily do it again, I said, deflating his indignation. Confronting him now is not the way out. Not in our situation, with a ruined settlement. I could see that the guy was troubled. My words had made him look at his own heroism from another angle. It felt like his whole world was turning upside down. What got into you anyway? Why are you burning with so much anger toward Desk Jockey? Because he's a scoundrel, Junior shouted. I almost lost you and Piggy during that attack because of him. Then I even turned on you in the forest because I truly believed you were manipulating Johnson too. It's all his words. He wanted me to confront you while he stood on the sidelines with clean hands. I hate him! By the end of his tirade, he was even grinding his teeth. How could I respond to that? I took a deep breath and covered my eyelids. I can understand your desire to get him back, I began. Do you think Piggy has any less reason to be angry? He ditched her alone in the woods, left her to the Gopniks. It's a miracle she escaped. And if she hadn't? I paused, letting him imagine the situation and reflect on it. And me? When he came to take away what I'd achieved and set everyone to his own heavy labor? Not a day goes by that I don't dream of smothering that asshole. Really? Junior asked again. Truly. For some reason, my words made him feel better. Perhaps it was because he didn't feel so lonely and stupid in his impulses. My mom always said, "Do the right thing." I involuntarily raised my eyebrows at Junior's words. His voice became hoarse and quiet. At points he dropped almost to a whisper. I've always been a problem child. Our family was poor, so I quickly ended up in bad company, as they say. Nothing criminal, but we acted in a way you wouldn't call it decent. When my mom found out about it... He looked up towards the sun, which was hidden behind the thicket's green foliage. She was so disappointed in me. Even if she didn't say a word, I could see all the pain she was holding inside. I was so ashamed that I couldn't sleep at night. I never knew how to communicate. I was angry and jealous of kids who had a proper family and a big house. But I always tried to take care of my mother and sister. Junior's voice was trembling. They were the only ones who accepted me for who I was. Now he looked into my eyes, biting his lower lip. Do the right thing. I can't help but follow those words, no matter how stupid it is. I followed Desk Jockey because I believed that he would be able to gather people, restore the previous order. Because killing each other for the sake of stats is wrong. He sighed frantically. The fact that you forcibly took Piggy into slavery was also wrong.
That's what I thought when I attacked you, with Desk Jockey egging me on. I only left him and followed Johnson once I realized that he only did things to start conflicts. I thought I would learn everything firsthand, decide for myself what kind of person you are. But all I saw was that Johnson was obeying you obediently, despite us fighting with you just a couple days before. Is that why you attacked me? Exactly. I thought you'd brainwashed him, too. That wasn't right. You can't do that. I wanted to save them, to be a hero, do the right thing, like my mom always said. I was being an idiot, wasn't I? Just like now. Stopping Desk Jockey is what we need to do. He won't leave you, me, Johnson, or Piggy alone. He'll come back. Perhaps he'll have found himself some new people. I don't want to lose anything or anyone right now. Not after everything we've been through. Junior said. Damn, that explained a lot. His rage, but also the irritation and all the tension that had always been in him. It wasn't vigilance against me or against anyone else. It was a persistent feeling of time slipping away, like sand through your fingers. Time in which Desk Jockey was only growing stronger and preparing for the next battle. After all, there was some truth in his words. While we were sleeping, eating potatoes, building houses, the enemy was training. You're not going to go and kill him, I said, definitively. Junior exhaled disappointedly, but nothing more. But that doesn't mean we won't prepare. You're right. We mustn't forget about Desk Jockey, and we won't leave him unanswered. Sooner or later, we will clash again. But before that, we will grow stronger. Strong enough to emerge victorious without major losses. I don't want to lose any of my residents. Not Piggy, not Johnson, and certainly not you. We will strengthen the settlement, improve our equipment, hone our skills and tactics.
We'll become such a strong nut that Desk Jockey will break his teeth trying to crack us. We can give that snake what he deserves. Not today, and not tomorrow, but we are gonna do it. Is that answer good enough for you? Junior gave a barely noticeable smile and then nodded. Then let's go, or we'll scare away all the hares, I said, patting him on the shoulder. By the way, we can use their hides to strengthen our armor. Look at everything we do as another step towards the main goal. We approached the clearing where Johnson had previously placed his traps. The old ropes had been cut off. Only tiny nodules of them remain near the trees. I would not be surprised if the captured hares had been released by their comrades in arms. Junior set the traps, and we moved on. After 40 minutes, we walked around the hare spots in a big circle. When we returned to the first clearing, a real jackpot awaited us. 2 of the rodents were caught in the loop at once. They were fighting and screaming frightfully, but they were still alive and, apparently, unharmed. An inspired Junior grabbed the first animal by the scruff. The fluffy lump squeaked and tried to escape, but it was useless. He shoved it into the shopaholic bag, which, in addition to increased endurance, turns out to be almost infinite in size. Somewhere in it there was probably a pocket dimension, but sadly no one would ever make it in there. After going round all the traps, we added 6 more captives to the first haul. 8 in total. Call it 4 pairs, if we'd been lucky with the distribution of boys and girls. Feeling pleased with ourselves, we returned back to the settlement. Junior smiled at some unknown thought, and I imagined how we were going to create a meat and hide farm. After all, hares weren't just a valuable fur. Quiet! Junior's whisper ripped me right out of my daydreaming. He squatted abruptly and almost spread out on the ground, signaling to me. I also stop immediately and crawl over to him. What? I asked, more with my eyes than my voice. He showed me, also with his eyes. At the very edge of the forest, in front of our settlement, a lonely human figure could be seen. They were stood there, not hiding particularly. The man turned to us, and although we were doing everything we could to merge with the earth, I felt as though he were looking right at me. The Major had arrived for a visit. He chuckled, waved his hand in greeting, took one step, and dissolved into the wall of the forest. And how the hell are we supposed to know what sex it is? Junior asked indignantly, twisting a lump of wool in his hands. Tell me, is that a boy or a girl? Johnson was right. The hares were more like chinchillas. That is, fluffy to the point of stupidity, with beady black eyes. Their fur was thick and dense, just like fur coats. It'd be useful if the weather changed. Don't you know how to tell boys and girls apart?
Piggy was actively involved in the process. "You can immediately see, you baby." "Stick it on the ground," Johnson proposed. "If it attacks you, it's a boy. If it runs to the kitchen, it's a girl." "Hey now," Junior blushed angrily. He was digging around responsibly in the fur under the tail, but couldn't thought we were going to put them in the 1990s. "Well, how do we breed them?" Piggy asked. "I thought we were going to put them in the cages in pairs. What now?" From rods approximately 2 fingers thick, Johnson had built 5 cells, approximately the size of a rabbit hutch, so that the beasts in there can live according to the principle of in crowds, but not in resentment.
At the intersections, the rods were tied crosswise with a string made from buckthorn and looked very dependable, as long as you didn't remember that those rodents would get through those constructions in one tooth. So despite Piggy's indignation, I proposed that we coated both the wood and the ropes with the same chamomile concoction she had treated me with. Johnson tried the healing drug, stared at it wide-eyed, and said that it should work. The devil knows what was, of course, a great guard, but there was no harm in using both. "We can breed them with the help of 2 magic words," I said. "What?" Junior, the most gullible of them all, asked. "Stick them all together," I commanded, and when all the fluffy lumps were in one cage, I held my palm out over them and pronounced, "Get screwin'." "Can't argue with that," Johnson said, wiping away an invisible tear. One of the hares tried gnawing on the cage, jumped back, screamed indignantly, and spat. A grimace of suffering splayed across the fluffy face. "You're all fools," Piggy said as she watched us laughing. She walked away proudly. The Major appeared again after about an hour. He didn't do anything, just stood there and watched. I decided not to make contact either. He was showing us no aggression, and at this distance an arrow, even from his Uberbow, was unlikely to reach us. The figure looming on the horizon was annoying, like a pebble in your shoe, or a splinter in your ass. As we were doing our everyday tasks, we constantly looked back at him, catching an attentive, calm gaze in return. He watched us slowly deal with the consequences of the attack, adjusting the fence and bringing it into at least some semblance of order, Piggy and Junior working on the farm, and Johnson and I turning logs into our new hut. To relieve a little nervous tension, and to arrange some demonstrative performances at the same time, I announced some training. To strike fear, as they say. Me, Johnson, and Junior worked out our formation again, walking with our shields closed, and then started fighting with the mannequin, both together and solo. The boar attack had shown a lot, including the fact that there was no such thing as too much training. Piggy, too, though not for long, had succumbed to terror as the herd approached. At a critical moment as well, a hitch like that could be the end of many comrades. So, from that day forward, Piggy, little by little, was put in the ring, one-on-one, with the devil knows what. To this point, she had been having varying success, with that variation largely being none. She just couldn't manage taking on and defeating this powerful, terrifying scarecrow. The devil knows what even found gaps in its opponent's psyche. If it was scaring us 3 with knives and battle scythes, then with Piggy it found a separate technique. What exactly, you ask? I quote, "You won't believe it. He was wearing a yellow coat the whole time. A yellow coat, Leo. Fitted, with raglan sleeves. It's been 2 years since that went out of fashion. No one wears them anymore. One of his outfits even made my eyes water. So I caught it." It was, undoubtedly, entertaining viewing. For group training, the mannequin picked some sort of generalized pattern, but if you went in with it solo, it prepared something special for each of you. The devil knows what attacked me with blades, axes, knives, hammers, and other cold weapons. It was bashing me as hard as it could from different directions, alternating between two-handed and one-handed weapons, paired combos, and things I'd never even seen. If it weren't for my practice in historical fencing, it would have beaten me regularly. After all, its weapons may not have been material, but the pain they brought on was very much tangible. So, even though the spear was unusual for me, I managed to defeat the mannequin in at least half of my fights.
Junior said that in his personal test, he had to dodge projectiles. In his illusions, the devil knows what copied the strongest baseball pitchers on Earth and threw round stones that looked just like baseballs right between his eyes. One hit, and it was like an electric shock. With Johnson, meanwhile, the mannequin did not play around, throwing up garrots from under the earth, which made his every step a test. That was when I realized that the devil knows what was not just having fun. It was systematically strengthening our own abilities. That was much more important. In order to survive its flurry of blows, I had to hit harder and fiercer, in order not to catch a stone in the forehead. Junior had to move more actively and unpredictably, and Johnson had to be able to withstand constant pressure, not only grinding endurance, but teaching himself to use it. As for Piggy, she was probably being reminded about last year's Diarist magazine issues. I don't know what it was making her grind, but it was probably good. You couldn't sit watching a scene like this without a couple of bottles of System cider. No way. I was watching Junior jerk and weave like a rabbit, approaching the dummy. He was just about to hit it with his spear when suddenly, very close by, I heard a voice. My, boys, who holds a spear like that? You have to put some weight in the blow. What's the use of a hit if you can't get more than a couple of centimeters in?
Chapter 15. Fuck. The Major, who had appeared just by the fence, smiled serenely. As they used to say as a child, made you jump. I really did barely stop myself from leaping away in surprise. Junior was distracted and missed the mannequin. In return, the devil knows what beat him with something invisible to us, but quite weighty. He recoiled and fell on his ass. How had this freak got so close, and how had he done it completely unnoticed? I'd bet my savings that a minute ago he'd been Lord knows where, over near the forest. A dangerous opponent. Very dangerous. With his bow, he could already shoot us down like partridges. Even now, he was clearly hinting at that with his presence, as if to say thank you that you're still alive. Go on then, show us. I turned to face him with a placid smile. How could I say no? The Major jumped over the fence, although there were more than enough holes in it, and made his way to us. His every move emitted a threat, like a slow-moving predator, who slowed only to distract and hide his true intentions. The omnipresent bow and quiver gave him the image of some mythical hunter-hero, gray-haired, wise, as steady as a rock. What an asshole. Junior handed the Major the spear. The Major looked at it, snorted, span it, and threw it from hand to hand. In other words, he did everything masters usually do to demonstrate their superiority to others. Junior grimaced, arms crossed. Me and Johnson watched the new character with interest. I didn't know what the Major could see from the side, but the devil knows what was far from an ordinary training dummy. Even Piggy left her work alone, put her hands on her hips, and watched. Come on then, show us what a man you are, she said with a sudden grin. Her words immediately loosened me up. We were fighting for our lives out here,
ready to cut each other's throats. But the jibe was like something from a local village disco.
It was gratifying that Piggy considered us stronger. Her instincts hadn't let her down yet. The soldier took up the spear in some special, catchy way and moved forward. I wondered if they studied bayonet warfare in the army these days. It seemed like you could probably put a bayonet knife on a Kalashnikov, but I could hardly imagine an anachronism like that in modern troops. The major moved forward, but his movements suddenly slowed, and his face turned to stone. He was walking as if against a strong wind, trying to find a hold with his feet for each step. I don't know what horror story our scarecrow invented, but it was working on the major. His eyes turned to glass, his cheekbones sharpened, but his body continued to move forward. There were 3 steps left to reach the dummy. 2. 1. We had started training with the devil knows what at the lowest possible level, but by now we had reached the maximum, which gave me the simplest possible interface. I had chosen not to lower the level in order to punish the major for his insolence, and here was the outcome. 2 hard-headed rams locked horns, each going into battle for the principle of it. But while we had already adapted to the scarecrow's mental or psychic attacks, they were new to the military man. The devil knows what was also in it for the principle. If this strange thing had any principles at all, then this battle would truly be epic. Waves of terror emanated from the mannequin, which were even felt by those of us stood to the side. As we already knew, the devil knows what took the form of what you feared, what you were scared of, what made your knees go weak. So, what was a retired soldier afraid of? Better I didn't know. The mannequin mask curved, tearing into flaps, releasing entire liters of black resin from itself like a fountain. We all took an involuntary step back. This had never happened before. Suddenly, the resin split into thin threads that turned into hair, and then a face appeared under them. Pale, painfully thin, with sunken cheeks and blue lips. A young, female, entirely emaciated face. Black eyes, like 2 obsidians, looked at the major, who was transfixed by the illusion. Ze. A sound like chalk carving across a blackboard. Her bony arms reached towards him, posing no threat whatsoever. White as a sheet of paper, with curled fingers. The black haze seemed to be growing stronger. A little further, and the clear day would be replaced by night. You have resisted terror. You have resisted terror. You are experiencing terror. Characteristics down 30%. What the fuck was going on? I examined my subordinates. They were all frozen, eyes glazed over. Their will was too weak to resist it at all. I bit my lip until it hurt. The sobering pain broke the mirage of fear, despair, and doom for a moment. Only myself and the major were still holding on beneath the onslaught of the unknown creature. Except the military man lacked the strength to move a muscle. He looked at the ghost inexorably, barely able to take a gulp of air. He knew her. What kind of damn devil was this? I couldn't say a word. Screams and curses failed to break through to the surface. All sound froze somewhere in my throat. You are experiencing terror. Characteristics down 40%. You are trying to resist. Will +1. I took a step forward. Another. 2. 3. My legs were stiff. My mouth had turned into a real desert. My whole body seemed to be dozens of meters underwater. The ghost did not attack physically. No. The devil knows what had worked out by itself how best to harm a strong, experienced soldier. Psychic fucking damage. Only my high will allowed me to at least partially resist the monstrous pressure. Having known the devil knows what, the Major now had to either conquer his fear or retreat. We had worked on this in training, studied it a little, but the Major couldn't understand it. He was in a stupor, stuck, unable to pluck up and take a step forward or backward. All the while, the chaos grew. It felt like something extremely powerful and evil was trying to break into our world. "This is my land," I said to myself, with every step. My feet were like wood, but I was getting closer. My knees trembled. My cervical vertebrae cracked dully with every head motion. My ears heard an unintelligible rustle, which gradually turned into a whisper. It was getting louder and more intelligible. "Kill him," it said. "He is your enemy. He came for your house, your power, your woman. Kill him before he takes it from you. Take his bow, take his clothes, his power. Give me his soul. Give me this sacrifice." The voice whispered quietly at first, then began to fervently convince. An eternity seemed to pass. Junior's dagger appeared in my hand by itself, the system's weapon. A slash at the Major's throat, and that would be one opponent gone. A strong opponent, a dangerous opponent. "Kill him. Grow stronger." I grabbed Major by the shoulder and threw him backwards, the son of a bitch. He rolled into a clumsy spin and got back to his feet, staring menacingly in my direction all the while. Give me a minute. As soon as the Major retreated, albeit against his will, the ghost was absorbed back inside the scarecrow, with just enough time for its terrifying physiognomy to wink at me at the last moment. In response, I used all my remaining strength to throw up my middle finger. The ghost giggled, after which it completely disappeared into the figure of the mannequin. Piggy and the rest came back to their senses, staring dumbfoundedly at the mannequin, then at the Major. What the fuck was that?" the soldier hissed, squeezing the spear tightly. He looked like a battered dog, aggressive, but scared. "What was what?" "The devil knows what, that's what." "Reach you to go sticking your nose in when you're not wanted," I snarled, calming my pounding heart.
Piggy, why did you stop? Go set the table. Can't you see we have guests?
"You have engaging, sparring partners," the Major sighed, gratefully picking up a portion of pork and potatoes. Piggy snorted disgruntledly and returned to the cauldron. We ate, as in country-style restaurants, from wooden trays, just because we still had no plates. Johnson had been making them for the 5th day in a row. "It works, though," I shrugged. "Without that, you might not have found us here." "Who beat you like that?" the Major asked. It was difficult to hide the consequences of the attack. Only the fence was left standing. "You're eating it now." The Major looked at his plate in slight confusion. It seemed that he had already made up an answer for himself. For example, that we clashed with one of the neighbors. Now he was suspecting me of cannibalism. "What?" "Pigs," I said. "Have you seen pigs in the forest? There were a lot of them, really big ones, too." He looked around our camp with different eyes. Evidently, he had already encountered the boars out in the forest. A bow was for hunting, not combat. No matter how cool and prepared the Major was, the leader boar would have stampeded him through the bushes just like that. That means we dragged it away. A little pride took over. So you decided to take up gardening then, the Major said, starting some small talk. As you can see. What were the results? Why are you asking? I asked. Do you want to buy something? Or have you decided to join our team? As a slave? Or a husband? He smiled crookedly. What? I asked. What? He raised an eyebrow. A minute stretched out like molasses, after which we laughed together at the absurdity of our dialogue. Don't joke like that anymore, I finally forced out. Although I'm surprised you know about the mechanics of joining a settlement. What, she refused? Who? The Major pretended to be surprised. Don't be a tease, I said. Everyone saw you two leave, and I don't believe that she's currently washing your laundry and cooking your lunch for you. She would run ahead of you, see how the people live here. The Major frowned, and then spoke anyway. Look, about that girl. Do you mean Stace? I clarified. I have bad news for you. The Major gave up. That girl? She's crazy. I didn't get the joke. Not at all. Refusing to enter into slavery, or even marry a man you've only known for a couple of weeks, is not a reason to be considered crazy. In my eyes, it was, on the contrary, a sign of sanity. Anything specifically? I'll give you some details, he said, rubbing his chin. In short, the girl and I also built a settlement of a kind. Or tried to, I guess. Only if I may say so, we had a difference of opinion. We barely made it 3 days when she asked me to be her husband, so then I chose the second option from what was available. You offered for her to become a slave, I prompted. Well, I wasn't going to let myself be dragged down the aisle a second time, he sighed. I'm not that old. Plus, the girl was painfully young. It would have been ugly. I considered telling him that no certificate or signature in the registry office was going to work now. And age, judging by Piggy, was a very relative concept. On our last day on the old Earth, she had definitely looked about 30 years old. Now, after grinding charisma, she hardly looked 2 or 3 years older than me. Would it go further? So how did it end? I asked, satisfying not only my physical, but also my informational hunger. How indeed? The girl was brazen. She took up and ran away, the Major declared, raising his hands. Who needs her anyway? I teased, realizing that this was not the end of the matter. Then she came back at night, and not alone either, he continued. Brought some new guys with her. I don't know where she got them. I was stupid. I thought the idiot had cooled off and was going to put up with it. But they tied me up and wanted me to swear allegiance to her, like a queen and a priestess of some goddess or something. Otherwise, they said they were going to sacrifice me. And then what? Here we were at war with pigs, while next door, look at what madness was being unleashed. It was good that Piggy didn't hear this, or else she would be giving weighty opinions about all those bitches. Or perhaps she'd go down a crooked path and start demanding we worship her, too. That Junior did, at the very least. Ha! No big deal, he chuckled. I had a knife in my boot. I got it in the box, made a sheath for it, and always carry it with me. Useful little thing. Never go to bed without it. I stabbed one. The rest fled into the forest. They were weak, level ones. But the next day, while I was out hunting, they burned down my hut. So now we're just hunting each other in the forest. What an asshole you are, I thought. What if you're leading these guys right to our settlement? What if that's what you thought up? Pit 2 competitors against each other, and then finish off the weakened winner? I don't think they'll come to blows with you anytime soon, he said, seeming to read my thoughts. As I approached, I muddled the tracks. Plus, they're busy wandering on the other side of the forest. There's a lake, its shores are swampy. You can pick berries there.
I go there too.
Why do you need berries? I queried. Do you not feed yourself with meat?
Mix things up, the Major said, realizing that he had said too much.
What bonuses did these berries give you? Or perhaps you couldn't survive on meat alone? I noticed that when we made kebabs like we remembered them, the hunger disappeared for a while, but it returned very quickly and with a renewed vigor. A potato was enough for a few hours. This after, one bush could feed one person.
So you're warning us of the danger? I asked.
Thank you. I'll take it into account.
I don't know what she's doing with herself. The Major shook his head. But if you see this bitch, my advice is to kill her right away.
Lord Leo! Lord Leo!
Junior shouted, breaking the close atmosphere completely by running towards us. His face was flushed. He had a foolish smile on him. The news was obviously good, but for some reason I wanted to beat him. He saw the look on my face and slowed his run. But then he changed his tactic and decided to shout the news from afar. That way I would get to be happy too, and I wouldn't scold him.
Lord Leo, look at the hares!
What's wrong with them? I hadn't expected anything decent from those vile creations.
They did what you told them to do.
What? In the hare cage, along with the previous 8 fur lumps, 12 tiny, fluffy balls had suddenly appeared. Well, really, why shouldn't they reproduce? They were fed with the special potato tops, which had proven unusable once the merciless chase of the boar leader was through with them. They were also fed water from the stream, and they wandered around the pen. The only thing we couldn't do was comb their hair. When Piggy got curious and tried, she had almost had her finger pulled off. Happy days. I took one in my arms. It was completely round and looked like a ball or snowball of some kind, made entirely of fur, with curious eyes shining like black beads. Name: Domestic Tuber Eater, Baby. Level 1. Surviving on potatomuses, this animal can provide not only its valuable fur, but also a portion of easily digestible meat. Takes 3 days to develop into an adult. Reproduces once every 5 days. Features: painful bite. I was filled with pride. Probably no less so than when we fended off the boar's attack. We had our first pet. Pictures were already popping up in my head, with healthy herds of grazing hares, wild boars, and other, as yet unknown, animals from the forest.
Ah, you little bitch!
The hare, living up to its description, stabbed its little needle-like teeth into my finger. I shook my hand, and the fur lump flew back into the pen, where it was immediately lost among its completely identical brothers, sisters, and other fluffy relatives. Congratulations! You have earned the profession of livestock breeder. Congratulations! You have completed the mission to tame one type of animal. Reward: plus 200 XP. Next step: tame 5 types of animal. The 4 of us looked at each other. Each of us had apparently received the message. I was, of course, happy with the result, but now the continuation. Okay, let's say we had piglets. If we were lucky, they would even give us offspring. But where else would we look for 3 different creatures? I know animals like these. The Major put his curious nose into the pen. Small and stupid, only worth an arrow to the head. What others do you know? I asked. An idea came to mind. There's loads, the Major said. He was upping his price. I don't leave the forest. I live by hunting. So you kill them, I said. But how about catching them alive? How many do you need? And which? Well, to be honest, it doesn't matter. I scratched the top of my head.
The main thing is that there are 4 different species. Can you manage that? You have created a mission for Major. Name: 2 of every creature. The village of Sparta requires new animal species for domestication. Catch them in a healthy state as soon as possible, with at least 2 individuals in each species, 1 male, 1 female. Otherwise, a stone to the forehead and a whip to the ass. Delivered: 0/4 species. Reward: plus 100 XP. The Major gave me a freaked out look. Did you just give me a quest?
Chapter 16. I was no less amazed than he was. It turned out that I had. Wait, Major said, still not entirely believing it. The system was the one that gave me tasks before. But for a person to do it? Who the hell are you? I'm a lord, as it happens, I answered. Master of the land on which you are now standing. This is even recognized by the system. Wait, maybe that's it? I thought. Johnson, get over here. Try to give him a task. What task? The laborer was lost. Any, doesn't matter, I said. What aren't you getting? Hey, servant, Johnson said, hopefully. You see anything that looked like tobacco in the forest? I want to smoke real bad. It's unbearable. Nothing, the Major shrugged. Is it really to do with your status? I wonder if the request needs to be formulated in some special way, or does the system catch it all on the fly? So will you honor Johnson's request? I asked. The system immediately responded. You have created a mission for Major. An avid smoker, Johnson feels out of sorts. You have agreed to help him acquire some tobacco. Bring tobacco to Sparta. Delivered. 0/30 stems. Reward: 100 XP. Major's eyes lit up with excitement. I made the right call coming here, he said. Experience doesn't grow on trees. But where will you get that experience from? I have no idea, I answered, honestly. But why should you care? You'll get it either way. That's right, grinned the Major. But I do not agree to work away for hours for only 100. No less than 1,000, for each species. Aren't you brazen? Piggy said, resting her hands on her hips. Look at him, good people. He wants 4,000. For getting this entire collective farm to level 2, I only got 500. Even the Major pulled back under this pressure. Why are you so mad? He said. Are you sure it's not really your own experience you'll be giving away? It'll just rain down freely from the sky. Did you hear what the Lord told you? Piggy looked back at me, searching for support. It's none of your business. Maybe it's not ours. Maybe it's ours. What do you think we're going to do? Slave for you? Splash. With just that strange a sound, a message appears for me. You have received 20 XP. Your slave, Piggy, has received the profession Merchant. Profession, Merchant 1. Probability of convincing interlocutor in your favor, plus 5%. New mission available. No deceit, no receipt. Convince 5 interlocutors in your favor, not relatives. Reward, 500 XP. So that was how the distribution of experience worked. I hadn't paid any attention to it before. Experience had dripped, to one degree or another, across the whole team, both after the first killing of the boar and after the trial. But now, out of 100 experience, Piggy got 80 for her new profession, and I got 20. However, after that message, I decided to transfer further negotiations into Piggy's hands with a clear conscience. They negotiated over 1,000 XP for completing the whole task, that is, for obtaining 4 breeds of animal. The Major was clearly all kinds of dissatisfied, but Piggy was adamant. Then add in another 10 servings of your food, Major said. 5, Piggy countered.
All right, 5, he agreed. Updated quest conditions popped up immediately in front of me, where the amount of experience had increased by 10, as well as the additional 5 piggy food at the bottom. The system was a real joker. The second quest proved even easier. We agreed on 300 experience. I couldn't believe that there was real tobacco growing here somewhere. But I'd learned to accept anything from the system. It would be great to introduce it into the settlement and declare a monopoly. I didn't smoke myself, but I'd observed nicotine withdrawal in those who tried to quit. A strong thing. Having received his tasks, the Major didn't linger and left for the forest without delay.
It seemed like individual grinding and getting XP had become the sole meaning of his new existence. After the Major left, I introduced mandatory guard duty at the fence. I really didn't like the way he had managed to get to us completely silently. Subsequent study of the traps showed that he had managed to get around everything without even stepping into any of the pits. We'd relaxed too much after defeating the boars. Piggy took over the watch. The 3 of us took on the last bits of construction on the shelter. With my participation, construction speed increased by exactly 1/3. It didn't matter that I had never built anything more serious than a sandcastle. Everything was decided by skills, blueprints, and the number of people. The latter I'd put right at the top of the pyramid. Whoever had more workers, slaves, and soldiers would win this race. So as much as you had to respect the Major's path, it seemed like a dead end to me. Our first capital dwelling turned out to be glorious. At the bottom, it was made according to the structure of an old 5-wall house. So first you entered into a small hallway. Here you could store various household equipment, and any enemy that entered would be in a perfectly enclosed trap. Then there was a spacious, almost square room with windows on 2 opposite sides. The windows were small and could be covered tightly from the inside with wooden shutters. Currently, there was a breeze blowing in through them. There was nothing to cover them with. We had no plans for glass in the near future, and the modern level of technology offered nothing particularly similar to it either. Perhaps we could cover them with hair hide, so as to stop the sun from disturbing us. But it wasn't particularly bothering us now. The 3rd wall had a place for the furnace, which couldn't be built yet on account of a lack of clay. That was to be a future undertaking. Along the walls were wide benches for sitting, and at night, sleeping. The 2nd floor was smaller and cozier. I wanted to call it a garret, but Piggy immediately renamed it into an attic. There was only one window here. It looked out directly on the fence, and all the approaches to the forest were perfectly visible from it. In case Piggy was left alone in the settlement, and unwanted guests suddenly came to her, she could drag up the ladder to the 2nd floor and hold out here for a long time before reinforcements arrived. Not a house, but an outpost. Although by mutual agreement, we seemed to be calling it a hut between ourselves. The name had somehow taken root by itself. Johnson and Jr. settled in downstairs. Piggy and I would take the 2nd floor. The view from there was excellent. In the future, we were considering the construction of a 2nd log house, but as yet, that was not a permissible luxury. After construction finished, the schematic for the cottage stayed with Johnson. However, when we had decided to conduct an experiment and give it to Piggy, the laborer had scratched his head at the sight of a pile of logs. The experiment taught us that there must be at least one person with the necessary schematic in the construction team. Otherwise, the building took much longer to make, and the result was not guaranteed. Here, on the other hand, the logs fit together as if we had been building log cabins for years, and earning a living by it. A priceless job.
On the first floor, we spread out the burnt skin of the wild boar leader as a rug. I thought I'd find a better use for it in the future, but for now, we could proudly trample it with our feet, remembering our recent victory. Piggy immediately created comfort for us upstairs by dragging up a blanket made of hare hides and all sorts of fragrant-smelling herbs. "I need some clay cups of some kind," she reminded me. "I could make lamps here. It'd be romantic."
I had remembered perfectly well without her that we needed to find some clay. But I thought another task was paramount. Therefore, after spending the night in our new home for the first time, early the next morning, we set off on an expedition. The hut had a strategic supply of potatoes, which would allow us to restore our plantation in case of any troubles. Upstairs, we arranged a collection of stones for Piggy's slingshot and short throwing spears. Piggy herself had been instructed several times how to act in any emergency. She wouldn't try any heroics. She would lock herself in the house and shoot down from the second floor until our return. After all, breaking a log house was not like breaking a tent. It would be a tough job for anyone to tear this down. The boar attack had finally confirmed to me that the most valuable resource in this new life was people. Everything could be repaired and sorted out, as long as your people stayed with you. I would have to wait a little longer for the full restoration of the defense, but the thought of a legendary apple tree growing somewhere in the forest was haunting me. It wasn't even that I wanted it for myself. It was much worse if it went to someone else. We moved using our tried and tested system. Up ahead, 10 steps away from us, went Junior. He snuck through the forest, almost inaudible, choosing a more or less passable path for the rest of us. Sometimes Junior froze in place and gave me a signal. Then our entire little column stopped and waited for his permission to move on. An entirely exemplary expedition. Before we set out, I returned Junior his bonus dagger with its buffs to agility, which made him incredibly excited. He seemed to have already said goodbye to it. After the trial, the mutual trust in our team had changed a lot. Feeling one another's elbows in lockstep, we became not just random companions in a struggle for survival, but comrades in arms. I even thought about transferring them both to the status of relatives. But for some reason, I held off. Perhaps because in that case, Piggy, who was no less deserving of a change of status than the rest, would be transferred to the position of my wife. I definitely wasn't ready for that. In the middle of our formation was me, the primary attack force and strength. In the event of a threat, Junior would step back so that I could take the brunt of the attack. Johnson rounded off the group. With his endurance, he was practically a tank, as long as you didn't take into account his scarce protective equipment. For now, he was the reserve and load bearer. On his back, he carried a wicker basket, which he had made the day before. I wasn't going to leave a single apple where we found it. I would take the apple tree, too. Only for now, I couldn't picture how exactly to do it. As we moved, I delved into my thoughts. The ability to issue quests made life much easier. Now I didn't have to run through the woods myself in search of animals. I could just give someone a task. Moreover, that may even apply to other questions. What if you could give a quest to search for clay or iron? Or even instruct the major to eliminate desk jockey for us? Before my eyes stood the image of a bulletin board, with crooked portraits of bastards who dared to cross my path, and the price for their heads. Wow. Now that was an opportunity. On the other hand, you only find free cheese in a mousetrap. I still didn't understand where the system was going to get the experience to pay off the major. But I didn't believe in charity, and I now regretted that I had not given the major any of the more elementary quests,
the kind found in most computer games. Shoot a dozen hares in exchange for 100 XP, for example. I didn't need them, of course, but I could see how it all worked. So now, as usual, not a damn thing in this new world was clear. There was another nuance, too.
None of my subordinates had ever activated a single quest. Only the Major. Because of which, the thought crept into my head that it was the player's status in relation to me that allowed him to take the quest. I was the Lord. Lords can issue quests, can't they? But the slaves, who were formerly my subordinates, did not need quests. Why would they need a reward if they were already obliged to carry out my every command? If you think about it, that followed the mechanics the system had available. Perhaps quests would also work for relatives, as well as for unrelated players. Or perhaps the system was deliberately trying to ensure that there were players who didn't join any group. Wandering adventurers who would be able to fulfill the tasks of future masters. Were we the NPCs? It seemed to me that there was an additional reason not to recruit the Major into the group. We could test his potential as a mercenary first. Junior started off walking quickly, stopping at times to show me the places of their former military glory. A glade where Desk Jockey's group had licked their wounds after the unsuccessful attack on our village. A night stop under a large, sprawling tree, near which was a patch of campfire. But the further we went, the less confident his tracking became. Our formation lost all its original tactical thoughtfulness. My companions stopped to consult, and often even to argue. "This is where we ate the squirrel," Junior said, getting excited. "That's how I remember it. I caught it by the tail, then Desk Jockey ate half of it. He claimed that he was the biggest, so he needed the nutrition." "Do you see broken branches?" Johnson disagreed with him. "That's where we made a shelter, in case of rain." The wandering had been going on for several hours, and I stopped believing in Junior's tracking capabilities. Suddenly we came out, fell out even, into a clearing. A clearing, in the center of which a lush apple tree was growing shamelessly, almost 5 meters in height. "Well, goddamn," Junior said, for which he received a clip round the ear from Johnson, and a request not to share his thoughts. Name: Juicy Apple Tree. Level: Unique. Everyone knows that Eve ate the forbidden fruit, but just one seed from it was enough to grow a plant as exquisite as this. It was blessed by the gods themselves. Cut it down, and you will fail. Bonuses: brings a dozen apples every 3 days. Purifies all air within 20 meters. Attracts birds. Improves fertility by 5%. "This is definitely our target," I said, tearing off the first apple I saw. Scarlet, inviting, as if it were straight out of a big-budget advertisement for unfaithful apple juice. Name: Plump Apple. Level: Unique. Snow White was offered the same. It swept her off her feet. You won't be able to resist the pleasure either. Bonus: Charisma +3, Wisdom +2, Intelligence +2. Ha! I knew it. Here was the secret of the businessman's eloquence. Desk Jockey had eaten the legendary apple and managed to brainwash 2 normal guys at once. A pure gambit on his charisma, as well as everyone at the time being level 1. They'd proved softer than steamed turnips when he had tried to convince them. All the same, we had just got unbelievably lucky. "So, gentlemen, we will load the goods into bags, and then we can think of what to do with the apple tree," I instructed. The wicker basket was immediately filled with the scarlet fruit. The shopaholic bag would have been enough, But who could have known there were only going to be 10 apples on the tree? I wondered where the previous harvests had gone. The image of very intelligent and charismatic wild boars immediately came to mind. I had absolutely no intention of leaving the apple tree, but to take it and dig it out? It would kill a full day, perhaps a little less. Plus, twilight would arrive pretty soon, and then there would be trouble coming. Cutting it down to ruin it was also an option. A bastard move. Sneaky, selfish, sure. But it was an option. I was genuinely considering it. The only downside was that I didn't like the line about the wrath of the gods in the description. In the old world, only poorly educated and highly impressionable people believed in curses. Now it was quite a material thing. Climb up it with an axe, and down you come struck by a lightning bolt. Bam! But what was I to do with it? Look! Junior pulled on my sleeve. We had completely forgotten all caution. Meanwhile, a new character had appeared in the clearing. Just a couple dozen meters away. Mouse. But I didn't recognize the aged librarian whatsoever. She had straightened up and looked younger. The grey hair had turned spectacularly platinum, and her eyes were as dark as night. With those eyes, she looked very unkindly at us, then at the apple tree. The eyes suddenly lit up, with flashes and sparks that did not look right at all. In the palm of her upturned hand she formed a small, tennis ball-sized— Shit, it was a fireball. "My beauty!" Mouse screamed and threw it at me. Chapter 17. I collapsed and pressed myself into the ground. The fiery sphere flew overhead with a wild roar, followed by a wave of heat. That was some damn temperature. The fireball disappeared somewhere into the forest thicket, which was followed by a muffled explosion. "Fuck!" Junior shouted. The mouse's attention switched to him. Her eyes were glowing, her palms facing forward. I noticed that she bit her lip, preparing a new fireball. "Information, now! Forget about the apple tree!" I ordered the stunned Junior and Johnson. They instantly threw up their shields. Why in formation? The wicker shields would do nothing against fire, but it would at least provide a slight buffer. That made it better to meet a new blow with a wall of shields. Johnson was still fussing with the mounted basket, which now contained a precious cargo. He didn't quite have the dexterity to throw the backpack over his shoulder and raise his shield at the same time. "Die, thieves!" Mouse hissed and threw another fireball. It initially flew at Junior, but he was already accustomed to training with the devil knows what, so he turned and let the flaming ball pass him by. Mouse, however, immediately proved that she was not to be underestimated. She clicked her fingers, which transformed the spinning gust of flame into a disc. The disc began to expand and spin in a wide arc, right at Johnson. He had sorted out the basket, but he didn't have time to get the shield up ahead of the fireball. It flew higher. It was like watching in slow motion as the gust of flame rushed at the man's face. I jerked into action and stood directly in the path of the fired missive. The wicker shield took the brunt of the fireball. My entire arm and shoulder was engulfed in an unbearable heat. It was such a heavy blow, like a football player crashing into me. But it wasn't the impact that proved the scariest part. The flame rotated like a spinning top. For a fleeting moment it burned through the wicker edge, getting straight at my flesh. More on instinct than consciously, I managed to throw the flaming shield aside. The fire had only managed to lick my cheek, which was now stinging. Must have left a burn. Retreating a few steps, I watched as my sturdy shield was completely devoured by the flame. The fight had just begun, and I was already unprotected. All of that with level 5 and my training. I had managed to block the shot. Moreover, my strength had been enough to prevent the fireball from knocking me over. Intuitively, instead of retreating, I had taken a half step forward to meet the threat. That meant I stayed standing. Johnson would definitely have been demolished like a bowling pin. Perhaps his endurance would have kept him alive, but burned so badly that he would already have been eliminated from the battle. The magic mouse turned out to be a terrifying weapon. As our bad luck would have it, we were now in an open space, like sitting ducks for her fire attacks. Look what her book had given her. She must have read it real carefully and learned a lot. Honestly, when we'd been on the platform together, she'd seemed like a quiet little thing. Had there been a psychopath hiding behind that gray personality? Or was it magic that affected people like this? Burned their brains, perhaps. "You bitch!" Junior, seeing that Mouse was unarmed, threw his spear at her. Mouse screamed in fright and leapt to the side. The spear flew past, but disrupted her cast. The perfect moment to regroup. It was now or never. "Retreat, now!" I commanded, using the pause to full effect. "Junior, shield!" Fighting in an open clearing was a hopeless plan, especially when the enemy could fire who knew how much at us with their magic, and we were limited, both in attack and defense. We could rush her and crush her as a crowd, but there was a big risk that one of us wouldn't make it out alive. I didn't want to risk people, or, more importantly, our winnings. Johnson had the apples that we had collected. If they got damaged, then our entire foray would have been meaningless. Moreover, we were now in foreign territory, and we didn't know what trump cards Mouse had up her sleeve. One, the fiery disc she had already played, and it had almost worked. Perhaps if the situation wasn't a matter of life and death, then I wouldn't think about nuances like that. But it was different now. We had no task to kill Naus. We just needed to return to Sparta relatively intact and bring our winnings with us. One mistake on our part, and we would share the fate of the leader boar, roasted alive in our storehouse. But I didn't intend to repeat the mistakes of my enemies. Hearing the order, Junior threw his shield to me and pulled Johnson with him, aiding him in acceleration. "What are you doing, boss?" He turned to me, noticing that I wasn't going anywhere. "I'll catch up," I said. "Run, you idiot!" I could buy us time. I was sure of it. I had already blocked the first attack, without much of a loss. If you didn't take the shield into account, that was. But now I had another. "Leo, don't be stupid! I don't want to listen to Piggy's sobbing," Johnson shouted as he left. "That's exactly why you gotta get your ass moving before I kick you to speed you up," I said, without taking my eyes off Mouse. The subordinates obediently disappeared into the forest thicket. I guessed that a couple of minutes' head start would be enough for them to get a safe distance. Then I'd go, leaving Mouse with a sore nose. She got up slowly, wiping dirt and grass from her dress, or whatever her baggy outfit was called. A witch's robe? I raised my shield as I slowly walked towards her. I wouldn't have many chances to defeat and kill her in a one-on-one fight. One might say I only had the slightest of chances whatsoever. No matter which way you looked at it, she had magic in her hands. Unknown, mysterious, and entirely murderous magic. "Shame you didn't leave with the others," she hissed. "Now you'll stay here forever." No, I was doing everything just right. I was distracting her, while those guys escaped the danger zone of her attacks. Every minute of chatter increased their chances. As scary as the mouse's magic was, it was still entry level.
She couldn't build it up enough to cause earthquakes or bring meteorites to the ground. Perhaps she had already given it her all, and now she was just trying to scare me. It couldn't be for nothing that she was moving from action to negotiation. "You shouldn't have started this at all," I answered dryly. "You seemed normal back then, at the very beginning. Why suddenly throw fire at us? Why not talk? Maybe we can find a compromise, some common ground. We're civilized people," I said, openly stalling. "You seek something that does not belong to you," the woman said, her eyes boiling hot. "This is not your property." The lights in her eyes lit up again, like she'd just clicked a button. Sparks appeared in her palms, which were already pointed at me. They grew immediately into flames. The flames curled into a ball, acquiring a stable shape and no longer trying to break loose. It was like watching a slow-motion fireball birth. Fascinating viewing. I took another step, forcing my tense legs to bend slightly at the knee. I put my shield forward, the edge covering the bottom of my face. The only problem was that I now couldn't see the woman without interference. She had pleasant, albeit slightly sharp, facial features and large, almost anime-like eyes, in which flames were now dancing. You could describe her as beautiful in her anger, but the mage's beauty was the last thing on my mind. Someone was clearly abusing charisma. It seemed like this was the Achilles heel for many players of the fairer sex. If you compared two fighters of the same level, then the man was likely to be stronger, because the girl wanted to become beautiful as well. I couldn't speak for everyone, but the trend was obvious. I didn't take my eyes off Mouse. I marked her every action and reaction. Her chest was puffing more and more, as if she had run a marathon. It seemed like magic exhausted her. That was good. I could try and make her expend as much as possible. Then it would be easier for me to delve into the fog without worrying about consequences. It sucked that her abilities hadn't been exhausted yet. It was also simply wonderful that she was clearly an unrestrained hysteric. I wasn't enough of an idiot to let Mouse concentrate, but I also wasn't ready to sacrifice my weapons like Junior did. It didn't seem too smart. Perhaps I could knock her off her cast a different way. It seemed like the mage was not entirely right in the head. It wasn't clear whether it was the magic and the fire elements acting on her like that, or she'd always been this way, and then all of this shit came out of her when she got power. But I could try to play on it. "I didn't see any signature on the apple tree," I said. "Guess that means it's a draw." A naked provocation. It worked surprisingly well. The mage exploded, waving her hands to prepare a launch. I immediately set off at a sprint straight towards her, not even thinking of dodging. Mouse chuckled arrogantly. She didn't believe I could handle a direct hit? Then it'd be worse for her. A ball of flame burst from her palm and whistled towards me. Adrenaline was pounding somewhere in my ears. My heart was beating painfully, trying to break out of my chest. Time began to flow like molasses. Of course, it didn't literally slow down. It was just that in a life-and-death situation, everything was scrolling past as if it were a frame-by-frame rewind. I took a step forward, pivoting on my right heel. The collected muscular force turned easily into a rotation, and bang! With a sharp, assured movement of my shield, I threw the fireball aside, like a tennis player returning a serve. After a slight change in trajectory, the fireball bit into the grass somewhere to my left and trailed off behind me with a hiss. The shield flashed, but the flames didn't spread as quickly as before. Enduring the pain and heat, I continued my run at the enemy. "What?" Mouse muttered, dumbfounded. "How?"
I was mentally applauding my own crazy calculation. Her fireballs immediately seemed to be something more than a gathering of flame. How to put it more clearly? It felt like you were being hit not just by an element, but by a ball of water, or something even weightier. When it encountered real resistance, it would immediately burst, releasing the energy concentrated in it. That's what happened to the trees when Mouse threw a fireball for the first time, and the same thing happened when I blocked her fire disc. All I had to do was gently push this ball to the side, not block it directly, just redirect it. I almost got it. Part of the energy still hit me, setting fire to the shield and sprinkling drops of fire on me. But it could have been worse. "Oh yeah?" Mouse snorted viciously, changing the shape of the second spell on the fly. She also seemed to have guessed how I'd managed to avoid instant death. "Then take this!" she shouted menacingly, releasing from her palm a fire arrow? God damn you, system. That was a real boon for the mages. At least give us ordinary mortals something equally unbalanced. In a moment, the arrow flew directly towards me. Its speed was amazing. Thanks to its pointed shape, it seemed that the spell literally broke the space in front of it, leaving behind a burning red plume. I immediately thought, no chance you'll dodge a thing like that. I squatted down, trying to hide behind the shield as much as possible. A one-person tortoise. I just had one thought in my head. It's not for nothing that witches were burned at the stake. I would take an active role in the process. I managed to evade it. Sort of. The arrow plunged into the shield's right edge and immediately gnawed through it. My elbow, shoulder, and part of my forearm were precisely spiked by a red-hot poker. The arrow sunk into the ground behind me with a loud explosion. Bang! The blast wave hurled me forward, shoving my face into the damp grass. There was a noise in my ears. My left leg was screaming with pain, as if I'd pulled or twisted it. Despite this, I immediately jumped to my feet. Adrenaline perked me up better than any energy drink. "How are you still standing, asshole?" Mouse looked at me, slightly shocked. She wasn't looking as cheerful as she had a minute earlier. Her eyes didn't have that arrogant gleam. They betrayed fear? Apprehension? I couldn't make them out fully. The bitten lower lip and distinct shortness of breath may also have indicated impending exhaustion. "No wonder my supervisor called me stubborn as a ram," I grunted, straightening my back. My hands were shaky. Spots floated before my eyes. I could feel the sheer pain in the left side of my face and neck. I guessed that'd be burnt now, too. Shit. Just a little more. Get to Mouse, and the job would be done. Almost there. A step. Another. And after that, a third. I had almost made it right up to her. A touch closer, and I'd be able to at least poke her with the spear. Mouse was also aware of this, and panicking. "Don't come near me!" she screamed, making some kind of circular movement over her head and biting her lip until it bled. "Make me," I growled. Another provocation. But now I was forcing her to lose the last remnants of her calm and show me everything she was capable of. Mouse was gripped with panic. That was what I really needed. A new twist of the palm. No flames. What was she doing? I suddenly smelled the persistent stench of ozone. This could only happen if... There was a quiet, subtle crackling sound. Then, a rumble. Then I watched as the woman's fingers pointed like pistols and slowly tilted in my direction. My intuition was absolutely screaming at me that the time for games was over. The heavy artillery had arrived. This was not something I would be able to withstand, even with all my strength. If there was no time left, then... I put all my force into throwing a spear, which flew straight at the stubborn mage. It stabbed her in the shoulder, throwing her a couple of meters back and nailing her to a tree trunk. Grah! At the same moment, a snow-white flash covered the entire clearing, blinding me for a split second. It was immediately followed by a deafening thunderbolt, overwhelming the ears. I was the lightning's target, but the spear had knocked Mouse's aim off. As a result, it hit a different, tall, freestanding object. "My beauty!" she screamed, completely forgetting about me and jerking against the spear, like a butterfly pinned for a collection. Turning around, I watched in amazement as real lightning incinerated the legendary apple tree. There was no trace of foliage left. Burns gaped across the trunk like wounds. The tree itself had split in two, and the surviving fragments were gradually taken by flame. "No!" Mouse screamed. The grass around the apple tree took light. The fire spread like a wave through the clearing. It stood like a wall between me and Mouse. Now I couldn't even get close to her. However, I didn't need to. She didn't care about me at all anymore. All of her attention was focused on the blazing apple tree. It was sad, of course, to lose the legendary tree. But we still had the apples, and new ones would grow in Sparta. I threw the charred shield to the ground.
Limping on one leg, I retreated towards the forest, in the direction Johnson and Junior had gone.
"Stop! Monster! Stop! I command you! Come back!" Mouse's agitated voice got more and more desperate beneath the crackle of the flame. "Release me!" "I hope you burn, like witches are meant to," I muttered to myself. It's a pity I don't believe in luck like that. Everything had gone according to plan. I was incredibly happy. No one got killed, and we had achieved our goal. The apples were retrieved, and the old tree was gone. However, I wasn't sure that I truly had an apple monopoly. Apples weren't potatoes. Once you ate them, the seeds still remained. Although Mouse did seem to suffer from the loss of the tree, as if it were something unique and irreplaceable. In any case, I'd deal with that later. In the meantime, I'd rather run along the path that Junior and Johnson had broken through the dense undergrowth. Perfect. I couldn't even get lost. A road straight back home. Wait. A road? Now Mouse would be able to find us just as easily. I had no doubt that she would be just burning with passion to chat to us again.
Chapter 18. The return to the settlement held no further incidents. After meeting Johnson and Junior a couple of kilometers from the scorched meadow with the apple tree, we set off back together. Piggy met us right at the fence. "Oh my God, how much more can I take?" she said as we approached, looking at the fresh burns on me and the dirt all over the other guys. "Who did you run into this time?" "A real-life witch," snorted Junior, who was also not in the best mood. The clash with Mouse had shown how much strength he lacked in a one-on-one conflict. Nimble, yes. Agile, yes. But he couldn't even get close to the enemy. All those throws and stealths that rogues had in computer games were not yet an option here. But that magic, it had pushed him to his fullest extent. This was all clear from his sour face and bruised gait. Johnson remained ever gloomy and thoughtful. I'm sure he was also unhappy about the fight with the hysterical Nage. "You're kidding me," Piggy said, not wanting to believe what she was hearing. "No joke," I interrupted her, attracting everyone's attention. "And now we should prepare for another possible run-in with her." "Do you think she will come for our souls?" Johnson asked, nervously smoothing his mustache. "I'm certain. You remember her reaction to the apple tree and us harvesting it?"
Johnson and Junior both nodded, plunging even further into unhappy thoughts. Harvest? What happened then? Piggy asked persistently. I'll tell you later, I commanded, wincing at the pain from my burns. Bring me water. Can't you see I got fried? Oh! Piggy blushed from her impertinence and gently pulled me towards the hut. Come on, I have just the thing to help. I hoped she didn't mean a quickie. Of course, I wasn't against it, but I was afraid that with my burns it might finally finish me off. Inside, Piggy began rummaging through various ribbons and strips of rags that we had kept.
Unfortunately, fabric was in short supply. The hides of various sorts were already on the roof. There was enough to completely sew cool new fur coats for all the inhabitants, but nothing more. We needed to think about that issue. We were above flaunting around the place like 3 Tarzans and 1 Amazonian beauty covered in scraps of skin. What were clothes made of in ancient times? The same as they were now, really. Wool, cotton, linen, hemp. The filament was pulled out of the fibers, twisted and wound on a spindle. That's why in the Middle Ages, all women spun in their spare time. Even princesses did it, according to fairy tales. All because a lot of fabric was required, and there were no machines or any other forms of mechanization. Why did my history classes devote so little time to everyday life? All we learned was the names of rulers and the dates of battles, how people lived, what they wore, how things were built in those days. No one cared. We tried to comb some wool out of the hairs, but there was too little of it. There was no point in getting sidetracked by that. Perhaps it would be worth giving the Major, on top of the other things, a quest to find us some flax or hemp. A hemp shirt and pants sounded a bit wild, but what the hell? Meanwhile, Piggy returned to me, showing me the same old flaps, but something about them looked a little strange. Name: Primitive Bandage. Level: Garbage. 2 spits, 3 leaves of plantain, and a number of other herbs. And you have all the power of nature in your hands. It won't heal your severed leg or open belly, but it has a 66% chance of saving you from a severed hangnail. Effect: accelerates natural regeneration on the applied site by 15%. Slightly relieves pain. My cooking improves my ability to recognize plants, she explained. The last time you almost died, I rushed to look for anything I could, and I found medicinal chamomile. And this time I found this plantain, almost by accident. But without the bandage, it won't do much. It'll dry up immediately. In the bandage, if it's used as a compress, the effect is better. Well done. You did a great job, I praised her, which made her absolutely glow with happiness. Why are we all talking about me all of a sudden? She laughed. Sit down. I'll treat you. Judging by the eager gleam in her eyes, she was not only going to bandage me up. The next day, Piggy dragged Junior to the plantation again, waving her whip with a happy smile. I wondered if I should take care of her inclinations. Perhaps it would be better to keep ignoring it? In bed, she didn't show anything whatsoever, so I'd let her have her fun. After making sure that everyone was in place and working hard, I set about the day's top priority: strategy. With a sharp stick, I drew the outlines of Sparta and the valley around it on the wet land by the lakeside. I also noted the estimated location of the apple tree and where we had run into Mouse. We had no compass. The stars were completely incomprehensible, so I had no idea where north was, whether it existed at all, even. Maybe here the earth was flat and rested on 3 whales. Our experienced YouTube forest dweller, Johnson, claimed that north was located approximately to the rear of our settlement. As an argument, he cited the moss on the trees,
the number of leaves on them, the position of the sun, and other shamanic matters. In the absence of other options, I took his word as a starting point. If so, then the exit from the valley was directly to the south. The apple tree grew somewhere to our southwest, a few kilometers away. Desk Jockey's base, if he and his goons hadn't gone anywhere, was located to the southeast. Major and Stace's former staging post, meanwhile, judging by Major's descriptions, was set out to the east.
It turned out that the bulk of the players were still on one side of us, and the mountains on the other. In other words, if they decided to go north, they would come across us. Not the hills and dense forest that surrounded Sparta on all the other sides, but a convenient path leading directly to the settlement. I had thought about this before, but the appearance of first Piggy, then Desk Jockey, Johnson and Junior, and more recently the Major, left no doubt about it. The valley was easy to spot if you looked from the right side, and it just so happened that the southern side was the most vulnerable. The chances that Mouse would find us were close to 100%. Even if the trees straightened back up and hid the path we had trodden, she would stumble upon us quite quickly in a systematic search. Surely she couldn't leave the valuable apples that remained from her beauty in our hands. The mage would absolutely be trying to get them back, with every right and wrong at her disposal. This time, however, she would act much more actively and aggressively. And with all her eccentricities, she would surely want to punish us for the death of the apple tree. Why? She's the one who burned it. Who had it even stopped? And who even admitted to their mistakes, if you could just blame them on others? Why hadn't I killed Mouse right away, when I pinned her to the tree with my spear? It was all very simple. I didn't know how to walk through fire, and the heat was so high in the clearing that after a couple of minutes, I wouldn't have gotten out with just burns. Killing Mouse at the risk of my own skin? No, sorry. No chance. But sitting and waiting for her arrival was an even worse option. Everything here was made of wood, which was not a good match for fire magic. I had managed to win in a confrontation with her, partly due to the element of surprise. Mouse hadn't even thought that I would be able to block her magic. Rather than dying after the first fireball, she wouldn't give me a second chance. What was to prevent her from striking me with lightning as her first attack? No need for a hello, nothing to it. The next battle with Mouse would not be without losses. Unless, like last time, we got ahead of her. We launched a preemptive strike. How could we do that? Just set up an ambush. Sparta itself was not suitable for that. Like I said, too much wood, which would burn too easily. Of course, we could try to pour rounds of water on the palisades and the hut, and cover them with wet hides to neutralize the heat from the fireballs. But that was too adventurous an idea. We wouldn't give ourselves up to that lottery. We could run, like firefighters. The clearing in front of the settlement was too large. For melee weapons, this played into our hands, but now it had turned against us. Mouse just wouldn't let us get close to her. So we had to catch her in the forest. But how? Go there and roleplay Cossack highwaymen? See who found the other first? What guaranteed that we wouldn't end up in a retaliatory ambush? That definitely wasn't the method. On the other hand, she had never been in Sparta. She didn't even know the settlement existed. Even if the major or desk jockey had informed her about us, she wouldn't know the exact place. So what was stopping us from making a false camp? Don't hide. On the contrary, let her find us. It could be a bait, a decoy, a distraction for any uninvited guest, not just Mouse. Perhaps even Desk Jockey would pay us another courtesy visit. Or Stace, who the Major was so fearful of. I didn't particularly want to meet him right at my walls again either, for now at least. Generally speaking,
We should have put in an observation post like that a long time ago, but everything else had been more important. Now we had a supply of provisions, a roof over our heads, and protection from the local fauna. All that remained was to save all of this from other people's looting hands. A false camp at some distance from the entrance to the valley, as well as a hidden observation post, would become our warning system about the approach of other players. Especially if you put a tent, a fireplace, even a small amount of food in it. Arrange it as if the hosts had gone hunting and were about to return. Any invader would linger there, looking for any kind of stash, or perhaps rush in to try and grab the careless masters themselves. Junior, with his agility, would be able to get to Sparta very quickly and warn us of any possible guests. Johnson and Piggy wouldn't be as good as him, but we could take turns guarding. 2 would be more than enough for such a task. I didn't think the wait would be too long. A scheme like that would give us the necessary time to prepare for the meeting, and if it turned out to be Mouse, then we could go out and ambush. Of course, we would have to calculate everyone's positions, their approach routes, how to get the most advantageous setup. But that would all mean that the initiative would be on our side. Half of the battle would already be won. Johnson, Piggy, get over here. I have a task for you. I raised my head from my map. Now that the first sensible thoughts had appeared, it wasn't worth delaying their implementation. What if Mouse was already coming for our souls? On the second day of waiting, Junior appeared at the settlement just before evening. There, the woman. What was she? The crazy one, he gasped. No further explanation was required. Junior had christened Mouse as such the day before, remembering the ill-fated fireball that almost killed Johnson. Get ready. Johnson, grab our ultimatum. Junior, grab the wineskins.
Piggy, what about the raincoats?
Piggy sat at the entrance to the hut, bit a thread off, and with a tired smile stretched out the result of her labors. Finished! Right on time. Name: Heavy Leather Cloak. Level: Rare. This cloak will save you from the cold, from the wind, and from the rain. Sure, as long as you're not in Antarctica, and as long as all these natural phenomena don't arrive together. Bonuses: allows you to keep warm in adverse weather conditions. Stamina +4, Charisma +2, Agility -2. The boar leader's skin had to be put to use. It had made a great rug, but it made an even better coat. Johnson and Junior got similar raincoats, but from the skins of the smaller boars. Their characteristics were the same as mine, although they had no bonus for charisma, and the agility penalty increased to -3. Just as I was putting the cloak on, Junior brought the wineskins. We had no shortage of material, so now we had these ancient flasks. Name: Leather wineskin. Level: Garbage. Clearly this can't be compared to what the ubiquitous Bear Grylls did with a snake in the desert, but it will suit the task at hand. Bonuses: stores 1.5 liters of water. Keeps liquid temperature stable. Yet more jokes from the system, as well as strange, non-obvious subtleties. What did that mean? If I poured boiling water into the wineskin, would I have a portable heating pad with me until the end of time? Or vice versa, would cold beer stay cold without any refrigeration? A boy could dream. We'd have to consider the option. It would certainly bring some interesting opportunities, but now was not the time. Ready? I asked Johnson and Junior. They were messing around with their cloaks. It wasn't kidding about cutting their agility down so much. But after less than a minute, both of them nodded in agreement. Well, that meant it was time to take off. As we approached the edge of the forest,
I gave the command to disperse.
We had worked out this maneuver, and even Johnson managed to get the hang of it, with enough patience. Junior hid silently in the thicket. Even his wet cloak made no sound. That's why I had decided to equip us with armor. Boar skin was incredibly durable. In addition, I had finally figured out who had set fire to the boar we met in the forest, the one that smelled of smoked lard. The very fact that it had remained alive after meeting with the mage told us that their skins could protect against her fireballs. Or at least, that it would be enough for the first blow. For insurance on the approach to the ambush, we poured water from the wineskins over our raincoats and shields. That way, we increased the penalty for agility by 1, but we also got an additional feature. Will not burn. Enough said. In our first skirmish, the mouse had used fire magic first. The lightning had been saved for last. It demanded much more of her to create it. So, under a sudden attack, she would start throwing fireballs again. That was her rapid response option. Those were the entirety of our calculations. Of course, I was taking a risk. Not just for myself, but for my subordinates as well. One mistake, and we would all be roasted by chain lightning, and our soaking wet cloaks would turn against us, only aggravating the situation. But otherwise, we would be completely defenseless against Mouse's first attack. In order to emerge victorious, we would need to play this game of roulette with 3 out of 6 bullets. 50-50, to put it bluntly. It was hit or miss. Now, the moment of truth. We came out to approach the camp from both sides. Johnson was next to me. Junior snuck up on the opposite side. Mouse was behaving like she owned the place. With a gloomy and determined expression, she searched through the tent. The potato, duly discovered, lay by the extinct campfire. Everything was as I'd expected. The temptation to maraud in an empty camp could not be avoided. She looked around from time to time, but was clearly not afraid of anything. "Your team, Elder?" Johnson whispered to me. A drop of sweat dripped from his forehead. In order for our plan to succeed, we needed to attract the mage's attention and win some vital time. Only me and Johnson were suitable for this role. Only Junior had enough agility to use the element of surprise. All or nothing. It was time. "Go!" I growled, simultaneously breaking cover. Johnson jumped up a second later. We were only 10 meters away from her. My tracker skill helped us get very close. Mouse looked back at us, dumbfounded. The spare spears immediately flew at her. "Ah!" she cried out, and reflexively put her hands out in front of her. A chaotic series of fireballs flew out of them, burning our spears mid-air. We had reduced the distance to 5 meters. Mouse realized that she had no time to do anything else, and launched 2 fire arrows in our direction, almost point blank. We didn't have time to dodge, and we weren't going to. In a moment, Johnson and I stood shoulder to shoulder, shields at the ready. The formation effect was triggered immediately, increasing our armor. 2 heavy bursts of fire slammed into the shields, blossoming into a loud explosion. The flames burned our palms, heated our faces, even burnt our wet shields, evaporating the moisture and reaching the raincoats. But by that time, the worst of the blow had already been absorbed, and we managed to withstand the riotous elements. We hadn't even taken much damage. We threw away the charred shields, which would now only interfere, and rushed forward. Mouse moved backward, realizing that in close combat she had no chance. She clasped her hands together. Then she put them facing one another, and I noticed her putting a huge amount of energy into a new spell.
All of the color disappeared from her face, much faster than in our last meeting. My intuition was screaming, warning me of mortal danger. If we didn't move aside, we would die. Even with the raincoats, it was no certain fact that they would in any way help. They dried up almost completely after the first charge. I threw my spear, realizing that otherwise we simply would not have time. Johnson echoed my throw with his own, but we were still a fair distance from Mouse. She managed to jump back and dodge our spears. "Go!" I yelled, no longer afraid to spook the victim. Junior, like a devil from a snuff box, jumped up right behind Mouse. All this time, we had been driving her towards a pre-selected point for an ambush. Our plan had succeeded. Junior jumped on top of her, covering her with another wet boar hide. Mouse shrieked. Much like the last time I interrupted her, the spell just dissipated. "Tie her up! Don't let her get out! Where are you going, bitch?" Johnson and I tore off our raincoats and piled on top. "Let go!" the woman yelled. "How dare you!" "Stop this outrage!" Her voice was piercing with its metallic teacher notes. They probably taught that exact tone in pedagogical institutions. Give them a voice, so that those who graduate could yell at children without tearing their vocal cords. Swaddling Mouse was easy. She was weak and fragile. All of her stats were clearly invested in intelligence and wisdom, or whatever was required for mages here. The three of us rolled her up into a wrapping of boar skins. After that, I diligently coated the structure in water from the remaining 2 bottles. "You are civilized people." Mouse's muffled cry came out of the bundle. "This is abuse." "You attacked us," I reminded her. "Twice already." "It's self-defense," she tried to argue back. "You robbed me. I just wanted to get back what was mine." "Mouse," I told her. "I don't know any other name for you. Plus, we're all calling each other by new names here. So, Mouse, you attacked my people, threatened our lives. I would be within my rights to kill you right now, like a rabid dog. I am offering you your life. If you agree to become my slave, you will have access to your apples. You will also gain my protection, food, and relative comfort. Most importantly, you will share our goal and hope of surviving in this new world. Loners are doomed here. Your slavery is my guarantee of safety. So choose, life or death." Oof, what pathos! Even I was proud of my own eloquence. A little more leadership and I would be able to give speeches from the roof of the armored car, cap in hand. But beyond that, I really did believe what I was saying. A cadre like that would be useful to us. We could always kill her later. But Piggy, and then later Junior, were good examples. The system makes people violent, or rather pulls all their shit out into the open. But give them a chance, create at least a bit of the same stability, and they will become your faithful companions, ready to defend this peace. Or the illusion of it. It was a matter of perception. However, to my surprise, Mouse growled at me in response. "Then you'd better kill me, you monsters! You won't take me alive!" Junior put his dagger to the bundle, awaiting the command. "Wouldn't you rather do it yourself, Lord?" he said, businesslike. "The experience will be good all the same." "Wait," I said. "I have a better idea for this stubborn fool." "What's that?" Junior asked. "Have you even seen, in films about the Holy Inquisition, how they suggest you deal with witches?" Chapter 19. She could never have imagined that she would find herself in such a situation. Horrible, humiliating, inescapable. Mouse fidgeted involuntarily as she was dragged like a sack, bound in tight hides, arms and legs squeezed in.
like a bundle, like a burrito. Even breathing was difficult, and it was impossible for her to move her hand to create a cast. There was the water, too. Fire couldn't tolerate its elemental opposite, so even if she did try to move her fingers, not even the simplest fireball would want to form. Lightning would be even more dangerous. She'd immediately short-circuit herself. Mouse knew physics well, at least at a basic level. She was an elementary school teacher. How had she even ended up in a life like this? Just a few weeks ago, she had been quietly and peacefully waiting for a regular trip to her friend Lena's dacha. No mansion, but a decent 2-story house with a veranda and a cherry orchard. Lena also worked with children, in a pediatric polyclinic. That's why they both had 1,000,001 reasons to complain about hard, irritating work. Pour out their souls to each other over a glass of wine. But something had gone wrong. Just like in some cheap chick-lit novel, the kind she'd read more than once. To her shame. Pure vulgarity. But unlike the Russian classics, they were real page-turners. Instead of a cozy evening in the company of a friend, she had found herself in another world. Crazy, cruel, and inhumane. Right before her eyes, people had begun to lose their minds, their sanity. What was it worth, watching a child kill a man she didn't know? What had the current education system come to if it was unable to identify such marginalized elements of society? But she had been smart enough to get away from that cycle of madness. What's more, as if to ridicule the other's situation, she was given a book. She'd believed that she would spend her last days, maybe her last hours, plunging into the lines of text. But there, too, disappointment had awaited her. The pages of the book were full of incomprehensible formulas and clumsy verse. There were drawings, too, but they looked like a first grader had drawn them. Mouse would have given them a D, maybe even called the kids' parents into school. On the other hand, she had no other options. To distract her from the fear, in front of all those terrible asocial types, she tried her best to understand all this nonsense. The book turned out to be a textbook on magic. Mouse didn't believe in magic, but after hanging out in the forest for 2 days, spending the night under the trees, and almost being poisoned by disgusting mushrooms, she was ready for anything. Here and there flashed some furry animals that looked like hares, but only just. She couldn't outrun them, couldn't catch them, and couldn't build a trap, because she didn't know how. Already on the verge of despair and fierce hunger, Mouse had come to the conclusion that she was not even in an adequate state to think. She used her magic. She hadn't even known what to think when a fireball fell from her hands, burning the animal to a black crust. It was at that moment that Mouse had realized she truly was in another world. Everything around her no longer seemed to be a form of torture, illusion, or delirium. She was not currently lying in a coma somewhere. Mouse fell into a fairy tale. Into just the one she had once dreamed of, while grumbling to Lena about the hard life of a regular old elementary school teacher. A fairy tale that she had seen over and over again in the pages of books. Books she had dreamt of living in since childhood. Feeling like a little girl in a candy store, she began to experiment, trying new spells, and learning more and more details about the gift she'd been given. Her magic was limited by mana, an energy whose amount was determined by her wisdom. The more points she put into that parameter, the more magic she could use. But Mouse also discovered that intelligence determined the limits to how much energy you were able to use at once. Until she added a few points to that trait, her spells were limited to small crackers and fireworks. That had almost cost Mouse her life when she met a serious opponent. A real-life boar. An enormous, terrifying beast. What an effort it had taken for her to drive it away, not forgetting to set its skin alight as it escaped. Mouse dedicated herself entirely to studying the mechanics of the system, exploring the new particularities of her gift. She studied new spells. She worked on them to cast them faster, automatically, unconsciously. The higher her level, the easier it was. Then at some point, she had discovered the unique apple tree. Its apples did more than just boost performance for a few hours. Even the weakest of them, the ones the system called sour, completely replenished her supply of mana, while the best ones, the unique ones, doubled any experience she received while it was active. Mouse had used this secret to its full, raising her level even faster while she hunted forest creatures. It wasn't only forest creatures either. She hadn't expected to meet a group of young guys who looked like representatives of a gang of some sort. They had attacked her, so surely she had the right to defend herself. Plus, she had started by firing a warning shot. At their heads, sure, but it was a warning. The other two escaped. At first, Mouse was quite glad that she hadn't had to kill them. Then she regretted it more and more. The experience for killing the guy had absolutely poured out, far more than she got for the hares. Now she wanted to kill more than anything in the world. As soon as she returned to the apple tree for her harvest, she saw her beauty being stolen, brazenly, in broad daylight. She had found this tree first. It belonged to her, period. But after the destruction of the apple tree, which had, of course, been their fault, Mouse couldn't think of anything but revenge. She had never learned to navigate the forest. She didn't sneak up on her victims, but killed them from a distance. So she only found those scoundrels' camp 2 days later. And then, something went wrong. "Put her down," said the voices outside. The roll was flipped over so that Mouse was upside down.
Stop it immediately!
She squeaked once more. She hadn't the strength to shout any louder. "Whoops, wrong way," they grumbled outside. "Turn it round." Mouse was put upright. A knife blade was jabbed near her face. She twitched, but the knife just trimmed the skins around her neck, giving her a panorama. It was already dark out. Mountains towered around them. They were in a narrow valley, which seemed pleasantly habitable. Light reflections dragged the outline of constructions of some kind out of the darkness. But right in front of her, a pole was planted in the ground, around which was a pile of wood. This had also happened in the fairy tales she read as a child, although only with the bad characters, it had to be said. Around her stood 4 gloomy figures. They were carrying spears and torches, and looked very similar to those villagers who came at night to enact justice. "You are accused of trying to kill me and my people with witchcraft," a young man proclaimed. "You have turned magic to evil, and your existence is recognized as dangerous for good people. You were given a chance to atone for your sins, but you did not take it. Therefore, may you be treated according to your actions." Mouse's whole body suddenly began trembling. The first time she had seen this guy, she'd thought he was a simple weakling, or a self-confident idiot who smelled power from the gifts of the system. He didn't look like that anymore. In front of her was a collected, dangerous man who was ready to commit the atrocity of burning someone alive. Mouse thought that he hadn't killed her back in the clearing because he hadn't been strong enough, or was too naive. But now, she truly believed in his madness. It was stronger than her magic. He was going to burn her like some witch from the Middle Ages. Mouse looked at the rest of the audience in hope. Burn the witch, the guy with the short, dark hair said with a frown. Kill the bitch, said the only woman in the company, with a frightening grin. Our Father, who art in heaven, an elderly, strong-looking man began to pray, quietly. She was really about to be killed. The lit torches in their hands deprived her of any last doubts. Mouse hoped she could outsmart them. Who would kill a mage? This was irrational. She wanted to stall for time, take advantage of their timidity, and then improve her chances of escaping. Or even better, for taking revenge. Out her on the pyre, the leader commanded. The elderly man and the younger guy picked her up and installed her on the pole. Any last words? The leader asked indifferently. No? I thought as much. Their eyes met. There was not a bit of excitement or resistance in his. The torch neared its pedestal. Ah, damn him. I give up! I give up! Player White Mouse has joined the settlement of Sparta as a slave. Through her tears of defeat, she noticed a faint grin on the lips of this deceiver. What can I say? Everything went according to plan. I was mostly afraid that someone would start laughing. I had to somberly instruct Johnson and Jr. that the failure of the plan meant immediate death for Mouse. She was refusing to obey, and it was impossible to leave an enemy like that alive. It got through to them. They behaved very seriously. There was a chance that the mage would surrender, and it wasn't such a small chance either. All that we had to do was act as indifferent as possible to the woman's fate. Piggy took up this role play extremely enthusiastically. Who could doubt it? As a result of our amateur production, Sparta had its first mage at our disposal. And now that we knew for sure that Mouse really did care about her own life, we didn't need to worry that she would try any funny business. If she had been risking an implicit threat to her health before, the system now ensured that if she went against the will of her lord, she would be overcome with punishment. Even before removing her leather straitjacket, I had also explained the rules of the game to her. She couldn't hurt me. Johnson had writhed in pain just from trying to push me. If she attempted to cast any spell, a sharp pain awaited her, which would interrupt the casting. Any violence against other inhabitants or intentional damage to property would result in immediate death. I wasn't kidding, and Mouse believed me. In addition, without her book, she lost a significant portion of her power and would no longer pose a mortal threat. Therefore, as the first order of the day, the captive mage was exiled to re-education. Under our best and most highly regarded teacher, Piggy, she would study growing the plantation every day. Move your hips, pal! Piggy barked like a lieutenant. Then she accelerated the whip in the direction of the mage's ass. Mouse squealed, distracted from destroying Colorado potato beetles, and shot daggers at Piggy. Only with her eyes, of course. What the hell? That's violence against subordinates, Mouse grumbled. Piggy just chuckled. No, it's not violence. It's just giving additional motivation, she said in a maternal tone.
A performance boost. You should be thanking me. What are you talking about, you dolled-up bitch? Mouse grinned crookedly. The argument didn't seem so reasonable from her point of view. Just so you know, the hair's natural. Piggy smoothed it as she spoke. And who did you call a bitch, you old hag? Mouse crossed her arms under her chest and indignantly jutted her chin. She looked around for someone to take out her madness on. Damn bugs! Take that! Bang! A ball of fire ripped from her fingers and devoured the potato tops from one of the bushes with a cheerful crackle. Are you crazy? Piggy leapt over to her. I wanted to burn the beetles, Mouse said, justifying herself. I just overdid it.
If I see you damage property one more time, you'll go without dinner, Piggy said. You could do with losing weight, too. Your ass has grown fat. Look at yours, Mouse blurted, unable to keep it in. You couldn't eat through those fat reserves in a month. Piggy growled quietly in anger. You know, I was right to think you were lacking in motivation, because you appear to have time for conversations, Piggy concluded. She immediately prescribed an experienced boss's whip on Mouse's ass. Hi-ya! Oh, you... Mouse emitted a decidedly spicy groan and immediately blushed all over. Back to the fields, my friend. The sun is still high, Piggy laughed, getting her new subordinate accustomed to her industrial discipline. I'd love some popcorn right now, I muttered to myself, watching this show from the sidelines. Or chips, Johnson agreed, shaking his head. She's not even that old, Junior said, which was certainly true. At our first meeting, Mouse had looked far different from how she looked now. Her hair, pulled into a tight ponytail at the back of her head with a prominent gray streak, had now blossomed and began to resemble noble platinum. Her skin had grown smooth, and her facial features acquired grace and refinement. Her figure had also undergone slight changes, becoming much more feminine and eye-catching. Charisma works wonders, that's for sure, I concluded from my observations. The tired woman had lost at least 20 years. She was now in no way inferior in her beauty to Piggy herself, who looked more like Mouse's younger sister. Okay, show's over, I shouted, clapping my hands after gathering my thoughts. The men came to their senses. This work won't do itself. Despite the mouse incident, there was still plenty of work to do. First on the agenda was the palisade, which we never got round to. Just because we hadn't had time to build it before the boars attacked didn't mean that we'd abandoned the idea. Somewhere out in the forest, Desk Jockey was still wandering around with his bonus sword and unknown Gastarbiters. Stace, of whom the Major was so afraid, was out there doing God knows what. The Major was not the kind to scare easily. Even though we now had our own flamethrower on the farm, it would be much safer if we were separated from the outside world by a strong log wall. We would be able to prepare the logs for it. Building the hut convinced me of that. I chopped down trees. The stone axe chewed through the wood a little, but my strength allowed me to literally force my way through the trunks. I would give a lot right now for some normal tools. Junior cleaned the knots from them, and Johnson sharpened them from above to prevent the attackers from climbing over the fortification. Then we had to dig a decent-sized moat around Sparta so that the logs could be rooted underground. Then finally, all this beauty needed to be tied together with ropes, covered with earth, and compacted. It was hard work, but it needed doing. I noticed that in the New World, the process of work and fatigue was different. Back on Earth, fatigue accumulated over time, and rest did not bring complete relief.
Here, when our stamina ran out, we literally fell to the ground. But after restoring it, we took the work straight back up again, like robots. As soon as I got involved in the process, my thoughts habitually flowed of their own accord, scrolling through events from the recent past in my mind. Having attached Mouse to the settlement, I immediately seized her bonus book from her. While Piggy was chasing the mage round the potato beds, knocking the pride out of her, I carefully studied my trophy. Name: Ancient Tome. Level: Legendary. Just what Harry Potter lacked as a child, a book like this. If he'd given this a read, he'd have had no worries. But only until the sleeping spirit of the tome ate his soul. Handle with all possible care and caution. Characteristics: contains all sorts of incarnation school spells. Allows its master to learn the magical arts. Increases magic damage by 50%. Cannot be lost, /sold, /destroyed. Hides within itself
an ancient spirit. As it turned out, only the owner of the tome was able to understand the language in which the collection of spells was written. Any other player saw only vague symbols floating across the pages, from which it was physically impossible to make out words. As for losing and selling, I understood that as the lord-come-slave owner. I could take the book, but in my hands, it would become useless. Next, I garnered the reason for the mage's real power, or rather, the power of her spells. Mouse had a real class, just like me. Class: Mage Apprentice. A larva in the magical world can only boil water a little faster than an electric kettle, and charge it with lightning, like fireworks. Bonuses: plus 10% to intelligence and wisdom. Facilitates the understanding of magical craft at an intuitive level. Charisma, plus 2. Stamina, minus 2. It was easy to believe that she had received that achievement for being the first to discover magic in our location. Yet again, the starting bonus showed its power. The only strange thing was why some players were allowed to gain their own class almost immediately, while others had to wait on, with nothing like it. Johnson and Piggy, for example. I couldn't even imagine what classes they were supposed to acquire. With the shopaholic bag and the multi-tool, Junior still had every chance of becoming an assassin, or something from that category. The entire secret lay in using and understanding the starting bonus. If we were to follow that logic, then Johnson probably belonged to some kind of productive class, like an artisan or an engineer. Piggy, on the other hand, neither the what nor the how were at all clear. So far, she made a great foreman. They only plowed like that under her leadership. Where the hell was the system's reference book when we needed it so bad? Could this be revenge for all those times people didn't read the instructions and user agreements? Given the system's character, it wouldn't surprise me at all if that really was it. Taking a deep breath, I cut down another tree. There was no end to the work ahead. Already by the evening of that same day, we sat in front of the pot and watched as Mouse cooked food and distributed portions to everyone. It was amazing what greed did to a person. All we had to do was show her the apples collected from the unique tree, and explain that after dinner we would start planting them. I decided to plant a new orchard right behind the hut, to shelter the precious plants from any possible enemies. After all, everything was straightforward with potatoes. You just needed a hidden supply of tubers, and we could easily restore the plantation. We only had 10 apples. Before I'd said, "A whole 10?" How wrong I'd been. Of 10 apples, only 3 were of the unique level. The remaining 7 were designated as rare. Interestingly, they also gave a characteristics bonus, but it was very small in comparison to their unique copies. Name: Sour Apple. Level: Rare. Will work for a snack, not much else. Bonuses: Charisma plus 2. Wisdom plus 1. That's what I was talking about. I decided to plant all 10 fruits. The first apple I had eaten, as an experiment. I didn't feel any wiser, nor any more beautiful. Piggy was a biased judge in that matter. She would say whatever she considered beneficial. I didn't opt to ask Mouse either. She was already looking at the apples with the eyes of a drug addict. I made a hole, like for the potatoes, and put in a core. Attention! Rare apple tree did not take root. Second try. An entire apple went into the hole. Attention! Rare apple tree did not take root. Now perhaps just the seeds. Attention! Rare apple tree did not take root.
Attention! Unique apple tree did not take root. Attention! I dug the hole back up in anger. Where the apple had been, there was now just rot. The system did not give second chances. What more do you need, you piece of shit? Chapter 20. I had 5 apples left. 3 rare and 2 unique. I would stop there. Perhaps I could have dug my heels in and hoped for the best, but I was very afraid that the rest of the apples would disappear, just like that. Then there would be nothing to replace them with. The only tree had burned down thanks to Mouse. What was I doing wrong? Nothing came to mind, so I decided to brainstorm. We sat right next to the place I had planned for an apple plantation, in a circle on the grass. According to tradition, the youngest at the council was offered to speak first, so that they didn't keep silent and cling to someone else's opinion. In this case, Mouse played a similar role. "What makes you think they're going to spring up?" she said. "Maybe they don't reproduce like that. Maybe they need to be planted with cuttings." For example, when I was on holiday, I saw that they planted ready-made trees, never just seeds. "Did you leave the cores, or did you eat the whole apples, seeds and all?" I asked. "Whole thing." "And you haven't seen any apple trees anywhere near your home?" "No." Mouse blushed. "Well, if they could be planted like that, there would be a whole grove of bushes there," Piggy said. "Plus you'd get a message about gaining a profession," said Junior. "When I planted potatoes, I immediately received the farmer profession." "By the way," I thought aloud, "what are your farmer levels now?" "Level 2, reported Piggy. "Me too," Junior added. "You get it for planting 20 potato bushes." "Do you think farmer affects the survival of the crops?" Johnson guessed. "It seems to take all possible factors that could affect it into account together. Just like how tracker helps you sneak up on animals? Not to mention the cooking becoming tastier and more varied," I reasoned out. "Then why did Desk Jockey's apple core grow?" Junior asked. "What?" Mouse asked, stunned.
Did you think that your miracle tree just grew up like that? I said.
It was Desk Jockey's starting bonus. There you were, screaming about private property. My beauty. Piggy laughed. In fact, it wasn't yours at all. Mouse looked indignantly at the girl, but said nothing. "So why do the potatoes grow without any misfires?" Junior frowned. "We've had no problems with it up to this point, even though we've managed to plant more than a dozen bushes." "Don't you think there was something in common between Desk Jockey's apple tree and the very first potato?" Johnson suggested. "One's a fruit-bearing tree, and the other is a bush that grows in the ground." Mouse snorted. "My potato was legendary too," I explained. "That must be why it grew without any profession. Then as soon as I harvested the first crop, I immediately received farmer. Even Piggy wasn't allowed to work on the plantation until she joined the settlement." "So that means the higher level we are on farmer, the greater the chances of the new plant surviving," Piggy concluded. "Perhaps higher-ranking plants also survive better," I said. "So why did the potatomus only lose 1 level during planting, when the apple tree lost 2? Johnson wondered. "Doesn't that mean all our plants are eventually going to turn to garbage?" "Hopefully. It's because Desk Jockey ate his apple almost entirely," I said. "That would have used up all his available bonuses. So let's plant the whole fruit. Piggy, Junior, why don't we test out whether our ideas are correct?" "And if it doesn't work?" Mouse worried. "We have no other options," I said. "So believe in your luck, and we'll give it a try." Piggy and Junior got 1 unique apple each. I gave Junior 1 rare apple, and Piggy 2. After all, she had spent the most time on the plantations. As it happened, she was the first to get lucky. "Attention! Unique apple tree has taken root." You have established a new plantation.
Apple orchard. Plant survival within a radius of 50 meters increased by 20%. There was the answer to our riddle. After that, Junior calmly planted another unique apple tree. Only one of the rare apples failed. As a result, we got 4 trees, 2 unique, 2 rare. In truth, it wasn't yet clear how long they would take to grow, but there were prospects. All we had left to do was wait. The first shoots appeared on the second day, and the day after that, the small trees turned green on the plantation site. In appearance, despite their level, they did not differ from one another whatsoever. Mouse walked around them in circles, like the fox circling the cheese in the old fable. She watered them regularly and collected some kind of disgusting caterpillar from their branches. The rest of us weren't wasting time either. It took us a little less than 5 days to create the palisade. It was hard. I won't pretend otherwise. The idea that came to mind for me immediately after planting the apple trees sped up the process significantly. For mastering a new profession, the system gave you a bronze box. Its generosity spread no further. For all levels after that, players only received experience. As a result, I considered it unprofitable to grind non-core professions, even for the sake of 500 XP. We spent no less than a full day on that. But we each had to reach level 1 on farmer, cook, builder, craftsman, and livestock breeder, and then deposit the reward in the Lord's treasury. Eventually, I planned to force everyone outside too, so that under Junior's strict guidance, they gained Tracker Level 1 as well. As a result, we received 4 garbage-level copper knives, 2 shirts, 1 pair of pants, 1 set of sandals, 2 very necessary pots, and 2 more items that our ladies almost got into a fight over: a copper comb and a polished metal mirror, most likely made of bronze.
Once applied, both items gave a +1 charisma buff for 2 hours. But for that, you needed to comb your hair for at least 15 minutes, or peer at your reflection for the same amount of time. I was forced to confiscate both items immediately, declaring that I would issue them only on a strict first-come, first-served basis, once all household chores were completed. As a result, I got 2 offended pouts, and realized that I had acquired another powerful lever of influence over the team. But for me, the main reward was an axe. Native copper, garbage level, only +1 to strength, but a real axe. Things would go much faster with its aid. I was very pleased with that result. Sparta was now protected by a real wall, more than 2 meters high. Our settlement was situated in a valley, surrounded on 3 sides by mountains. Perhaps there were some secret paths that would allow you to cross them, but so far I hadn't found any. The main danger, time after time, had come from the south, from the forest. All of our as-yet undefeated co-travelers were based there. Now this single passage, narrow as a bottleneck, was blocked by our palisade. To prevent the wall from being demolished by a direct ramming attack, as the wild boar had at one point, we erected a rampart on the inner side of the palisade, packing the logs with earth to almost half their height. In that simple manner, my settlement acquired additional protection, and at the same time allowed us to peek through the wall, forewarning of possible onslaughts by future guests. Strategically, this is a great decision, Johnson approved. He had thought we were just going to bury the logs and stop there. But I was relentless. If you make a line of defense, then make it as reliable as possible. The main problem was that the stream had to intersect the wall. I decided to make the logs here a little shorter, cutting them at the bottom over the water itself. They were tied to the adjacent logs on either side, and reinforced with transverse poles. Paying tribute to my paranoia, we blocked the narrow through channel with a grid of thin tree trunks so that no creature could slip through unnoticed. Eventually, I wanted to completely hide the water here in a pipe and put it underground if we ever reached that level of technology. I wanted to believe we would. We had no gate due to the same technical backwardness. We just had to climb up the wall with a ladder, then pull it back in. After completing the work, Sparta became a fortress, and for the first time, I could breathe calmly. Come visit, dear guests. We were ready to meet you. 6 days after his departure, the Major returned. He had managed to complete the additional quest, his search for tobacco. Mission Tobacco for Johnson complete. Reward of 300 XP given to player Major. Clink. The clatter of invisible coins rang out, and my experience panel shed 300 points. There was that explanation then. The system did not tolerate imbalances. No freebies. I was a little upset, but I didn't give a damn. Pleasure doing business with you, I said, extending my hand to the Major. The pleasure is all mine, the man smiled, shaking my hand. Oh yes, that's the stuff. Johnson, who also accepted his order from the soldier, looked thrilled to be holding a bundle of tobacco leaves in his hands. How are you going to smoke them? I asked. We don't have any paper or a pipe. I'll figure something out, he waved his hand. Where there's a will, there's a way. Maybe I'll roll cigars or something. The main thing is that I've got them, my beloveds. He breathed in the smell of the tobacco with delight. Wow, good thing I had never picked up that habit. What about the animals? I asked Major with a chuckle. So far, as you can see, nothing doing, he shrugged. I found a place where some wild ducks live, but catching them is another matter entirely. It'll take time to set the traps. If you shoot them with a bow, they die right away, and you need them alive, he said. If you need, you can talk to our very own Johnson right here. He's our specialist in animal capture. I nodded at the man, who was currently completely lost in bliss, with no grip on reality. Well, does it take much to make a man happy? Turns out, the answer was no. Without a doubt, Major nodded. Then, looking behind my back, asked, And I see you've undergone some replenishment? I turned around and noticed Mouse and Piggy, who were arguing over yet another trifle. Judging by the empty pot in the hands of the mage and the hand on Piggy's hip, the struggle was over the upcoming dinner. The people are coming, I nodded warily. Stability draws people in. Modern people are accustomed to comfort. It's not all about running bare ass through the woods. Understandably, I decided not to tell him that the new settler had been brought here and nearly burned at the stake. Then I suppose I should congratulate you, Lord Leo, on your coming promotion? Major smirked, focusing on me again. Curiosity shone in his eyes. Was he waiting for me to talk about how our settlement was arranged? It was difficult not to notice both the new fence and the hut. Did we build it ourselves, or had the system put it in? Cunning old fox. Do you want to join? I asked him directly. I'll take you, but be warned, it's on standard terms. No exceptions. Happy to provide services. Disgusted to serve, the Major said denigratingly, before immediately correcting himself. Although that's nothing to do with you. I have nothing against you. I hadn't expected the offer, to be honest. I thought you were made from different stuff, but things here speak for themselves. However, I've had enough. I've worked for other people all my life. My whole life following other people's instructions. I'd rather spend the last years of my life enjoying myself, like a free bird.
The last years of my life, I mimicked. Stop pretending. Do you have any idea how much time we've got here? Look at that lady over there. I pointed at Mouse. You know how old she is? In the old world, she was getting ready for a quiet retirement. And now she's a femme fatale. There's more to come, too. I understand. The Major paused and focused on the mouse with a very attentive look. No, that's enough of that for me. He shook his head resolutely. He wanted to go it alone. He said goodbye to me and went back into the forest. The Major started coming round a lot. At first I noticed him and Johnson smoking a long pipe made of reeds and some short wood, which we had nicknamed the Peace Pipe. Then he told Junior all about Spetsnaz tactics, demonstrating various battle techniques. At first, I suspected the worst of him, trying to turn my people against me, or looking for weaknesses in our defense. But time after time, I noticed the old soldier's gaze turning, like a compass needle, in one direction. He threw his glances stealthily, and besides me, hardly anyone noticed them. Everyone was minding their own business. I had to notice everything at once. It seems to me either someone has brazenly lied to my face, I said, scratching my nose thoughtfully. What are you talking about, Leo? Piggy said, distracted from sewing another cape while sat next to me. This one was for Mouse. To her great sorrow and dissatisfaction, we would definitely be needing the mage in future sorties. That meant we would have to build some armor for this tough madam. Look at that. I gestured to the funny picture unfolding in front of us. Junior and Mouse were silently peeling potatoes for dinner. Junior, by nature, proved to be a real swot, and had decided of his own accord to get all of his available professions to level 2. Experience doesn't grow on trees, he said, so I didn't interfere with it. That meant that now, Junior was not just on duty in the kitchen, but also grinding his professions. Mouse was exiled there, while Piggy did her sewing, so was unhappily silent. Johnson was making some very simple furniture for the settlement. Benches made of 2 logs with a board in the middle, stools that were similarly unsightly, and even a dining table. Our way of life was gathering force rapidly. I saw the Major sneaking up on the 2 of them. Once again, my thoughts were cynical, but I noticed a somewhat crafty, even boyish expression on his face. Nobody with a face like that was sneaking up on people to kill them. The Major leaned over to Mouse and gently touched her shoulder. He'd attacked the wrong woman, the fool. Mouse jumped up in surprise and cast a fireball right at him. It was good that Junior was already familiar with this feature of hers. He abruptly grabbed Mouse's palm and directed it skywards. A small firework display took off over our valley. Fortunately, the young guy had quick reactions. "Didn't they teach you not to sneak up on people, you old fool?" I heard Mouse shouting. "What if I'd hit you?" The Major simply let it all wash over his ears, and with a devilish grin, he handed Mouse a bouquet. "He's not sick by any chance, is he?" Piggy said as a means of a verdict. "Completely lost it, more like," I nodded, already imagining how I would get the soldier back for his recent words. What a lot of attitude he had. "Maybe the flowers are poisoned," Piggy said hopefully. "Maybe that bitch is gonna die in agony." "I doubt it," I shook my head. Mouse looked around at the Major in surprise, looked at the bouquet, and then, stuttering, thanked him. He nodded briefly and left the stage with almost a flutter in his step. The woman frowned at the bouquet, then looked at Junior, who was unresponsive. It seemed that to him, nothing existed except potatoes, and the pot into which he was required to throw them. Things didn't stop there either. A few minutes later, Johnson carefully approached the two workers. "Et tu, Brutus?" "Don't you fucking," Piggy said, reading my thoughts. Without further ado, Johnson turned to Mouse and handed her a stick. Or more specifically, I gathered, a magic wand. Finely planed, exquisitely executed, similar to the ones waved by mages in various popular films. So that's what this dummy had been wasting his time on. It'd be better if he'd whittled us some plates. It had been a fortnight since he promised them to us. Mouse was examining the items she'd been given with great interest. However, there was a slight problem. Her hands were currently occupied by a large bouquet. Without thinking twice, she distracted Junior and shoved the bouquet into his hands, then examined the gift with delight. Johnson, almost glowing with pride, turned 180 degrees and left the workers alone. Junior frowned, trying and failing to get the bouquet under control. Mouse made gestures with her hands, trying to repeat the precise movements of characters from films or books. She pointed the tip of his wand at the firewood under the boiler. The tip of the stick suddenly glowed with red-hot sparks. Junior threw the bouquet directly at Mouse's face and, with a tried and tested movement, hit the palm of her hand, directing it toward the sky. Bang! The blast came out much stronger, and a large fireball flew in a parabola, landing in the lake with a hiss. Mouse spat out the flowers that had landed in her mouth, and Junior said to her, "What are you doing, you idiot?" He took the wand and threw it aside.
Did you decide to burn dinner? Peel the damn potatoes and stop being so stupid. Mouse blushed. She was breathing heavily. A little more and it seemed she would simply explode with indignation. But to my surprise, she pulled herself together, and although bitterly, she returned to work. Except that now, almost every minute Junior received a long and piercing look from the mage, promising a painful and terrible death. My femme fatale joke appeared to be coming true. The next day, I got Mouse started on combat training. Although I was afraid of letting her near the devil knows what, who knew what strange behavior that woman would exhibit when faced with its horror stories? She might create a fiery Armageddon, for example. But I studied her spells in terms of power, range, and how they combined with our usual tactics. In that, I had an unexpected assistant. The Major was unassumingly using every tool at his disposal to get closer to his subject of interest. He took an active part in training, explaining everything he could about the tactics of small groups. Although much of his knowledge was irrelevant due to a lack of modern weapons and equipment, the art of the drill, namely the ability to act in formation and respond quickly to a threat through training, seemed to me to be an invaluable skill for a lord. The Major left the settlement just before lunch, with a promise to bring some captive creatures next time. Judging by the pathos he said it with, his prey was going to be at least a lion, not just a regular old wild duck. I temporarily took everyone off observation in the fake camp. For proper training, we needed a full unit. Even then, there were only 3 of us. The palisade gave us a sense of security. Hardly anyone left in the forest could threaten us. So Piggy's cry while she was standing on duty came as a complete surprise. "They're coming!" she screamed. "True-too-too!" came a hoarse, incomprehensible noise over the valley. "Who's coming?" I asked. I dropped everything, ran over and stood next to her, peeking over the fence. "God knows," she declared from the bottom of her heart. I agreed. From the forest appeared a genuine sedan chair, the kind of thing they carried important people in before springs were invented and carriages stopped shaking. This one was made of wood and animal hide.
It was being carried by 4 men with unperturbably solemn faces. They were dressed in loincloths of fur. Their skin carried a sheen, as if it were smeared with some kind of oil. All in all, the porters looked like strippers play-acting as savages, but each of them had a copper dagger hanging from their belt. I was surprised to recognize the 2 at the front as the Gopniks, TJ and Top Dog. TJ had his bonus bat fixed to the belt hanging over his shoulder. The other 2 men were completely unknown to me. But I noticed one of them had the sledgehammer, which had previously belonged to Hunchback. "Fuck," Piggy sighed. "So that's who went crazy. And we thought we'd sinned against our men." Next to the sedan chair, Desk Jockey walked with his chest puffed out. He had a bright red cape, the sight of which made the word chlamydia flash in my mind. His face was painted with red paint, and he held a copper pipe in his hand. From time to time, he put it to his lips, and it produced a long, dreary roar. True, too, too. The procession stopped about 20 meters from the walls. The men lowered the sedan chair to the ground. "Tremble, wretches!" Desk Jockey proclaimed. "Bow before the great priestess of the goddess of light. Then, perhaps, she might spare you. But we can't say for sure." The hides covering the sedan parted, and a female leg appeared before us. A very beautiful female leg. Slender, graceful even. It was probably the most beautiful leg I'd ever seen in my life. Stace.
For some reason, I immediately recalled the Major's words. "If you see this bitch, my advice is to kill her right away."
Chapter 21.
"Is anyone alive in there?" shouted Hogmeister Gunther, settling his combat hog in front of the tent. "You snoozing in there, you freaks?" Somebody's crumpled face emerged from the rickety, ugly structure. Gunther would have concluded that the face's owner was hung over. But where would a rabble like this get booze, if even a noble hog rider couldn't find a drop? For a month now, he'd had to live dry, which had driven him completely mad. "We haven't slept a wink," Crumpleface blurted. "We've been on duty round the clock. At night the curtain vibrated again, but then it stabilized." A second individual appeared next to him. Both of them were skinny, dressed in rags, but holding short batons in their hands. That meant they were free laborers, not slaves. They were serving in the hopes of getting their own combat hog and becoming a brother one day themselves. Gunther spat. There weren't enough people, so they were having to accept all sorts of garbage. Their gang, the Teutons, had previously had almost 100 snouts in it. 13 of them had landed here. Just as they had been rolling down the motorway, they'd suddenly crashed into a forest clearing with their bikes. Worst of all, the bikes wouldn't start. Even worse, the guns in their bags refused to fire. But the shittiest part of all was that there wasn't a single woman among those of them who'd been teleported there. The bonuses they'd gotten had been boring. Knives, brass knuckles, bats. Only Redhead had got a bridle. They'd laughed at him, but it turned out to be the most useful acquisition. Redhead became a trainer who knew how to tame various local creatures. He'd subdued some boars without wasting any time. After Redhead worked them over, they became obedient, like service dogs. They seemed to be reading the rider's thoughts. While breaking in their new pets, the Teutons had ignored the system's message that they had succeeded in creating a unified group and could now contact other inhabitants of the world. They only realized what this meant when they came across a bunch of the spectacled, beardy types who had come to fraternize with them and invited the bikers to join their new society. "In this new land," their leader said, "we will build a new world
without borders, wars, or violence. They'd beaten him up right away, just in case. Suddenly, the madness was contagious. The rest turned out to be scientists from some design institute. There weren't many broads, only 2, and they were ugly. The Teutons were not embarrassed by their looks, but the women turned out to be frail and died quickly. In their place, the system handed them a couple of Asians. For the sake of experimentation, they killed 3 more prisoners, and only then did they realize that when each person died, a living one appeared at the starting location, but only level 1, and only with starting characteristics. The scientists made good slaves, obedient and cowardly. They collected mushrooms and berries in the forest. They caught small animals and acted as domestic capturers. One of the slaves had even called them hog riders for the first time. The name stuck. The lack of booze and broads pissed them off. The Teutons surveyed the area. It was similar to a honeycomb cell. 5 sides were covered with a veil, like a curtain or a membrane, and only one was open, the one where the scientists lived. Behind the next membrane, the bikers pulled out a jackpot. 2 rooms of a female student accommodation block had landed in there. The dumb broads couldn't decide which of them would be the leader. That gave them a few days of quiet life. The Teutons protected them. They even grinded their characteristics pretty well.
Sure, the skills and professions weren't anything to boast about in decent society. But no one believed that society was ever going to appear. Now all that was missing was the booze. For each membrane that fell, the hog riders broke through like it was an open bar after 100 miles on the freeway. They only met with any resistance once. The new location turned out to be a swamp. On the narrow path, their hogs had fallen into traps. 2 brothers were killed. That was the first time they'd had to replenish their troops with slaves. Then the laborer infantrymen had appeared. They were kept in sparse, hungry conditions, but they were also given hope for a great future. They were killed at the slightest showing of resistance. True, once the brothers grew to level 5, the system stopped giving them experience for killing ones. The Teutons had already crushed 5 locations beneath their feet. Each brought their own goodies. In one, they'd learned how to smelt metal, and the riders got short combat knives and armor for their hogs. In another, they learned how to work hides, so now the Teutons walked around in identical leather pants and vests. In the third, to the hogs' delight, they learned to grow carrots. The rest were still covered by curtains. It turned out that just before disappearing, the curtains began to vibrate. This meant that one of the groups inside had recruited 6 people, and 1 more member would be enough to open the location. Observation posts were set up near such curtains, so as not to lose valuable time invading tasty new lands.
"Stop dilly-dallying, bitches," Gunther grunted. "Your masters are tired of waiting to drive you into a bullpen. Maybe you'll finally find some booze." He spat again, looking at the massive mountain that towered behind the veil. Stace had taken just a single step out of her sedan chair, and it seemed as if an invisible hammer was flying at my head.
No one woman could be that unbelievably beautiful. No ordinary woman. Perhaps Stace had found a way to genuinely become a goddess? Her body seemed to glow from the inside. Her skin radiated brilliance, her eyes looked straight into your heart, and her smile promised unearthly bliss. She seemed not to walk, but to float above the ground. If Desk Jockey had not already called her a grand priestess, I might have given her the title myself. Her entire appearance was transformed. From a plain cutie, she had turned into almost the very personification of beauty.
"That
bitch!" I heard next to me. Piggy's words miraculously brought me back to reality. Stace's figure was covered with a thin cloth, like a toga, which only stirred the imagination more and forced me almost to swallow the lump in my throat. The familiar tiara on her head looked like a crown. She wore thin-soled sandals. It was unclear how they stayed on with almost no covering for her flawless feet. Bracelets flashed and winked from her wrists and ankles. Where had she got all this? Had some kind of craftsman really managed to make this for his leader? Or had the system adorned her with gifts? Some of us just got given shitty sandals, while others... Once I'd come to my senses, I gave the dumbfounded Johnson and Jr. both a slap round the back of the head. They were both completely lost, unable to tear their eyes from Stace. Junior was even drooling at the sight of her. This girl worked like the devil knows what, this time in a skirt. The only difference was that, while the dummy was trying to scare the shit out of us, the girl, on the contrary, simply disarmed us with her appearance. The most unpleasant thing of all was that even Mouse and Piggy couldn't resist her charisma. Piggy may have been mad, but she couldn't take her eyes off Stace. How high were her stats to produce this level of devilry? "The High Priestess demands to speak to the leader of your pack, or else you won't be happy," Desk Jockey shouted pathetically. But Stace's held-out palm stopped him. "Enough, Desk Jockey. There's no need to drive us into conflict through words alone. After all, we're no barbarians." Her voice flowed like a refreshing stream. If she spoke a little longer, I could close my eyes with pleasure, as if my favorite melody was being sung straight into my ear. What the hell was this? How on earth were you meant to fight it, if just a few words almost put you into such a ridiculous trance? "Yes, of course, my goddess," the man babbled, bowing to his waist and almost drooling. There was a blissful smile on his face, which made me feel, bubbling up inside me, jealousy? Why was he the one standing next to her, when it could have been me? Why him? Why not me? I gave my leg as painful a pinch as I could manage, and felt an invisible toxin release my consciousness. It became somewhat easier to think. No pink haze or flying hearts flashing before my eyes. Was I hallucinating? Stace continued to walk towards us, and once more my inhabitants were glued to her. "Mouse!" I shook the mage with force, and her face regained consciousness. "Zap her with something! A warning shot! Don't hurt her!" Mouse's dark eyes lit up with flickers of flame. She pointed her wand. It turned out that it really was easier to concentrate her energy with the help of that piece of wood, and launched a ball of fire right in front of Stace's legs. Bang! Splashes of flame flew up along with lumps of earth. Stace squealed and froze like she was dug into the earth. She definitely had not expected long-range artillery from us. "Stay where you are," I shouted. "Tell me why you came, or get out!" "I come in peace," Stace purred. "I carry out the will of the Light Goddess, and acquaint people with her wonders. But who are you, brave warrior? Identify yourself." Given that each of us was able to see the other's nickname, it sounded a little theatrical and funny, like a school play. "I am Lord Leo," I said, "patron of these lands and these people. We need no goddesses. That's an opium of the people." I was being rude on purpose, to infuriate her and disrupt the enchanting effect she was having on the others. It didn't work that well. Stace looked at me, and a slight smile blossomed on her lips. Meeting her gaze alone made it difficult to breathe. Reason began to drown again in all sorts of dreams. My heart was beating like clockwork, preparing to break through my chest at any moment and fly into the arms of the girl in the toga. "Will Lord Leo deign to come out for a one-on-one conversation?" She smiled cutely. "Why would I?" I answered.
"Leo," she sighed, as if talking to a fool. "You and I are the leaders of the two largest parties in this area. There's no one else left. We have matters to discuss. Or are you afraid of me?"
In actual fact, I was so afraid that I was on the verge of hiccups. I hated losing control of myself, but as soon as you got a little distracted, butterflies and pink ponies floated before your eyes. That said, I was definitely better than my subordinates. "One-on-one," I said. "Send your gang into the forest, and you stay where you are."
"Why not?"
Stace commanded her men to retreat, and they complied with the synchronization of mechanical toys.
"I'm waiting for you, Lord Leo."
What to do? Zap her with lightning, just in case? Be the first to declare war? Even if it proved to kill her from a single blow, her followers would rush to take vengeance. There were 5 of us against 5. I was sure we would win, but who knew if we would survive without any sacrifices on our part? What if we didn't? What if she lived? Who knew what tricks she had up her sleeve? In that case, the war might not turn out so straightforward. The only reason I was resisting Stace's influence more easily than the others, and wasn't drifting away in pink clouds, was because of my high level of will. It was my most grinded characteristic. What's more, I hadn't invested a single point in it when leveling up. At first, Piggy had helped me with this, when she had tried to either seduce or enrage me. Then training with the devil knows what. Now my will had reached 18. If I couldn't resist during the negotiations, then afterwards it would be a piece of cake to capture us all. Before I went out, I returned Mouse her magic book. Now she could do more than just frighten with her spells. Mouse and Piggy had turned particularly hostile at Stace's appearance, so I wasn't afraid of a stab in the back. The first fireball would fly, as a matter of priority, into the priestess with the jumped-up sense of self-importance. Or the jumped-up charisma, more precisely. But, just in case, I took Junior to one side and said to him, "Keep an eye on the mage." He looked at me in surprise, and then ran a finger across his throat. "Yes, if she goes off the rails," I confirmed. "I'm sure this won't happen, but still, keep an eye out." After that, I instructed Mouse. I went through it in great detail, asking her to repeat it back to me so I knew she understood. Then I explained again. "If they capture me, kill Stace," I said. "If I suddenly start running away, kill Stace. If, after our conversation, I don't walk back and start walking over to their side, kill Stace. In every instance, the first lightning strike goes for her." Mouse nodded grimly. "And remember, they are our enemies." I addressed this part to everyone. Powerful enemies. Unbelievably dangerous enemies. But enemies all the same. If something goes wrong, it doesn't matter what, spare no one. I am not going to take any risks at all right now. Not with myself, not with you, not with Sparta, not at all. The only good enemy is a dead enemy. Got it? I went down the ladder, and taking my time, made my way over to where Stace was stood. She awaited me with a calm smile. I walked carelessly along the path between our traps. If her porters went on the attack, some of them would find their death on pointed stakes. Johnson was improving them, and even I could hardly notice the boundaries of the danger zones, even though I helped build them myself. Grass swayed on top of them. Daisies bloomed. This was the mound that the wild boar leader had dug up when he jumped out of the trap pit. For some reason, it seemed that the enemy we had approaching us now was more dangerous than the boar herd. Either Stace had reduced her pressure,
or I was starting to get used to it. I no longer wanted to fall to my knees and kiss her feet, but I still tried not to look her in the eye. Good devilry! It was hard to imagine such an angelic creature as my enemy. Instead, I looked at her subordinates, who were stood at a distance. They looked strange. TJ, once an arrogant, bold Gopnik, now looked like a monk. There was a ridiculous, sickly smile on his lips, a relaxed facial expression, and half-closed eyelids. It seemed like the guy had found Zen. That put me even more on edge. If the influence of the priestess, or goddess, changed your character that much, then it was extremely dangerous. Up close, Stace turned out to be even more beautiful than she was from afar. Some kind of fresh, very pleasant aroma emanated from her, which was difficult to identify or understand. It was jasmine, and cinnamon, and vanilla, and the smell of a perfume that I had smelled by chance on the street, only for its owner to disappear immediately into the crowd. It was as if my consciousness itself was providing me with my most pleasant smells, and immediately projecting them onto Stace. We stopped a meter apart from one another.
Stace spread the skin of some or other animal over the ground and sat on it, somehow even bending her knees gracefully, touchingly. Her whole figure was calling to be protected, preserved, defended. You have resisted seduction. Will +1. Phew! I unclenched my fists and found that my fingernails had bitten into my palms. The obsession receded again. I carelessly sat on the ground right in front of her. And you, Leo, it turns out, are not like everyone else. You're not that weak, said Stace. Honestly, at first glance, I paid no attention to you at all. But now you're a lord. You have a fortress. Slaves. I didn't expect all this from you. She stared at my face, as if looking for something in it. You're not the first to mention it, I answered. You wanted to negotiate. I'm here now. So, what are we talking about? Stace laughed, as if everything that had come before had just been a gain. Typical female coquettishness. We're talking about you. And about me, Stace purred, leaning towards me. You understand that we will have to wage war against each other, right? The system says that there must only be one leader. That's right, I nodded. But we can choose another path. Stace leaned towards me. Her hot breath burned my ear, worse than the heat of Mouse's fireballs. Much easier and more pleasant for both of us. A picture of Stace lying on a fluffy animal hide involuntarily popped up before my eyes. In just her toga, hardly covering anything. One word, and all her beauty would belong to me, and me alone. Fuck charisma. Fuck politics. She was just incredibly beautiful. What are you talking about? I pretended not to understand. It's simple. Her smile almost illuminated the entire valley. Marry me, Lord Leo. Be my husband, and we shall rule this world together.